Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Murder Ranch by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day.
Chapter 1. He knew they were watching. He knew it was a trap. He went in anyway. The need to kill burned too fiercely tonight, a hunger that would not be sated. If that meant facing the watchers, so be it. The house squatted on the edge of Los Perdidos, a crumbling speck of a town in the Texas scrublands where mesquite thorns snagged the wind and diesel fumes from Highway 183 hung heavy. A single-story shack, its roof sagging like an old man's spine, sat amid a yard choked with crabgrass. A battered Chevy Silverado, its paint chipped to rust, slumped in the driveway. Cicadas droned, their hum weaving into the distant growl of a passing semi. Inside lived a single mother and her 3 kids. She was wiry, sharp-tongued, her dark hair pulled into a messy bun that frayed like her temper. Her voice, rough from late shifts at Rose's cantina, carried a bite her children ducked from. She'd been in and out of trouble, pills mostly, a few CPS visits after a busted taillight led to a search. Now she slung plates of migas and poured coffee for truckers, her Tecovas boots scuffed from long hours. No friends, no steady man, just a life teetering on the edge. She reminded him of his mother. That was why he'd chosen her. From his surveillance cameras rigged a month back, he knew she rarely locked the back door off the kitchen. A mistake she'd pay for, he thought, as the knob turned under his gloved hand. He paused in the narrow hallway, breathing in the house's scent, warm tortillas, spilled H-E-B cola, a faint whiff of diaper cream from the youngest. Beyond the screen door, a plastic tricycle lay tipped in the dirt, its red paint faded. A stray cat darted through the weeds, eyes flashing in the moonlight. He moved through the kitchen. The sink brimmed with dishes, a half-eaten tamale on a cracked plate, its sauce congealed. He plucked it up, bit into the corn husk's edge, the familiar masa taste pulling him back to a boyhood in a house like this, where hunger was a constant guest. The mother lay in the bedroom, sprawled face down, snoring softly. Her youngest, barely a year, slept in a crib beside her, a rosary draped over the rail. The other 2 kids, 6 and 9, were in the next room, their snores muffled through the thin wall. All 3 had different fathers, none of whom stuck around. He drew the bandana taut between his fists. Navy blue, sturdy cotton, the kind that held fast under strain. He'd learned the hard way with cheaper ones that frayed or snapped. This one, tested twice before, would crush her throat in seconds, clean and precise. She'd defight thrash claw, but he had surprise, weight, and practice. The ski mask he wore, plain black, would be all the kids saw if they woke. Not a monster, but a shadow. Their savior, sparing them a mother who'd only failed them, as his had. He leaned over her, bandana ready. For a moment he considered moving the crib to the hall, sparing the baby the noise of her mother's end. But no, even if the infant woke, she'd see nothing but the mask, a fleeting nightmare. The kill was swift. Her eyes snapped open as the bandana bit into her throat, but his knee pinned her spine, stifling her thrash. Her fingers scrabbled, knocking a plastic rattle to the floor with a faint clack. He tensed, glancing at the crib, but the baby slept on, tiny chest rising in innocent rhythm. The other kids didn't stir. When it was done, he sat at the kitchen table, the chair creaking under him. He poured Fritos from a bag left open on the counter, crunching through a handful. The salty tang was his ritual, a tether to the boy he'd been. The bag's expiration date had passed a week ago, but he didn't care. He took his time retrieving the cameras. They were small, near invisible to the untrained eye, tucked into corners of the kitchen, hallway, garage. Each fit neatly in his jacket pocket. At the last one, hidden in the garage's shadowed eaves, he paused, staring into its tiny lens. "I know you're watching," he said, voice low, a smile curling under the mask. "Hope you liked the show." No answer came. The murder club couldn't hear him, no mic, just video, but he knew they saw. They'd cracked his wireless feed weeks ago, slipping past his defenses. He'd let them just as he had the 2 times before. He tapped the lens with a gloved finger, grin widening. "You're next." Then he yanked the camera free, killing the feed.
Chapter 2. Ruth Baker cracked an egg into the mixing bowl, the yolk breaking with a satisfying pop. The kitchen smelled of brewing coffee and the promise of pancakes, sunlight streaming through the open window, carrying the hum of a distant lawnmower. It was a lazy Saturday in late summer, the kind of day where time slowed, and their rural Texas home felt like the center of the universe. "Mom, I'm starving," Ava signed, her 12-year-old hands quick and expressive. She leaned over the counter, her dark braids swinging, eyes bright with that mix of impatience and excitement Ruth adored. At 12, Ava was all energy, her confidence blooming like the wildflowers that edged their backyard. "Patience, kiddo," Ruth signed back, her fingers steadier now after years of learning from her daughter. "Pancakes don't flip themselves." She winked, dusting flour from her hands onto her faded jeans. Ava grinned, grabbing a spatula like it was a sword. Across the room, Aaron Tate lounged against the fridge, his broad frame relaxed in a gray t-shirt, a mug of coffee steaming in his hand. His sons, Jake and Marcus, sprawled at the oak table, a Monopoly board between them, their voices a playful tangle. Ruth caught Aaron's gaze, his hazel eyes crinkling with that quiet humor she loved. After all they'd been through, these mornings were her anchor. Their family, whole and happy, the world held at bay. Aaron's presence, steady as ever, made her heart hum. They were stronger now, their love a thread woven tighter with every shared glance, every unspoken promise. "Pay up, Marcus." "Boardwalk's mine," Jake, 14, said, his lanky arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Robbery," Marcus, 11, muttered, tossing fake bills with a dramatic sigh. His freckles danced as he squinted at his brother, pure Tate stubbornness in his eyes. "Need a sous chef, Baker?" Aaron asked, setting his mug down and stepping to the stove. His voice, low and warm, sent a familiar flutter through her. "Only if you don't burn the bacon again," she teased, nudging his shoulder. She handed him the tongs, their fingers brushing, a spark in the mundane. "Perfection takes finesse," he said, turning the strips with mock seriousness like he was cracking a safe. Ava rolled her eyes, signing, "You guys are so cheesy." But her giggle betrayed her, and Ruth pulled her into a quick hug, breathing in the citrus tang of her shampoo. The pancakes piled high, golden and fluffy, and soon they were all at the table, plates loaded with bacon, pancakes, and H-E-B maple syrup. Jake drowned his stack, earning a groan from Marcus, while Ava cut hers into precise squares, signing about her latest school project, a diorama of the Alamo. "Ms. Garcia says it's gotta have cannons," Ava signed, her hands flying. "I'm making them out of straws." "Cannons, huh?" "That's my girl," Ruth said, her voice soft with pride. She glanced at Aaron, who nodded, his smile a quiet echo of her own. "Better than Jake's science fair volcano," Marcus piped up, dodging his brother's playful jab. Lava went everywhere. Genius takes risks, Jake shot back, grinning. Ruth leaned back, her coffee mug warm in her hands, letting the chatter wash over her. This was her world. Ava's laughter, the boys' banter, Aaron's steady presence. No rush, no wait, just the simple joy of their family, stitched together by love and syrup-sticky plates. After breakfast, they spilled into the backyard, the summer heat soft under a cloudless sky. The grass was patchy but soft, the old oak tree casting dappled shade. Aaron tossed a baseball to Jake, who caught it with a showy spin, while Marcus chased Ava across the yard, her laughter ringing as she dodged his tag. Too slow, Marcus. Ava signed, darting behind Ruth, who stood by the picnic table, a pitcher of lemonade sweating in her hands. No fair hiding. Marcus called, his sneakers skidding as he pivoted. Ruth poured glasses, the ice clinking, and handed one to Aaron as he joined her, his glove tucked under his arm. They're gonna wear us out, he said, his voice low, a grin tugging at his lips. Let 'em try, she said, clinking her glass against his. The lemonade was tart, the moment sweet, and she leaned into his side, his warmth grounding her. They played catch for an hour, the ball arcing between them, Ava's throws wild but fierce. Ruth cheered her on, signing, future Rangers pitcher. While Jake coached Marcus, his patience a mirror of Aaron's. The air smelled of cut grass and sunscreen, the kind of day that felt endless, each laugh a treasure. By noon, they were back inside, the kids sprawled on the living room floor, a jigsaw puzzle of the Grand Canyon spread before them. Ava sorted pieces with laser focus, signing color names to Marcus, who nodded, his tongue poking out as he hunted for edges. Jake lounged on the couch, scrolling his phone, earbuds in, but he'd glance up now and then, tossing a piece to Ava with a grin. Ruth and Aaron slipped into the kitchen to tackle the dishes, the clink of plates a soft rhythm. She washed, he dried, their movements a dance honed by years together. The kids' laughter drifted in, and Ruth felt a swell of contentment, the kind that made her want to freeze time. Hey, Aaron said, his voice soft, setting a plate in the rack. He turned to her, his hand grazing her arm, pulling her close. The kids were out of sight, the moment theirs. Hey yourself, she murmured, her hands still sudsy, but she didn't pull away. His eyes held hers, warm and steady, and her heart tripped, same as it had the first day they'd met. I don't say it enough, he said, his voice low, but you're everything, Ruth. This, he nodded toward the living room, where Ava's giggle rang out. You make this possible. I'm the luckiest guy alive. I'm the lucky one, Ruth thought, her chest tight with gratitude. After Jim's death, she'd never imagined she could be this happy again, that her heart could rebuild itself bigger than before. She smiled, her throat tight, and leaned her forehead against his. You're not so bad yourself, Tate. Her fingers curled into his shirt, the cotton soft under her touch. I love you. More every day. He kissed her, soft and slow, a promise in the press of his lips. It wasn't rushed, wasn't desperate. Just them, solid and sure, their love a quiet fire that burned steady. She pulled back, her smile mirroring his, and for a moment the world was just the two of them, the dishes forgotten. Gross, get a room. Jake's voice cut through, his head poking around the corner, a mock scowl on his face. Ruth laughed, tossing a dish towel at him. Mind your business, kid. Aaron chuckled, ruffling Jake's hair as he ducked back to the puzzle. The moment lingered, though, a warmth in Ruth's chest as they finished the dishes, their shoulders brushing, their silence comfortable. The afternoon stretched on, lazy and golden. They grilled burgers in the backyard, the sizzle of patties mingling with the crackle of a portable radio playing Texas country. Aaron manned the grill, his apron proclaiming King of the Coals, a Father's Day gift from the boys. Ruth sliced tomatoes, Ava beside her, signing about her favorite book, a horse adventure she'd read twice. Blackjack's the best horse, Ava signed, her hands emphatic. He jumps canyons. Better than my old pony, Ruth said, signing back, her smile wide. She'd grown up riding, and Ava's love for horses felt like a piece of her own childhood passed down. They ate at the picnic table, burgers dripping with H-E-B ketchup, Dr. Pepper sweating in the heat. Marcus recounted a school prank involving a whoopee cushion, his hands waving, while Jake teased him, his laughter infectious. Aaron's hand rested on Ruth's knee under the table, a quiet anchor, and she covered it with her own, their fingers lacing. After lunch, they played Uno, the cards flying fast, Ava's wild card earning groans from the boys. Ruth caught Aaron's eye across the table, his mock indignation at her skip card making her laugh until her sides ached. These were the moments she lived for their family, messy and loud and perfect. As dusk settled, they piled into the living room for movie night, the couch sagging under their weight. The kids had picked a Pixar flick, the screen glowing with bright colors. Ava curled against Ruth, her head heavy on her shoulder, while Jake and Marcus sprawled on the floor, a bowl of popcorn between them. Aaron's arm draped around Ruth, his fingers tracing lazy circles on her shoulder, and she leaned into him, her heart full. The credits were rolling, popcorn kernels scattered like confetti, when Ruth's phone buzzed on the coffee table. The sharp ring cut through the room, and her stomach tightened, a reflex she couldn't shake. She glanced at Aaron, who raised an eyebrow, his hand stilling on her shoulder. "Ben," she said, recognizing the number. Their boss didn't call on Saturdays unless it was serious. She answered, keeping her voice steady. "Baker." "Ruth, hate to pull you in," Ben Miller said, his drawl tight. "Wade Hargrove's been found dead at his ranch." "Murder." "Need you and Tate out here now." Ruth's pulse kicked. She nodded, signing a quick work to Ava, who watched her with wide eyes. "We're coming," she said and hung up. "Time to go to work," she said to Aaron. Chapter 3. Ruth Baker slowed the Range Rover, gravel crunching under the tires as the Hargrove Ranch came into view. The estate sprawled across the Texas Hill Country, its limestone facade gleaming under the midday sun, red-tiled roof sharp against the cloudless sky. Iron gates, etched with a longhorn crest, stood open, a sheriff's cruiser parked just beyond. Wade Hargrove, one of the county's wealthiest ranchers, was dead, strangled, according to the initial report. She stepped out, the heat pressing against her navy blazer, her badge clipped to her belt. Aaron Tate followed, his boots steady on the gravel, his dark eyes scanning the property. Their partnership, honed over years, needed no words. They moved as a unit, his presence a calm counterpoint to her intensity. Sheriff Dan Colfax met them at the cruiser, his weathered face drawn, hat brim shading his eyes. "Rangers," he said, shaking their hands. "Wade Hargrove's in his study. Housekeeper found him this morning, called it in. My deputy's with her now." "Cause of death confirmed?" Ruth asked, her voice even, already cataloging the scene. "Strangulation," Colfax said. "Ligature marks clear. No weapon left behind, but there's something you'll want to see." Ruth nodded, filing the detail away. "Lead the way." Colfax guided them across the manicured lawn, past a stone fountain and cedar benches, to the ranch house's entrance. The porch was wide, its beams carved with cattle brands, a nod to Hargrove's empire. Inside, the foyer was cool, floored in polished oak, with longhorn skulls mounted on the walls, their horns curving like scythes. The air carried a faint whiff of leather and wood polish, the silence heavy. Money, Ruth thought, taking in the crystal chandelier, the original oil paintings of Texas landscapes. Old money. The kind that bought privacy, isolation, and enemies. They followed Colfax down a hallway, past framed maps of Texas and a display of silver spurs. Ruth noted the details. No scuff marks on the floor, no signs of a struggle. The house felt untouched, almost staged. Any forced entry? She asked. None, Colfax said. Doors were locked, alarm armed. Housekeeper used her key. Aaron's gaze flicked to a keypad by the hall's end. Interior cameras. Only exterior, Colfax said. Feeds being pulled now. Hargrove didn't like eyes inside. Control freak, Ruth thought. Or paranoid. Maybe both. She'd worked enough cases involving wealthy victims to know that money often came with secrets worth hiding. The study door stood open, oak panels gleaming. Ruth paused at the threshold, her eyes sweeping the room before crossing. Wade Hargrove sat upright in a leather chair behind a mahogany desk, his head tilted back, eyes wide and unseeing. A navy bandana, knotted tightly, encircled his throat, the fabric biting into pale skin. His hands rested on the armrests, fingers lax, no defensive wounds. His white shirt was crisp, no blood, no tears, only the bandana's stark contrast. Ruth pulled on gloves, the latex snapping against her wrists. Aaron did the same, moving to her left, their movements synchronized. She approached the body, her boots soft on the Persian rug, and studied Hargrove's face, mid-60s, jowls heavy, a faint stubble. The ligature mark was deep, purple bruising fanning outward, consistent with a strong, sustained pull. Strangulation takes strength, she said, her voice low, flat. No scratches on his hands, no skin under his nails. He didn't fight. Either he was surprised, Ruth thought, or he knew his killer. She'd seen both scenarios. Surprise attacks left victims with no time to react. Familiarity made them drop their guard until it was too late. Aaron crouched by the chair, examining the bandana's knot. Tight, professional. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. Ruth nodded, her eyes shifting to the desk. A crystal whiskey decanter, untouched, a fountain pen aligned with a leather blotter, a stack of financial reports. No papers scattered, no signs of a search. The room was orderly, too orderly for a violent death. She stepped back, taking in the broader scene. Bookshelves lined with ranching journals, a mounted elk head, a window cracked open, its latch undone. Windows open, she said, moving to it. The frame was clean, no pry marks, no smudges. Outside, the lawn stretched to a barbed wire fence, the hills rolling beyond. Could be an entry point, but no footprints outside. Aaron joined her, checking the sill. Glass is intact. If they came through, they were careful. Ruth examined the window lock mechanism. Standard brass hardware, not damaged. If someone had entered this way, they'd either had a key or exceptional skill. The ground below showed no disturbance, no gouges from a ladder, no impressions in the manicured grass. She turned back to the body, studying the positioning. Hargrove sat naturally in his chair, no signs of being dragged or positioned post-mortem. His reading glasses lay folded on the desk, beside an open ledger. A pen rested near his right hand, as if he'd been working when interrupted. Look at this, Aaron said, pointing to the bandana. Navy blue cotton. Plain, no markings. Ruth examined it more closely. The fabric was common, the kind sold in any general store. But the knot was precise, professional. Not the panicked work of an amateur. Bag it, she told Aaron, who nodded, retrieving an evidence kit from his pack. Colfax lingered by the door, his arms crossed. Housekeeper said Hargrove was alone last night. No visitors, no calls she knew of. She left at 6, came back at 7 this morning. Her name? Ruth asked, pulling a notebook from her pocket. Elena Ortiz, Colfax said. Been with Hargrove 10 years. Lives in town, solid alibi so far. Ruth jotted it down, her pen steady. Hargrove's routine. Kept to himself, Colfax said. Worked late in here most nights. Drank, read, handled business. Widower, no kids. Staffs off weekends. Isolated, Ruth thought. Perfect target. She'd worked enough cases to know that wealth could be a prison as much as protection. Big houses, private security, but when the barriers failed, victims were completely alone. She moved to the bookshelves, checking for disturbances. The spines were even, no gaps, no dust displaced. Aaron examined the desk drawers, his gloved hands methodical, finding only pens, a ledger, a box of Cohiba cigars, and a small address book with neat handwriting. No phone, Aaron noted, closing the last drawer. Should be one on him or here. Ruth checked Hargrove's pockets, empty, no wallet, no keys. Could have been taken, she said. Or he didn't carry one. She moved around the desk, studying Hargrove from different angles. The ligature mark was consistent all around his neck. No variation that would suggest he'd fought or moved during the strangulation. His fingernails were clean, no tissue underneath. His clothes were undisturbed. Sheriff, she said, turning to Colfax. Walk us through the house. Every room, every exit. Colfax nodded, leading them out. They moved methodically, Ruth noting the layout. A dining hall with a chandelier, a living room with leather sofas, a kitchen gleaming with stainless steel. No signs of disruption, no overturned chairs, no broken glass. The exterior doors were locked, deadbolts intact, the alarm panel by the foyer showing no faults. In the kitchen, Ruth examined the back door. Solid wood with multiple locks, all engaged. The windows were latched from inside. A coffee cup sat in the sink, rinsed but not washed. A plate with crumbs suggested Hargrove had eaten something simple, toast, maybe crackers. What time does the housekeeper usually arrive? Ruth asked. 7 sharp, Colfax said. She's got a key, knows the alarm code. Aaron checked the pantry, the utility room. Both were tidy, organized, nothing out of place. Ruth opened the refrigerator, sparse contents, bachelor fare. A bottle of white wine, half empty. Leftover Chinese food in containers. Milk that would expire in 3 days. Back in the foyer, Ruth paused, her eyes on a staircase to the second floor. Bedrooms. Upstairs, Colfax said. Hargrove's is the main one. Housekeeper said it's untouched. Check it, Ruth told Aaron, who nodded, heading up with Colfax. She stayed below, re-examining the entry. The front door's lock was heavy-duty, no scratches. A coat rack held a Stetson and a shearling jacket, undisturbed. The silence pressed in, the house holding its secrets close. Something's off, Ruth thought, but couldn't pinpoint what. The scene was almost too clean, too undisturbed. Murder was messy, chaotic. This felt controlled, planned. Aaron returned, his face impassive. Bed's made, no clothes out of place. Nightstand has a glass of water, a book, ranching history. Bathroom's clean, towels hung straight. Ruth processed the information. A man killed in his study, his home untouched, his life private. The bandana was the outlier, its presence deliberate but unexplained. She pushed for more data, her instincts sharp but patient. Time of deaths? She asked Colfax. Emmy's preliminary estimate puts it between 10 p.m. and midnight, he said. Won't know for sure until the autopsy. Ruth checked her watch, nearly 2 p.m. Hargrove had been dead roughly 14 hours, discovered 7 hours ago. The killer had plenty of time to clean up, to stage the scene, to disappear. Elena Ortiz, she said to Colfax. We'll need her statement, full details. And Hargrove's financials, visitor logs, any disputes, land, business, personal. On it, Colfax said, scribbling in his own notebook. My deputies got the exterior secured. Coroners due soon. Business associates? Aaron asked. A ranch this size doesn't run itself. Foreman's name is Buck Reeves, Colfax said. Lives on the property, has his own place about a mile east. Been with Hargrove 15 years. Ruth made a note. We'll need to talk to him. Anyone else with regular access? Veterinarian comes monthly. Feed delivery twice a week. Beyond that, Hargrove kept things tight. Ruth nodded. In her experience, wealthy victims either had too many suspects or too few. Hargrove seemed to fall into the latter category, isolated, private, his circle small and controlled. Sheriff, we need the house sealed until we're done processing it, she said. Full forensics team, prints, fibers, the works. Already called it in, Colfax confirmed. Should be here within the hour. Ruth glanced at Aaron, their eyes meeting, a silent agreement to keep moving. Let's walk the perimeter, she said. Check those exterior cameras, talk to the foreman. They stepped outside, the heat wrapping around them like a blanket. Ruth shaded her eyes, surveying the property. The ranch stretched in all directions, pastures dotted with cattle, outbuildings clustered near the main house, a barn visible in the distance. Money and space, privacy and vulnerability. Cameras are mounted there, and there. Colfax pointed to discrete units positioned to cover the main approaches. Digital system records to a server in the basement. We'll need those files, Aaron said. Last 48 hours minimum. As they walked toward the foreman's house, Ruth let her mind process what they'd found. A wealthy rancher, strangled in his study, no signs of struggle or robbery. The killer had used a simple bandana, nothing fancy or sophisticated. But the execution was clean, professional. This wasn't random, she thought. Someone wanted Hargrove dead specifically. The question was why, and whether they'd find the answer in his business dealings, his personal life, or something else entirely. The foreman's house came into view, a modest ranch-style home with a covered porch and a pickup truck parked outside. Ruth could see a man working in a small garden, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Buck Reeves looked up as they approached, wiping dirt from his hands on a rag. He was in his 50s, weathered by sun and work, with the solid build of someone who'd spent his life doing physical labor. Sheriff, he said, nodding to Colfax. Heard about Mr. Hargrove. Terrible thing. These are Texas Rangers Baker and Tate, Colfax said. They're investigating. Reeves studied them with sharp blue eyes. Rangers. Must be serious then. When did you last see Mr. Hargrove? Ruth asked, her notebook ready. Yesterday afternoon, Reeves said. Around 4. He came by to discuss moving some cattle to the south pasture. How did he seem? Aaron asked. Normal. Focused. He was particular about the cattle, wanted them moved by Monday. Reeves paused. Didn't seem worried about anything, if that's what you're asking. Ruth made notes. Anyone else on the property yesterday? Visitors' deliveries. Feed truck came in the morning. Driver's name is Martinez, been doing the route for years. Other than that, just me and Mr. Hargrove. You live here full-time? Aaron asked. Yes, sir. Got my own place, but I keep an eye on things. Mr. Hargrove liked knowing someone was around. Ruth looked toward the main house, visible through a grove of live oaks. You hear anything last night? See any vehicles? Reeves shook his head. Went to bed around 9, got up at 5:30. Nothing unusual. Mr. Hargrove have any enemies? Business disputes. Anyone who might want to hurt him? Not that I knew of, Reeves said carefully. He kept business to himself, didn't talk much about personal matters. But he seemed to get along with folks. Ruth sensed hesitation in his voice. Anything else we should know? Reeves glanced toward the main house, then back to them. Mr. Hargrove's been different lately. Past few months, maybe. More intense about things. What kind of things? Aaron asked. Reading a lot. Research, he called it. Spent hours on his computer, taking notes. Said he was working on something important. Ruth felt her attention sharpen. Any idea what? No, ma'am. But he was excited about it. More energetic than I'd seen him in years. Ruth exchanged a glance with Aaron. A wealthy rancher, recently energized by some research project, now dead in his study. The pieces weren't forming a clear picture yet, but they were starting to accumulate. We'll need your contact information, she told Reeves. In case we have more questions. Of course, he said, providing his phone number and confirming his address. As they walked back toward the main house, Aaron spoke quietly. Research project. Could be relevant. Could be, Ruth agreed. We'll need to go through his computer, see what he was working on. The forensics van was pulling up as they reached the house, followed by the coroner's vehicle. Ruth felt the familiar shift into high gear as the investigation expanded, bringing in specialists and resources to process every inch of the scene. Sheriff, she said to Colfax, we'll need that computer secured, along with any files or documents in the study. And I want to interview Elena Ortiz as soon as possible. She's in the next room, Colfax said. Giving her statement to my deputy. Good. We'll take over. Keep us posted if the forensics team finds something. Ruth took one last look at the Hargrove Ranch house, its limestone walls warm in the afternoon sun. Somewhere in those rooms, in Hargrove's files or his computer or his personal effects, were the answers they needed. It was just a matter of finding them, piece by piece, until the truth emerged. Let's go talk to the housekeeper, she said to Aaron. Chapter 4. Elena Ortiz sat across from Ruth in the ranch house's dining room, her weathered hands clasped tight around a coffee mug that had gone cold an hour ago. She was a small woman, maybe 50, with graying hair pulled back in a practical bun, and the kind of steady demeanor that came from years of managing other people's lives. Ruth had seen the type before, housekeepers who knew everything about their employers but understood the value of discretion. Tell me about Mr. Hargrove's routine, Ruth said, her notebook open on the polished table. Through the window, she could see Aaron coordinating with the forensics team as they processed the study. especially the past few months. Elena shifted in her chair, her dark eyes flicking toward the hallway where Hargrove's body had been. He was different lately. More excited about something. Secretive. Different how? He had special equipment in his study. Expensive computers, tablets, phones, not the ones he used for ranch business. These were locked in a cabinet I wasn't allowed to clean. Elena's voice dropped. He made that very clear. I could dust around it, but never touch those devices. Ruth made a note. In her experience, when wealthy men started hiding expensive electronics, they were either paranoid or up to something they shouldn't be. Sometimes both. How long had he been using these separate devices? Maybe 2 years. But recently, past few months, he spent more time with them. Hours every night after I left. Elena paused, considering her words carefully. He seemed energized. Like he'd found something important. Did he ever talk about what he was working on? Research, he called it. Said it was important work, something that mattered. Elena's fingers traced the rim of her mug. But he never said what kind. Ruth leaned forward slightly. You mentioned he had visitors. Tell me about them. Elena glanced toward the front windows, as if the men might still be out there. Started maybe 6 months ago. Always late at night, after 10 o'clock. 4 or 5 of them, usually. Regular meetings. Every 2 weeks, sometimes more. Always the same group. Elena's voice grew more confident as she focused on concrete details. Rich. You could tell by their trucks, new F-250s, some with custom work. Their boots alone probably cost more than I make in a month. Ruth had worked enough cases involving Texas wealth to recognize the type. Oil money, cattle money, land money, the kind that bought influence and expected privacy. Can you describe them? Older men mostly. 60, 70 years old. Gray hair, expensive clothes. The kind who give orders, not take them. Elena paused. Except one. He was younger, maybe late 40s, early 50s. Still dressed expensive, but different. More intense. Intense how? The others would talk and laugh when they arrived. He just watched. Like he was always thinking about something else. Elena shuddered slightly. Made me uncomfortable. You said older men mostly. Did you ever see any women? Elena squinted at the polished dining table surface. Once, I think. She was so much like the men, gray hair, expensive clothes, boots, I almost didn't notice until she laughed. Ruth made detailed notes. 1 woman and 5 men, 6 total including Hargrove. A group with money and secrecy, meeting regularly. The younger man's intensity suggested he might be driving whatever they were doing. Did you ever hear what they discussed? They always went straight to his study, closed the door. Sometimes I heard voices, but never words. Elena hesitated. Though lately, Mr. Hargrove seemed more excited after these meetings. Like whatever they were doing was working. What exactly were they doing? I don't know. But he'd be up until 3, 4 in the morning on those computers. I'd find him asleep at his desk some mornings. Ruth's phone buzzed, a text from Aaron. Need you outside. Found something. One more question, Ruth said, closing her notebook. Did Mr. Hargrove seem worried about anything? Scared. Elena considered this. Not scared, but careful. He started asking about my schedule more, when I'd be here, when I'd be gone. Had new locks put on all the doors last month. She met Ruth's eyes. He was protecting something. Or protecting himself from something. Ruth thanked Alina and stepped outside onto the patio, where Aaron waited. The afternoon heat pressed against her blazer, and she could smell the mesquite and dust that defined this part of Texas. "What do you have?" she asked. "Missing electronics," Aaron said, leading her around the house to a home office extension that had been added onto the main structure. Jake found something in the study. Jake Ramirez, their forensics specialist, looked up from a mahogany cabinet as they entered. The door hung open, revealing empty shelves and a tangle of charging cables. "Someone cleaned this out," he said. "But they left the accessories behind." Ruth examined the contents: multiple charging stations, protective cases, cable organizers. All top-tier brands, the kind of accessories that came with devices costing thousands each. How many devices? Based on the charging setup, I'd say a complete suite. Desktop, laptop, tablet, 2 phones. Maybe a backup drive. Jake picked up a wireless charging pad. This alone costs $300. Whatever was here was serious equipment. Any indication of what he used it for? That's where it gets interesting. Jake pulled out his own tablet, showing them photos of the cabinet's interior. "See these mounting brackets? They're designed for networking equipment. Servers, routers, signal boosters. This wasn't just a computer setup, it was a command center." Ruth felt the familiar tingle that came when pieces started connecting. Hargrove hadn't just been researching something, he'd been actively monitoring or controlling it. Any idea who took the equipment? Whoever it was knew exactly what they were looking for, Jake said. They left the expensive accessories, but took every device. Professional job. Aaron's phone rang. He answered, listened for a moment, then looked at Ruth. "Brett's got something on Hargrove's business interests." They found Brett Collins in the dining room, his laptop surrounded by printed financial documents. "Wade Hargrove owned a lot more than cattle," he said without preamble. 3 oil wells, 2,000 acres, and a tech company called Sentinel Systems. Tech company. Ruth's attention sharpened. Based in Austin. Hargrove founded it 5 years ago with oil money, specializes in surveillance and security software. Brett turned his laptop toward them. High-end stuff, the kind used by corporations and government agencies. Ruth exchanged a look with Aaron. A rancher with a surveillance tech company, missing electronic equipment, and a group of wealthy men meeting in secret. The pattern was emerging, though she couldn't see the full picture yet. Her phone rang, Jake from the forensics van. "I need you both out here," he said. "Found something in Hargrove's cloud data." They walked back outside, where Jake had set up a mobile analysis station in the van. Multiple monitors showed file directories, network logs, and code fragments. Ruth didn't understand most of it, but Jake's expression told her it was significant. "I've been working through Hargrove's backup files," Jake said. "Most of it's standard business stuff, but there's something weird in his security system logs." "Weird how?" Aaron asked. Someone was accessing his home cameras remotely. Not just watching, controlling them. Turning them on and off, adjusting angles, downloading footage. Jake highlighted entries on his screen. The access came through his own network, using legitimate credentials. "Inside job?" Ruth asked. "Maybe." or someone who knew exactly how his system worked. Jake pulled up another screen showing network traffic patterns. Here's the thing, whoever did this used the same surveillance protocols that Sentinel Systems employs. I can't be certain without examining those missing devices, but I think someone was using Hargrove's own technology to spy on him. Someone with access to Sentinel Systems, Ruth said, processing the information methodically. Has to be, Jake confirmed. This level of sophistication isn't something you learn on YouTube. We're talking about someone with professional-grade knowledge of surveillance technology. Can you trace where the surveillance commands came from? Ruth asked. Working on it, but whoever did this covered their tracks well. Multiple proxy servers, encrypted connections. Could take days to unravel. Jake pulled up another screen. But I did find something else. Hargrove's system wasn't just being monitored, it was being used to monitor other locations. What kind of locations? Residential addresses, mostly. Small houses, rural areas. The cameras were tracking multiple sites simultaneously. Jake scrolled through a list of IP addresses. Looks like Hargrove was running some kind of surveillance network. Ruth studied the data. A tech company owner with expensive separate devices, conducting remote surveillance, meeting regularly with other wealthy men. The pieces suggested a coordinated operation, though its purpose remained unclear. Jake, I want you to pull everything you can from that cloud data. Focus on the surveillance targets, addresses, frequency of monitoring, any patterns. She turned to Aaron. We need to visit Sentinel Systems. Find out who has administrative access to their software. What about identifying the other ranchers Alina described? Aaron asked. Brett, Ruth called to their analyst, who looked up from his laptop. Cross-reference Hargrove's financial records with other large landowners in the region. Look for shared investments, business partnerships, anything that connects him to a regular group. On it, Brett confirmed. Also check property, records around those surveillance addresses Jake found. See if there's a connection to any other ranchers or businesses. Ruth closed her notebook. The investigation was expanding, but each thread needed to be followed systematically. Aaron checked his watch. Austin's 2 hours. We can be there before 5 if we leave now. Do it. Ruth gathered her things, considering their next moves. Jake, keep working on those surveillance logs. I want to know exactly what Hargrove was watching and when. Sheriff Colfax, she called as they headed for the door. We'll need this scene secured until further notice. No one else in that study. Understood, Colfax replied. Ruth stepped outside, where the afternoon heat shimmered off the gravel driveway. The Hargrove ranch stretched in all directions: money, land, privacy. Perfect for someone conducting activities they didn't want observed. The irony that Hargrove himself had been under surveillance wasn't lost on her, but she needed more facts before drawing conclusions. Tech company first, she told Aaron as they reached their vehicle. Then we'll see what else our analyst work turns up. Aaron started the engine. Think we're looking at corporate espionage. Someone using Sentinel's own technology against their founder. Could be. Or it could be something else entirely. Ruth buckled her seatbelt, watching the limestone house grow smaller in the side mirror. Let's find out what Sentinel Systems actually does before we speculate. As they pulled onto the main road, Ruth reviewed her notes from Alina's interview. 5 men, meeting regularly, all wealthy except one notably younger. Hargrove had been excited about something in recent months. His surveillance network monitored rural residential locations. Each fact was a thread. Her job was to follow them methodically until they led to answers. Chapter 5. The drive to Austin took them through rolling hill country, past limestone bluffs and fields dotted with live oaks. Ruth kept her eyes on the road, while Aaron reviewed Brett's preliminary research on Sentinel systems on his tablet. Founded in 2020, Aaron read. Hargrove put up $15 million in startup capital. They specialize in what they call adaptive surveillance networks, basically military-grade spying software. Government contracts. Exclusively. Defense Department, Homeland Security, a few agencies Brett couldn't identify from the public filings. Aaron scrolled through more documents. The technology was originally developed for tracking high-value targets overseas. Ruth considered this as she navigated through Austin's afternoon traffic. A rancher with oil money funding cutting-edge surveillance technology, then using it to spy on residential locations. The pieces suggested something more complex than simple voyeurism or corporate espionage. Sentinel Systems occupied a modern glass building in Austin's tech corridor, its lobby sterile and corporate. A receptionist directed them to the 15th floor, where Dr. Marcus Chen, the company's chief technology officer, waited in a conference room lined with monitors displaying network diagrams and code fragments. Dr. Jennifer Walsh was younger than Ruth had expected, maybe 40, with the focused intensity of someone who lived in digital spaces. She stood as they entered, her handshake firm but her expression troubled. Dr. Walsh, Ruth said, showing her credentials. Thank you for meeting with us on short notice. Of course. When your analyst called about Wade Hargrove. Walsh shook her head. I still can't believe he's dead. Murdered? I'm afraid so, Ruth replied, taking a seat across from her. We need to understand how your surveillance system works, particularly how someone might use it without authorization. Walsh's expression grew more serious. That's what concerns me. Our software isn't something you can download and install. It's proprietary technology, developed specifically for military applications and licensed exclusively to the U.S. government. Aaron pulled out his notebook. But someone was using it. According to your analyst's data, yes. An unauthorized person or persons was using our system to monitor multiple locations. Aaron replied. Our tech team came across that. We're aware. Ruth nodded. Walsh was probably referring to the rural houses that the hacker was illegally surveilling. Walsh looked surprised. You are? Well, then you'll understand our worry. We're especially concerned since the locations in question appear to be private residences owned by very wealthy men. Ruth frowned. Excuse me. The surveillance targets. According to our logs, someone hacked into our system to monitor the homes of 5 extremely wealthy individuals. All private residences, all high-security properties. Walsh gestured to her monitor. These aren't random targets. Someone was specifically watching very rich men. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance. Aaron spoke carefully. That doesn't tally with what Brett told us. These can't be the people Hargrove was tracking. Walsh's eyebrows rose. I can show you the exact locations if that would help clarify things. Could we have a list of the individuals? Ruth asked. Walsh hesitated. That information is technically classified under our government contracts. I can have a subpoena issued for them in under an hour, Ruth said evenly. Walsh shook her head. That won't be necessary. She reached into a folder and slid a printout across the table. These are the 5 properties under surveillance. Ruth studied the list. Travis Boone Ranch outside Dripping Springs. Leela Stokes, estate near Fredericksburg. Cal Renfro, ranch outside Kerrville. Nathan Carver, property in Blanco County. Eduardo Vasquez, compound near Johnson City. Aaron, send Brett a photo of this list, she said. Ask him to cross-reference with his research on Hargrove's associates. Aaron stepped away to make the call, while Ruth continued questioning Walsh. How long was this surveillance active? 4 days, based on our logs. Very recent activity. Intensive monitoring of each target's routines, security protocols, daily patterns. Walsh pulled up additional data. Whoever was running this operation worked fast. They mapped out each location's vulnerabilities in less than a week. Any indication of what they were looking for? The monitoring focused heavily on evening and nighttime activities. Movement patterns, visitor logs, security system weaknesses. Walsh paused. Classic pre-operational intelligence gathering, but compressed into an extremely short timeframe. Ruth absorbed this. Someone had spent 4 days rapidly studying 5 wealthy Texans, learning their habits and vulnerabilities. Then Wade Hargrove, who apparently wasn't even on the target list, ended up dead. The connection remained unclear. Aaron returned, his expression carefully neutral. He caught Ruth's eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Doctor. Walsh, Ruth said, we appreciate your cooperation. We'll need copies of all surveillance logs related to this unauthorized access. Of course. I'll have my team prepare everything immediately. Walsh stood. Ranger Baker, I have to ask, are the other men on that list in danger? Ruth considered her response carefully. We're investigating all possibilities. Has Sentinel increased its security measures since discovering this breach? Absolutely. We've implemented additional monitoring protocols and notified our government liaisons. Walsh's expression was grave. But if someone with this level of technical sophistication is targeting these individuals, we'll handle the threat assessment, Ruth said. Just make sure those logs are complete. As they rode the elevator down, Aaron spoke quietly. Brett confirmed it. All 5 names matched the men Alina described visiting Hargrove. He was able to cross-reference with DMV records. The vehicle descriptions matched too. Ruth nodded, processing the implications. Hargrove and 5 other wealthy men had been meeting regularly, while someone used Hargrove's own surveillance technology to spy on all of them. Now Hargrove was dead, and the others might be targets. Anything else from Brett? She asked. Forensics finished processing Hargrove's scene. They found literally nothing. No prints, no DNA, no fibers, no trace evidence of any kind. Aaron's voice was troubled. Jake says it's like the killer was never there. Ruth had worked hundreds of crime scenes. Even the most careful criminals left something behind, a hair, a fingerprint, microscopic evidence of their presence. Complete absence of trace evidence suggested either extraordinary luck or extraordinary skill. That's not normal, she said. Jake's never seen anything like it. Neither has the lab. Aaron checked his watch as they reached the lobby. They're running the scene again tomorrow, but he doesn't think they'll find anything new. They found a Mexican restaurant 2 blocks from Sentinel's building, the kind of place with checkered tablecloths and the smell of fresh tortillas in the air. Ruth slid into a booth across from Aaron, grateful for the chance to decompress after the intensity of their meeting. "I should check in at home," Ruth said, pulling out her phone as they waited for their order. She called their sitter, exchanging quick updates about homework and dinner plans. "Mom wants to talk to you," the sitter said, and suddenly Ava's bright face filled the video call screen, her hands already moving in quick ASL. "Permission slip," Ava signed, her expression serious but excited. "Field trip to the Alamo next Friday. Ms. Garcia says I need it signed by tomorrow." "Of course, honey," Ruth signed back. "I'll sign it tonight when I get home. But don't wait up for me, we might be late." "How late?" Ava's eyebrows rose in that way that reminded Ruth so much of herself. "Not sure yet. Aaron and I are still working." Ruth glanced across the table, where Aaron was pretending not to watch their conversation while clearly enjoying it. "Be good for Mrs. Henderson." "Always am," Ava grinned, then grew more serious. "Stay safe, Mom." "Always do," Ruth replied, blowing her a kiss before ending the call. Aaron smiled as she put the phone away. "She's getting so grown up. Hard to believe she's only 12. "Too grown up sometimes," Ruth said, though her voice carried nothing but affection. "She worries about me more than I'd like." "She loves you." "They all do." Aaron's expression softened. "You've built something pretty amazing with that family of yours." "Ours," Ruth corrected, meeting his eyes across the table. The simple word carried weight, years of blending their lives, his boys and her daughter becoming siblings, creating something stronger than either of them had managed alone. After Jim's death, she'd never imagined feeling this complete again, this settled. The warmth that filled her chest whenever she thought about their family was still something of a miracle. "Our family," Aaron agreed, his smile widening. "Lucky us." Ruth bent over and kissed him. "I love ya, partners." He grinned like a high school boy. "Right back at ya." Their food arrived, steaming plates of enchiladas and carnitas, fresh guacamole and salsa that made Ruth's eyes water in the best way. They dug in eagerly, the stress of the day giving way to simple hunger and the comfortable ease of two people who'd learned to work together seamlessly. "So," Aaron said between bites, "we've got 5 wealthy men under surveillance by someone with military-grade hacking skills. One of them is already dead, and the killer left absolutely no physical evidence." Ruth nodded, savoring the complex flavors of mole sauce. "A nerd with a violent streak, like you said. But more than that, someone with patience, planning ability, and access to sophisticated resources." "The 4 days of surveillance bothers me most," Aaron said. "That's not passion or opportunity. That's intensive planning compressed into an extremely short timeframe. Question is whether the other 5 men know their targets, or if they're walking around oblivious." Ruth wiped salsa from her chin with a napkin. "Either way, we need to warn them pronto." As they drove back toward Los Perdidos, Ruth called Ben Miller to brief him on their findings. His response was immediate: protective details for the 5 men on the surveillance list pending their cooperation. "Ben's calling them tonight," Ruth told Aaron after hanging up. "Warning them and offering protection." "Think they'll take it?" "Hard to say. Depends on whether they know what they're mixed up in." Ruth stared out at the darkening hill country. "What do you think 6 wealthy ranchers were doing meeting in secret every 2 weeks?" Aaron considered this. Nothing legal requires that level of secrecy. Business deals, sure, but not clandestine midnight gatherings. And whatever it was, someone killed Hargrove for it. Stole those devices because they contained something worth committing murder over. Ruth drummed her fingers on the steering wheel. The question is what Hargrove had on those computers that was worth dying for. Could be blackmail material, financial records, evidence of something they were all involved in. Whatever it was, it's connected to why someone spent 4 days learning how to kill them all. Ruth's jaw tightened. We need to figure out what those meetings were about before the killer strikes again.
Chapter 6. The killer surveyed the Stokes estate, 300 acres outside Fredericksburg, its limestone facade gleaming under security lights that cast long shadows across manicured lawns. He'd watched the house for 2 days through hacked cameras, learning Leela's routines, her staff's schedule, the gaps in her security. Tonight she was at the country club's charity auction, wouldn't return until after midnight. The housekeeper had left at 6. The groundskeeper lived in town. He had the place to himself. Plenty of time to search. The back door's electronic lock yielded to his device in seconds. Military-grade encryption was child's play when you understood the architecture. The lock disengaged with a soft click that sent satisfaction through him. These people spent fortunes on security systems, but never thought about who designed the software running them. He slipped inside, breathing in the scent of expensive perfume and fresh flowers. The kitchen was Carrara marble and brushed steel, pristine under recessed Lutron lighting. A Sub-Zero wine refrigerator hummed softly, its glass door revealing bottles of Krug and Dom Perignon. Beyond the kitchen, hallways stretched toward the main house, lined with oil paintings and gilded frames. He moved through the rooms methodically, his penlight sweeping across surfaces, searching. The formal dining room held a baccarat crystal chandelier above a mahogany table that could seat 20, place settings of Hermes china catching his light. Fresh orchids drooped from tall Waterford vases, Leila's weakness for beauty extending even to flowers no one would see. The master bedroom was a monument to excess, king-sized bed with Pratesy sheets, walk-in closet larger than most apartments. He stepped inside, running his gloved fingers along the fabric of designer gowns hanging in perfect rows. Chanel, Valentino, Dior, each piece a small fortune. A jewelry safe stood open, revealing Patek Philippe watches, Cartier necklaces, Harry Winston bracelets that caught his light like trapped stars. He lifted a diamond tennis bracelet, feeling its weight, then set it back among the others. Stacks of American Eagle gold coins glinted beside bundles of hundreds, cash just sitting there. None of it interested him. He was after something else entirely. Something Leila Stokes possessed that was worth far more than jewelry or gold. Something that could destroy lives, end careers, topple empires built on lies and blood. He searched the dressing room, checking behind mirrors, inside shoe boxes, beneath drawers. His movements were patient, thorough, but with each empty hiding place, tension coiled tighter in his chest. The office yielded bank statements, investment portfolios, real estate documents, evidence of wealth but not what he sought. File cabinets full of business correspondence, charity foundation records, tax documents. Nothing. The library held first editions and signed manuscripts, leather-bound volumes on Texas history, but again, nothing hidden behind the books or inside hollowed pages. He pulled volumes at random, shaking them, checking for loose documents or hidden compartments. Where was it? Frustrated, he made his way to the wine cellar, descending stairs into climate-controlled darkness. Rows of bottles stretched before him, labels from Burgundy, Bordeaux, Napa, a collection representing decades of acquisition. He selected a 1982 Chateau Ladre, reading the label by penlight. He uncorked it with the ease of long ritual, the wine releasing its bouquet into the cellar's cool air. Rich, complex, aged to perfection. The first sip rolled across his tongue, leather, dark fruit, earth. Exquisite. The living room sprawled before floor-to-ceiling windows, Italian leather furniture arranged around a limestone fireplace. Persian rugs covered polished hardwood, their intricate patterns telling stories of distant lands and forgotten craftsmen. He found the sound system, Bang & Olufsen components gleaming like modern sculpture, and scrolled through her music collection. Classical jazz, some country. He selected Miles Davis, Kind of Blue, and let the opening notes of So What fill the cavernous space. He settled into a poltrona Frau armchair that enveloped him like a leather embrace, positioning himself in the shadows where he could watch the main entrance while remaining invisible. The wine glass felt perfect in his hand, baccarat crystal that chimed softly when he tapped it with his fingernail. Now he waited. The house settled around him, luxury made manifest in every surface, every object. But all this wealth meant nothing if he couldn't find what he'd come for. What Hargrove had promised existed. What made Leila Stokes dangerous to people with even more money and power than she possessed. Just after 1 a.m., headlights swept across the windows, cutting through the darkness. A car door slammed, heavy, expensive, the solid thunk of German engineering. Laughter followed, high and musical, accompanied by a man's deeper rumble. The front door opened with a soft electronic beep, her security system recognizing her key fob. "God, this place is incredible," the man said, his voice carrying the slight slur of someone who'd been drinking. "You weren't kidding about old Texas money. Daddy always said if you're going to spend it right." Leila's voice held the breathiness of anticipation, wine from the auction loosening her tongue and her inhibitions. "Want that drink I promised? I've got everything I need right here, beautiful." He could hear them moving through the foyer, shoes clicking on marble, fabric rustling as they touched each other. A purse hit the floor with a soft thud. Keys clattered onto a side table. Their silhouettes appeared in the living room doorway, bodies already entwined, hands exploring with the urgency of strangers who decided to become intimate. The man was 40-something, still wearing his tuxedo jacket from the charity auction, his bow tie hanging loose around his neck. Distinguished silver at his temples, the soft body of someone who commanded others to do physical work. "Let's get naked," he breathed, running his hands over her. Leila purred, stepping back to face him. She reached behind her neck, undoing the clasp of her black evening gown. The fabric whispered as it fell, pooling around her feet like dark water. Underneath she wore La Perla lingerie, black lace and silk. The man's breath caught. "Christ, you're gorgeous." "I know," she said, with the confidence of someone who'd never doubted her power over men. He shed his jacket, fumbling with shirt studs, his movements clumsy with desire and wine. She laughed at his struggle, reaching to help him, their bodies moving closer until they were pressed against each other in the soft glow from the fireplace. They stumbled toward the Persian rug, expensive fabric beneath expensive skin. The man's hands roamed her body with the reverence of someone touching something precious and fragile. She arched against him, sighs escaping her lips as they sank down together. He watched from the shadows, sipping wine that had been cellared for decades. The baccarat crystal caught the room's dim light as he raised it to his lips, savoring both the vintage and the irony. All this wealth, all this luxury, and Leila Stokes had no idea how little time she had left to enjoy it. They moved together on the rug, her moans mixing with his grunts, completely absorbed in their animal need. The man whispered endearments, promises, the lies people told each other in moments of manufactured intimacy. She responded with theatrical pleasure, performing even in private moments. They shifted positions, Leela straddling him now, head thrown back in exaggerated ecstasy. Her dark hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, catching light from the fireplace. The man's hands gripped her waist, pulling her down against him with increasing urgency. "God, yes," she gasped, eyes closed, lost in sensation. The man's eyes opened, seeking something to focus on in his building intensity, and found the killer sitting motionless in the leather chair. The man's face drained of color. His mouth opened in a perfect O of shock, but no sound emerged. His hands fell away from Leela's body as if burned. The killer raised one finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, then slowly lifted his other hand. In it, a Glock 19 caught the room's ambient light, its black metal seeming to absorb photons. The man's pupils dilated with terror. He tried to speak, managed only a strangled wheeze. "What's wrong?" Leela asked, still moving against him, unaware of the audience. "Don't stop now." The man scrambled backward, his movement so sudden that Leela tumbled sideways with a yelp of surprise and pain. He grabbed his scattered clothes, stumbling toward the foyer in naked panic. "Richard." What the hell? Leela twisted to see what had spooked her companion, her gaze following his line of sight into the shadows. The man, Richard, was already through the doorway, the sound of his bare feet slapping against marble echoing through the house. The front door slammed with enough force to rattle windows. Seconds later, an engine roared to life outside, a Mercedes by the sound of it. Tires spun on gravel, the car fleeing into the night with the desperate speed of someone running for his life. Leela sat up slowly, clutching her designer mini skirt against her chest, staring into the darkness where he remained perfectly still. Her breathing was rapid, shallow with the beginning of panic. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice small in the vast room. He took another sip of wine, savoring its complexity, before setting the glass on the side table with deliberate care. The crystal rang softly against the wood. "Someone who appreciates fine vintage," he said, his voice conversational, almost friendly. "This lador is exceptional. Your father had excellent taste. What do you want?" The question came out as barely a breath. He gestured at her body with the gun barrel, a casual movement that made her flinch. "Not that. Something far more precious. And you're going to give it to me, one way or the other."
Chapter 7. Ruth pushed through the double doors of the Los Perdidos field office, Aaron close behind her, coffee in hand. The converted courthouse buzzed with activity. Computers humming, phones ringing, the controlled chaos of an investigation hitting its stride. Her team had been working since dawn, and she could feel the energy in the room. "Morning, everybody," she called out, making her way to the central conference table where files and laptops created an organized sprawl. A large whiteboard dominated one wall, covered with photos, timelines, and connecting lines drawn in different colored markers. Brett Collins looked up from his computer, wire-rimmed glasses reflecting the screen's glow. "How's Kelly settling into the new job?" Ruth asked, remembering his wife's recent career change to the county planning office. "Good. Still adjusting to the commute to Fredericksburg, but she likes having weekends off for a change." Brett smiled, the kind of tired smile that came with early mornings and long days. Jake Ramirez was bent over a microscope at his mobile forensics station, evidence bags sorted in neat rows beside him. "Jake, how'd Emma's recital go?" "She nailed it. Choppin's tough for an 8-year-old, but she pulled it off." His pride was unmistakable as he straightened, wiping his hands on a lab towel. Though I think her mother was more nervous than she was. Maria Santos, their communications specialist, looked up from her bank of monitoring equipment. Maria, your mom's still giving you grief about the wedding plans? Ruth asked. Every day. She wants to invite half of San Antonio, and Carlos just wants to elope to Vegas. Maria shook her head with mock exasperation. I'm starting to think Vegas sounds pretty good. Sheriff Colfax sat at the far end of the table, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Ruth nodded to him. Dan, thanks for letting us set up shop here. Your show, Ranger, he replied with a shrug that didn't quite hide his discomfort. Ben Miller stood near a wall map of the region, red pins marking locations. Ruth's boss had driven down from Austin at first light, his presence a clear signal of the case's priority. Ben, she said simply. He nodded back, all business. What do we have? Ruth asked, claiming her spot at the head of the table. Aaron settled beside her, notebook already open. Let's start with Hargrove, Ruth said, studying the crime scene photos pinned to the board. Jake, walk us through the physical evidence again. Jake pulled out his case file. Wade Hargrove, 64, found strangled in his study with a navy bandana. No defensive wounds, no struggle, no trace evidence left behind. He paused, meeting Ruth's eyes. And I mean none. No fingerprints except Hargrove's and the housekeeper's. No foreign DNA. No fibers that don't belong in the house. No shoe prints, hair, skin cells, nothing. That level of cleanliness is almost impossible, Aaron said. Exactly, Ruth agreed. Which tells us something about our killer. This wasn't passion or opportunity. This was a professional with extensive knowledge of forensic countermeasures. Brett pulled up Hargrove's background file on his laptop. Wade Hargrove. Oil money from his grandfather, expanded into cattle and real estate. Worth approximately $200 million at time of death. 3 ex-wives, no children. String of girlfriends over the years, but nothing serious in the past 2 years. Ex-wives? Ruth asked. Any bitter divorces? Wife number 1 got $5 million in 1987. Wife number 2 got $10 million in 1995. Wife number 3, Sandra Kellerman, got $25 million in 2018. Brett scrolled through the financial records. That one was messy. She accused him of hiding assets. Ruth made notes. We need to check alibis on all 3 ex-wives and any recent girlfriends. Maria, can you pull phone records for Hargrove's personal line? Already on it, Maria said. His call history shows mostly business contacts, but there are some interesting patterns I'm still analyzing. Now let's talk about Sentinel systems, Ruth continued. Yesterday we learned someone with inside knowledge hacked their surveillance software. The question is who? Jake nodded. A doctor. Walsh gave us a list of employees with administrative access. 43 people total, ranging from senior engineers to IT security staff. That's a lot of potential suspects, Aaron said. Which is why we need to narrow it down systematically, Ruth replied. Brett, what did you find in Sentinel's employee records? Brett turned his screen toward the group. I've been cross-referencing their staff against criminal databases, financial problems, employment disputes, anything that might create motive. Most are clean, but there are a few worth looking at. He pulled up the first file. Marcus Webb, senior network engineer. Gambling debts, recently divorced, child support payments he's struggling to meet. Has administrative access to all surveillance protocols. Financial pressure, Ruth noted. What else? Sarah Chen, cybersecurity specialist. Former military intelligence, left under unclear circumstances. Her personnel file has some redacted sections that suggest classified issues. Military background fits our profile, Aaron said. Any others? David Patel, systems architect. Brilliant programmer, but he's had conflicts with management over ethical concerns about government surveillance programs. Filed several complaints about the military applications of their software. Ruth studied the faces on Brett's screen. These are starting points. I want background checks on all three, financial records, recent activities. But don't limit it to just those three, keep working through the full list. There's something else, Jake said, pulling out printouts from his analysis. The surveillance data from Hargrove's system shows our hacker wasn't just watching randomly. They were monitoring specific times and activities. Such as? Ruth asked. The late-night meetings Alina described. Whoever was running this surveillance knew when the other ranchers were visiting Hargrove. They tracked arrival times, departure times, duration of meetings. This was intelligence gathering on the group's activities. Ruth felt pieces clicking together. So our killer knew about the secret meetings, was tracking them, learning their patterns. More than that, Jake continued. Based on the technical sophistication, I think our hacker may have been listening to their conversations as well. The surveillance system has audio capabilities that someone with sufficient access could have activated remotely. Meaning they might know what these meetings were actually about, Aaron said. Which brings us to our 5 remaining targets, Ruth said, turning to the wall map where photos were pinned next to location markers. Brett, give us the rundown. Brett clicked to a new file. Travis Boone, 53, tech billionaire. The photo showed a lean man with silver hair and intense eyes. Made his fortune in defense contracting and private security. Estimated worth, $800 million. Never married, no children. Lives alone on a 2,000-acre ranch outside Dripping Springs. How'd he make his money? Ruth asked. Started a company that developed drone surveillance technology for the military. Sold it to Lockheed Martin for $600 million in 2019. Since then, he's been investing in various tech startups and collecting ranches. Ruth studied Boone's photo. Something about his eyes suggested a man used to controlling situations. Next, Leela Stokes, 46, oil heiress. The photo showed an elegant woman with dark hair and expensive jewelry. Inherited her father's petroleum empire when he died in 2020. Worth approximately $300 million. Divorced, 1 daughter who lives in Europe. Known for lavish spending and charity work. Soil money, Aaron noted. Like Hargrove. Nathan Carver, 61, cattle baron. A weathered face under a Stetson, the look of a man who'd spent his life outdoors. 3rd-generation rancher, built the family business into one of the largest cattle operations in Texas. Worth about $150 million. Married 40 years, 5 children, 12 grandchildren. Big family, Ruth observed. Lot of people to protect if someone wanted leverage. Cal Renfro, 58, real estate developer. A stocky man with graying hair and a friendly smile. Started as a small-town contractor, parlayed that into a development empire. Built half the shopping centers between Austin and San Antonio. Worth around $200 million. Widower, 2 adult sons who work in the business. And Eduardo Vasquez? Ruth asked. 64, tech entrepreneur. Immigrated from Mexico in 1985 with nothing, built a telecommunications empire. The photo showed a distinguished man with a carefully trimmed beard. Worth approximately $400 million. Known for his philanthropy and political connections. Married, 3 children, all involved in the business. Ruth studied the 5 photos. What connects them besides wealth? That's where it gets interesting, Brett said, pulling up financial data. All 6 have substantial investments in 3 shell companies registered in Delaware over the past 5 years. Combined, they've moved about $40 million through these entities. Shell companies for what purpose? Ruth asked. That's what I'm trying to figure out. The companies are listed as research and development, but I can't find any actual products or services. Just money moving in and out. Jake looked up from his forensics equipment. Could be money laundering. Or funding something they want kept off the books. There's also this, Brett continued, clicking to another screen. All 6 met regularly at Hargrove's ranch. We know that from Alina's statement. But they also had quarterly gatherings at a hunting lodge in Blanco County. The lodge is owned by one of their shell companies. A hunting lodge, Aaron said. Perfect place for private conversations. Ruth made extensive notes. We need to visit that lodge. What else? Communications analysis, Maria spoke up, indicating her monitoring station. I've been tracking their phone records, email patterns, financial transactions. These 6 people have been in regular contact for over 3 years, but their communication patterns changed significantly in the past 6 months. Changed how? Ruth asked. More frequent contact, longer calls, encrypted messaging apps they hadn't used before. And they all upgraded their personal security systems around the same time. New alarm companies, surveillance equipment, personal protection services. They knew something was coming, Aaron said. Or they were planning something that required increased security, Ruth replied. She turned back to the crime scene photos. Let's focus on motive. We have a killer with advanced technical skills who's targeting this specific group. Why? Money, Brett suggested. These 6 people collectively control over $2 billion. But nothing was stolen from Hargrove's house, Jake pointed out. Jewelry, cash, expensive art, all untouched. The only things missing were his surveillance devices. Which suggests our killer wanted information, not money, Ruth said. Information that was stored on those devices. Could be blackmail material, Aaron said. Financial records, compromising communications, evidence of illegal activities. Or it could be personal, Ruth continued. Someone with a grudge against this group specifically. Maria, I want you to dig into any business dealings that went bad, employees who were fired, partners who were cut out of deals. Already started, Maria confirmed. These people have made a lot of enemies over the years. Ruth turned to Jake. The surveillance data, how sophisticated was the hacking? Military grade. Whoever did this has extensive training in electronic warfare, probably military or intelligence background. They used advanced encryption, multiple proxy servers, and covered their tracks better than most government agencies. Which brings us back to Sentinel, Ruth said. A company full of people with exactly those qualifications. She looked at Brett. I want full background checks on every Sentinel employee with administrative access. Financial records, military service, employment history, personal relationships, everything. That's going to take time, Brett warned. And we'll need subpoenas for some of it. Then get started. Ben, can you expedite the court orders? Ben nodded from his position by the map. Already made some calls. We should have the paperwork by this afternoon. Ruth stood, pacing to the whiteboard where the investigation's complexity was laid out in photos and connecting lines. Here's what I think we're dealing with. Someone with advanced technical skills, probably military background, who's been planning this operation for months. They've been surveilling our 6 targets, learning their routines, gathering intelligence on their activities. She pointed to Hargrove's photo. They started with Hargrove, the weakest link or the one with the most valuable information. They killed him cleanly, professionally, and took his surveillance equipment. Now they're working through the rest of the list. But what's the motive? Aaron asked. What connects these 6 people that's worth killing for? That's what we need to find out, Ruth replied. And we need to find out fast, because our killer isn't going to wait for us to figure it out. She turned back to the team. Jake, keep working on the technical evidence. See if you can trace those surveillance commands any further back. Brett, focus on the financial connections and the Sentinel employee records. Maria, I want a complete communications analysis, who these people talked to, when, and what they might have been planning. What about interviewing the surviving targets? Aaron asked. We'll start with Cal Renfro. Brett's right, he's the most likely to cooperate. But first, I want to understand what we're walking into. Ruth checked her watch. It's 9:30 now. Let's reconvene at noon with updates, then head out to interview Renfro this afternoon. The team dispersed to their tasks, the room filling with the focused energy of investigators following leads. Ruth remained at the whiteboard, studying the photos of 6 wealthy Texans who'd gotten themselves mixed up in something that was now getting them killed. Her phone buzzed, a text from home. Ava reminding her about the permission slip that still needed signing. Ruth smiled despite herself, then quickly typed back that she'd handle it tonight. These moments of normal life felt precious when she was immersed in the darkness of human nature that murder cases revealed. Ruth, Jake called out from his station. I've got something on the surveillance logs. She walked over to his array of monitors. What do you have? I've been analyzing the timestamps on the surveillance data, cross-referencing with the meeting dates Alina gave us. Jake pointed to patterns on his screen. Our hacker wasn't just watching randomly. They were monitoring specific events, every time the 6 targets met, either at Hargrove's ranch or at the hunting lodge. How could they know when the meetings were scheduled? Aaron asked, joining them. Either they had access to the communications between the 6 targets, or... Jake paused, scrolling through more data. Or someone was telling them. Ruth felt a chill. You think there's an insider? It's possible. The surveillance timing is too precise to be coincidental. Someone knew exactly when these meetings were happening. Before Ruth could respond, Ben's phone rang across the room. The ringtone cut through the focused chatter of the investigation, and something about the urgency made everyone pause. Ben glanced at the caller ID, his expression growing serious. State troopers, he said, answering. Miller here. The room went quiet, everyone pretending not to listen while hanging on every word of Ben's side of the conversation. When? Ben asked, his voice flat. A pause. Same method. Another pause, longer this time. Ruth could see the tension building in his shoulders. Secure the scene. We'll be there in 2 hours. Ruth felt her stomach tighten as Ben ended the call and turned to face the room, his face grave. We've got a second body. Leela Stokes is dead. Chapter 8. Ruth crouched beside Leela Stokes' body in the walk-in closet, her Tyvek suit crinkling as she moved. The heiress lay on her side among scattered designer shoes, her evening gown bunched around her waist, the navy bandana biting deep into her throat. Her dark hair fanned across the marble floor like spilled ink, still lustrous despite death. One manicured hand was stretched toward the safe, fingers clawed, pale pink nail polish chipped where she'd scraped against the floor. Her face was turned toward Ruth, eyes wide with the terror of her final moments. Brown eyes that had probably charmed men at charity auctions just hours before, now clouded and bloodshot. Her mouth was slightly open, lipstick smeared, the remnants of whatever lies or pleas she'd whispered to her killer before he silenced her forever. Petechial hemorrhages dotted her cheeks like freckles, her olive skin mottled purple where blood had pooled. Ruth studied the woman's expression, not just the biological aftermath of strangulation, but the human fear frozen there. Leela Stokes had known she was going to die. Had time to understand what was happening. The killer hadn't been quick or merciful. He'd wanted something from her first. Same ligature mark as Hargrove, same precise knot, same absence of defensive wounds. But this felt different. More personal. Ruth could imagine the killer standing over this terrified woman, demanding access to her secrets, watching her realize that cooperation wouldn't save her life. The hidden floor safe gaped open beside an overturned cabinet that had slid aside on concealed tracks. Inside, velvet pouches of diamonds caught the crime scene lights like scattered stars. Stacks of bearer bonds, more American Eagle gold coins, bundles of hundreds and euros. A fortune in portable wealth, untouched. Several $1 million worth, easily. But the electronics were gone. Ruth could see the outlines in the safe's foam padding where devices had been nestled. Tablet, laptop, phone, maybe a portable drive. The killer had known exactly what he wanted and where to find it. He'd left several million in negotiable assets to take equipment that probably cost less than $50,000. Same M.O., Aaron said from the doorway, his own Tyvek suit making him look like a hazmat technician. Bandana, clean kill, no trace evidence. Ruth studied the cabinet mechanism, hydraulic pistons, electronic locks, a sophisticated system that required both a key code and biometric scan. This hiding place took serious planning. Custom installation. He made her open it herself. Biometrics. The forensics photographer moved around them, flash units strobing against the closet's mirrored walls. Outside, she could hear Jake directing the evidence collection, his voice muffled by protective gear. Dr. Patricia Reese worked methodically around the body, a compact woman in her 60s with steel-gray hair pulled back in a tight bun. Ruth had worked with her before. 30 years of examining the dead had given her an economy of movement that bordered on reverence. She wore reading glasses on a beaded chain, a quirk that made her look more like a librarian than someone who spent her days with corpses. Time of deaths? Ruth asked. Between 2 and 4 a.m., preliminary estimate, Dr. Reese replied, not looking up from her examination. She lifted Leela's chin gently, studying the ligature mark with a magnifying glass. Strangulation was the cause, same methodology as your Hargrove case. Ruth moved closer, watching the ME work. What else can you tell me? I'll need to conduct full tests to be certain, but this looks identical to the Hargrove murder. Dr. Reese traced the bruising pattern with a gloved finger. Figure-8 knot, twisted clockwise. The depth and angle of compression suggests the same height, dominant hand, amount of force applied. She moved to Leela's hands, examining the fingernails with her magnifying glass. No defensive wounds. Fingernails are clean, no tissue, no fibers. Whoever did this controlled the situation completely before applying the ligature. What about the bandana itself? Dr. Reese had already bagged the evidence, but she held up the clear container for Ruth to examine. Navy blue cotton, same weave and thickness as the Hargrove bandana. More significantly, look at the manufacturer's tag, identical lot numbers. These came from the same package. Ruth felt a chill run through her. The killer had bought his weapons in bulk, planned this operation well in advance. How many murders was he preparing for? She wondered. That's your department. But from a forensic standpoint, we're definitely dealing with the same perpetrator. Ruth checked her watch, 8:43 a.m. The killer had been here roughly 6 hours ago, methodically searching through a woman's most private spaces, forcing her to reveal her secrets before ending her life. She stepped back from the body, forcing herself to think like him. What had driven him to this house? How had he known about Leela Stokes' hidden safe? And what had he done during the hours between breaking in and her return? Let's walk his path, she told Aaron. They started at the obvious entry points. The front door showed no signs of forced entry, high-end Medeco locks intact, no scratches or pry marks. The security system control panel by the foyer displayed a steady green light, suggesting it had been properly disarmed rather than defeated. Professional level work, Aaron observed, examining the electronic lock. Same as Hargrove's place. Ruth moved through the foyer, noting the expensive artwork, the crystal chandelier, the marble flooring that would show any disturbance. Everything appeared untouched, pristine. He knew the security codes. Either he's exceptional at electronic intrusion, or someone gave them to him, Aaron finished. They moved methodically through the ground floor. The kitchen gleamed under recessed lighting, Carrara marble countertops, professional-grade appliances, everything in perfect order. Ruth opened the Sub-Zero wine refrigerator, scanning the organized rows of bottles. Bordeaux, Burgundy, California Cabernets, each in its designated slot. Anything missing? Aaron asked. Impossible to tell without an inventory. Could be 1 bottle, could be 10. Ruth closed the refrigerator door. But this isn't random theft. Everything else is untouched. The formal dining room held a mahogany table that could seat 20, place settings of Hermes, china arranged with museum-quality precision. Fresh orchids drooped from Waterford crystal vases, Leela's weakness for beauty extending even to flowers that would outlive her by days. In the living room, Ruth paused, scanning the space carefully. Something felt wrong about the arrangement, though she couldn't immediately identify what. The furniture was expensive: Italian leather sofas, antique side tables, Persian rugs that probably cost more than most people's cars. But there were subtle signs of disturbance. She knelt beside a Persian rug, positioned in front of the limestone fireplace. The corners weren't quite aligned with the furniture legs, and the fibers showed compression patterns that suggested recent activity. Someone was on this rug, she said, running her hands over the fabric. Multiple people, based on the disturbance pattern. Aaron joined her, studying the compressed areas. Recent. Within hours. The fibers haven't fully recovered. Ruth stood, looking around the room with fresh eyes. But it doesn't fit the killer's profile. He's too controlled, too methodical for whatever happened here. Her phone rang, Ben Miller calling. "Ruth, we've been tracking Stokes' movements last night. She was at the Fredericksburg Country Club charity auction, left around midnight with a man. Richard Morrison, 44, investment banker from Austin. Several witnesses saw them leave together." Ruth felt her attention sharpen. "She brought someone home." "Looks that way. Dorman said they seemed pretty cozy. We're running background on Kellerman now, should have details within the hour. Send us his information as soon as you have it." Ruth hung up and briefed Aaron. She wasn't alone when she came home. They moved back through the house with this new information, looking for signs of a second person. Ruth examined the foyer more carefully, noting scuff marks on the expensive wallpaper that she'd initially attributed to normal wear. In the hallway leading to the living room, Aaron found what they'd missed before. "Ruth, look at this." He was crouched by the wall, examining what appeared to be impressions in the wallpaper. 2 sets, different heights, suggesting bodies pressed against the surface. "They were making out here," Ruth said, studying the marks. Before moving to the living room. Back in the living room, the disturbed rug made more sense. Ruth could visualize the sequence: 2 people, intimate contact, the kind of movement that would displace a heavy Persian rug from its careful positioning. But when had the killer revealed himself? Had he been watching the entire time, waiting in the shadows like some voyeuristic predator? The psychology was disturbing. Someone with extraordinary patience and self-control, able to observe intimate moments without acting impulsively. They continued through the house, Ruth taking mental notes of every detail. The master bedroom showed signs of Leela's preparation for the evening gown laid out on the bed, jewelry scattered on the vanity, perfume bottles with their caps askew. But there was no evidence of the bedroom being used after her return. In the master bathroom, Ruth found cosmetics arranged on the marble counter, expensive foundations, lipsticks, eyeshadows in perfect order. No signs of use or disturbance. Leela hadn't had time to remove her makeup or prepare for bed. He knew what he was looking for, she told Aaron as they examined the rest of the closet area. Specific electronics, not just anything valuable. As they prepared to leave the scene, Ruth began stripping off her Tyvek suit. The protective fabric crinkled as she pulled it over her head, and something about the sound triggered a memory. She paused, holding the suit, thinking about the complete absence of trace evidence at both crime scenes. "What is it?" Aaron asked, noticing her expression. "The forensics. Both scenes are too clean. No hair, no skin cells, no clothing fibers." Ruth stared at the Tyvek suit in her hands. What if he's wearing protective gear like this? Aaron's eyes widened. That would explain everything. Complete forensic invisibility. Jake looked up from his evidence collection nearby, overhearing their conversation. That's actually brilliant from a forensic countermeasures standpoint. He pulled out his tablet, scrolling through data. "I found trace elements of unusual chemicals at the Hargrove scene, polymer residues I couldn't identify." His fingers moved across the screen. "Let me check the material composition of these suits." After a moment, he looked up. "Polypropylene nonwoven fabric. I can test the Hargrove residues against this." "How long?" Ruth asked. "Give me 2 hours for a complete analysis, but I could try a preliminary and let you know pretty quick." "Do that, Jake," she said. Ruth turned to Aaron. "If I'm right, we know why he's leaving absolutely no trace evidence." But it also means he's even more sophisticated than we thought. Her phone rang, Ben Miller with an update. We've got more information on Richard Morrison. Investment banker, divorced 2 years ago, clean criminal record. But here's the interesting part. His ex-wife was Sandra Morrison, née Kellerman. Ruth felt pieces clicking together. Hargrove's third ex-wife. The same. Messy divorce in 2018. She accused Hargrove of hiding assets during the settlement. Richard Morrison represented her in the proceedings. So he knows about Hargrove's finances, his business dealings, possibly his personal habits. Ruth processed this information. Ben, we need to talk to Morrison immediately. Either he's involved in these murders, or he's a witness who might have seen our killer. Agreed. I'm shooting his address to your phones now. He's got a place in Dripping Springs, about 15 minutes from your location. I'm also dispatching state troopers to detain him until you arrive. Both Ruth's and Aaron's phones pinged simultaneously with the address notification. As Ruth ended the call, Dr. Reese approached them, pulling off her own protective gear. I need to tell you something about the victim, she said, her expression troubled. What is it? There's evidence she engaged in sexual activity shortly before death. Within an hour or two, based on physical indicators. Dr. Reese's voice remained coolly professional. No signs of trauma, no defensive wounds, no evidence of force. This appears to have been consensual intercourse. So either Richard Morrison is our killer, or he witnessed the murder, Aaron said. The sexual activity didn't occur in the bedroom, Ruth told Dr. Reese. We found evidence of disturbance on a Persian rug in the living room. Multiple people, intimate contact. Dr. Reese nodded. That's consistent with my findings. Based on the body's condition and positioning, the sexual activity definitely occurred elsewhere in the house. Ruth tried to piece together the timeline. Leela returns home with Richard Morrison around midnight. They make out in the hallway, move to the living room, have sex on the Persian rug. At some point, the killer reveals himself. But when? And what happened to Richard? We need to find Morrison before he lawyers up or disappears, Aaron said. State troopers are already en route to his location, Ruth replied. Ben thinks we might have our killer. As they walked to their Range Rover, Jake called out from his evidence station. Ruth, I ran a quick preliminary test. The polymer residues from Hargrove are absolutely consistent with polypropylene non-woven fabric, the exact material used in Tyvek protective suits. Can we trace purchases? Dead end, I'm afraid. These suits became ubiquitous during the pandemic. You can buy them online from dozens of suppliers, no identification required. But at least we know how he's maintaining forensic invisibility. Ruth felt frustrated but not surprised. Keep working on it. Maybe there's a pattern in bulk purchases or shipping records. As they reached their vehicle, Ruth's mind was racing through possibilities. A killer who used military-grade protective equipment had advanced technical skills and the psychological control to watch two people have sex before committing murder. And now they had a potential witness who might be connected to their first victim through his ex-wife. Aaron started the engine and looked at her as they pulled away from the Stokes estate. Sounds like Ben thinks we might have caught a break. Richard Morrison could be the Bandanna killer. Ruth nodded but said nothing. Chapter 9. Ruth pulled into the parking lot of the Dripping Springs condo complex, gravel crunching under the Range Rover's tires. The afternoon heat shimmered off the asphalt, and she could see 2 state trooper vehicles parked near the entrance to Building C. Through the windshield, the complex looked expensive but generic, the kind of place where Austin professionals lived when they wanted space, but not the commute. "Think Morrison's our guy?" Aaron asked, unbuckling his seatbelt. Ruth studied the building. "Ben seems to think so. But something doesn't fit. Our killer's too methodical, too controlled. Picking up women at charity auctions seems sloppy. Could be his hunting method. Rich women, isolated locations. Maybe." Ruth wasn't convinced, but they'd know soon enough. The lobby was all glass and brushed steel, air conditioning humming softly. A state trooper met them at the elevator, Sergeant Ochoa, a compact man with intelligent eyes who'd worked several cases with the Rangers before. "He's in 3B, Ochoa said as they rode up. "Been cooperative since we got here. Nervous as hell, but that could be guilt or just fear." "Any attempt to run?" "Nope." "Was sitting in his living room when we knocked, still in yesterday's clothes. Looks like he'd been drinking." Ruth made a mental note. Fear or guilt could both explain the drinking, but sitting and waiting suggested someone paralyzed by what they'd witnessed rather than someone planning their next move. The door to 3B stood open, another trooper positioned outside. Ruth stepped into a modern apartment with clean lines and expensive furniture. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the hill country, and everything looked like it came from a catalog. Sterile, impersonal. Richard Morrison sat on a gray sectional sofa, still wearing his tuxedo shirt and pants from the night before, though the bow tie was gone and the shirt was wrinkled. He was 44 according to Ben's brief, but looked older right now, pale, stubbled, holding a coffee mug with hands that shook slightly. "Mr. Morrison," Ruth said, settling into a chair across from him. Aaron took the other end of the sofa, notebook ready. "I'm Ranger Baker, this is Ranger Tate. We need to talk about last night." Morrison looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "I already told the trooper everything. Leela and I were in her living room when I sought him. Guy in some kind of white suit, holding a gun. I got out of there." "Let's start from the beginning," Ruth said, her voice calm and professional. "How did you meet Miss Stokes?" "At the charity auction. Fredericksburg Country Club." Morrison's voice was hoarse, like he'd been shouting or hadn't slept. "I was there for the bank, we sponsor some of their events. Leela was at my table." "You'd met her before?" "A few times, similar events." "She was charming. Beautiful. We got to talking, and when the auction ended, she suggested we continue the conversation at her place." Aaron looked up from his notes. "What time did you leave the club?" "Around midnight, maybe a little after. We followed each other in our cars. I had my Mercedes, she had that Bentley of hers." Ruth made notes. The timeline matched what Ben had told them from witness statements at the club. "Tell me about the house. What happened when you got there?" Morrison set down his coffee mug, his hand steadier now. "She let us in, disarmed the security system. We had a drink, she opened this expensive wine. We were attracted to each other. One thing led to another." "Where specifically?" Ruth asked. "Started in the hallway, then moved to the living room. There was this big Persian rug in front of the fireplace." Morrison's cheeks reddened slightly. "We were intimate on the rug. And then I was We had just switched positions. I looked up and saw him sitting in a chair across the room, maybe 20 feet away. Just sitting there in the shadows, watching us. Ruth felt a chill. The killer's patience was disturbing, but it fit the profile they were building. Describe what you saw. White coveralls, like a hazmat suit. Had a hood up and some kind of mask over his face, just eye holes cut out. Tall, maybe 6'1" or 6'2". A lean build. And he was holding a black pistol, pointed in our direction. Did he say anything? No words. But when he saw me looking at him, he raised one finger to his lips. Like telling me to be quiet. Morrison's voice dropped. I've never been so scared in my life. Aaron leaned forward. What did you do? I scrambled up, grabbed my clothes, and ran. Leela was asking what was wrong, but I couldn't. I just had to get out of there. You left her alone with an armed intruder. Morrison's face crumpled. I know how it sounds. But I was terrified. I thought if I tried to help, he'd kill us both. I thought maybe if I left, he'd just take whatever he wanted and go. Ruth studied his expression. Genuine remorse, she thought, but also the self-justification of someone who'd made a cowardly choice and was trying to live with it. Where did you go? Straight home. Drove like hell, kept checking my mirrors to see if anyone was following. When I got here, I locked the door, closed all the curtains, and poured myself about half a bottle of bourbon. Why didn't you call the police? Morrison rubbed his face with both hands. I told myself I would. I picked up the phone a dozen times. But I kept thinking, what if they didn't believe me? What if they thought I killed her? I was the last person seen with her. My DNA was all over her. So you decided to wait and see what happened. I thought maybe he was just a burglar. Maybe Leela could identify him and he'd be caught. I was going to call this morning, I swear. But then you showed up. Ruth exchanged a glance with Aaron. Morrison's story was plausible, if cowardly. Fear could make people do stupid things, and his account of the killer matched what they knew about the methodical, patient psychopath they were hunting. Tell me about Wade Hargrove, she said, switching subjects to gauge his reaction. Morrison's shoulders tensed. What about him? You represented his ex-wife in their divorce. Sandra, yes. 2018. It was contentious. How so? Morrison seemed to choose his words carefully. Sandra believed Wade was hiding assets, moving money through shell companies to avoid the settlement. She was probably right, but we couldn't prove it. He had good lawyers. Any contact with Hargrove since then? None. I'd see him occasionally at events like last night's auction, but we didn't speak. Professional courtesy, you could say. Aaron looked up from his notes. Did you know he'd been murdered? Morrison's eyes widened. Murdered? When? His surprise seemed genuine, Ruth thought. Either he was an excellent actor, or he really hadn't known about Hargrove's death. 3 days ago. Strangled with a navy bandana. Jesus. Morrison paled further. You think it's the same guy who killed Leela? We're investigating that possibility, Ruth said. Can you think of any connection between Hargrove and Leela Stokes? Business dealings, mutual friends, anything? Morrison shook his head slowly. Not that I know of. They moved in similar circles, wealthy Texas society, charity boards, that kind of thing. But I never saw them together. Ruth made more notes. If Morrison was telling the truth, the connection between Hargrove and Stokes wasn't obvious to someone who knew both of them casually. That suggested whatever linked them was hidden, known only to the 6 members of their secret group. "We're going to need a formal statement," she told Morrison. "And we'll need to verify your whereabouts for the past week." "Whatever you need. I'll cooperate fully. Don't leave town without checking with us first." Morrison nodded. Am I in danger? If this guy saw me?" Ruth considered the question. The killer had let Morrison run rather than eliminating a witness, which was interesting. Either he'd been confident that Morrison couldn't identify him, or he'd had other priorities. "We'll have the local police increase patrols in this area. But I'd recommend staying alert, varying your routine." As they prepared to leave, Ruth turned back to Morrison. "One more thing. When you saw the killer in that chair, how long do you think he'd been sitting there?" Morrison thought about it. "Hard to say. But he looked comfortable, relaxed, like he'd been there a while." Outside in the parking lot, Aaron shook his head. "Poor bastard's going to have nightmares for the rest of his life." "I think he's telling the truth. About what he saw." "Yeah. About not calling the police." "Probably. He's not our killer, Ruth. Wrong psychology entirely." Ruth agreed. Morrison was weak, selfish maybe, but not a methodical murderer. But he's given us something useful. Our killer is patient enough to sit and watch people have sex before committing murder. That's a level of self-control that's almost inhuman. And he let a witness live. That's not like a professional killer. Unless he was confident Morrison couldn't identify him. Full body coverage, mask, no voice. Morrison couldn't pick him out of a lineup. They climbed into the Range Rover, the late afternoon heat making the interior stuffy despite the air conditioning. Ruth started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot, heading back toward Los Perdidos. "So where does this leave us?" Aaron asked. "With a killer who's escalating. 2 murders in 3 days and 3 more potential targets. We need to get to the other ranchers before he does. Cal Renfro first. And we need to find out what these 6 people were really involved in." Morrison confirms that even people who knew both victims didn't see an obvious connection. Whatever links them is hidden. As they drove through the hill country toward Los Perdidos, Ruth pulled out her phone and called Ben Miller. "Ben, it's Ruth. We just finished with Richard Morrison." "Please tell me he's our guy," Ben said, his voice tight with hope. "He's not. Morrison's a witness, not our killer. Wrong psychology entirely. He's weak, cowardly, but not a methodical murderer. His story checks out. He saw the killer but panicked and ran." There was a long pause. "Damn. I was hoping we'd caught a break." "I know. We'll still check out his whereabouts for the time of Hargrove's murder and do a deep digital background to cover all the bases, but my instincts say he's telling the truth about what he saw. The killer was wearing full protective gear, sitting in the shadows watching them. Let Morrison go, but keep him available." "Your instincts haven't led us wrong yet," Ben said with a sigh. "I trust your judgment, Ruth. But the pressure up here is intense. A serial killer targeting ordinary citizens is bad enough, but one who's killing rich, famous Texans. Everyone from the governor down has been calling. The movers and shakers are all jittery, wanting this bandana killer caught before he strikes again. "We're doing everything we can, Ben." "I know you are. Keep me posted." Ruth hung up and glanced at Aaron as they continued down the highway. Ben's feeling the heat from Austin. Political pressure. The worst kind. When wealthy people start dying, suddenly everyone cares. Ruth's jaw tightened. People are worried this might be some kind of social justice vigilante. Like that guy who shot the United Healthcare CEO in New York. Someone targeting the rich and powerful as a statement. Aaron nodded grimly. Class warfare angle. That would explain why are killers going after wealthy ranchers specifically. Ruth was skeptical. Could be. Or it could be something else entirely. We need to interview the remaining targets and find out what connects them. They drove in comfortable silence for several miles, the hill country rolling past in the fading light. Ruth's mind turned over the case details, looking for patterns they might have missed. As they approached Cal Renfro's ranch, a thought struck her. Aaron, call Jake or Maria when we get inside. Have them dig into local police records going back a few years. Look for similar murders, bandana strangulations, single victims, anything that matches our killer's MO. Aaron looked at her as they pulled into the ranch driveway. Hunch. Something Ben said. About how nobody bothers as much when ordinary citizens are targeted. What if our killer didn't start with wealthy ranchers? What if he's been killing for years, but nobody connected the dots because the earlier victims weren't important enough to make headlines? Aaron nodded as they got out of the Range Rover. Gotta cover all the bases. He walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. Chapter 10. Cal Renfro answered the door in his stocking feet, a man built like a retired linebacker gone soft around the middle, with a shock of white hair that looked like he'd stuck his finger in an electrical socket. He wore a University of Texas burnt orange t-shirt with holes in it that had probably been vintage when the Longhorns won their last championship, khaki shorts that had seen better decades, and a grin that could sell ice cubes to Eskimos. His weathered face was the color of old saddle leather, and when he smiled, gold teeth caught the porch light like tiny beacons. "Well, I'll be damned," he said, his voice a bass rumble with a hill country drawl thick as honey poured over gravel. "Y'all must be the Rangers Ben Miller called about. Come on in, come on in." Ruth showed her credentials as they stepped across the threshold, her boots clicking on the ceramic tile of the foyer. The air inside was cool and carried the scent of leather conditioner and coffee. Then she stopped, her hand instinctively moving toward her sidearm as she took in an unexpected sight. Sitting in the living room was another man, late 60s with distinguished silver hair perfectly styled despite the late hour, wearing an expensive Ralph Lauren polo shirt in navy blue and pressed chinos. His tan was the kind that came from golf courses and country clubs, not honest ranch work, and his hands were soft and manicured. Where Renfro looked like he could wrestle a steer, this man looked like he belonged in a boardroom. "Rangers," Renfro said, seemingly oblivious to Ruth's tension, "meet Nathan Carver. Figured we might as well get this over with, twice as quick. Save y'all some driving around." Ruth exchanged a quick glance with Aaron, reading the same wariness in his eyes. Two potential targets in one location wasn't ideal from a security standpoint, but it might work to their advantage if they could play them off each other. "Mr. Carver," she said, studying the man's face for tells. "We appreciate your saving us the time. But we'll still need to speak with each of you separately." Carver's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Why's that?" he asked, his voice carrying the polished tones of old money and private schools. There was suspicion there, the wariness of a man accustomed to being in control. "Standard procedure," Aaron replied smoothly, his own drawl more pronounced now, matching the company. "Mr. Carver, there's a nice patio out back where we can talk privately. Might be cooler out there anyway." Aaron gestured toward the sliding glass doors that led to an expansive deck, overlooking a kidney-shaped swimming pool. Sunlight cast rippling blue patterns across the flagstone, and Ruth could hear the quiet hum of the pool's filtration system. Carver reluctantly stood, his movements stiff with either age or reluctance, and followed Aaron outside. Ruth settled into a leather chair that creaked like an old saddle as she shifted her weight. The living room was a monument to Texas kitsch. Longhorn skulls with 6-foot spreads dominated the knotty pine walls, their empty sockets seeming to watch her with ancient wisdom. A collection of antique spurs was arranged in shadow boxes like museum pieces, and the coffee table was made from an actual wagon wheel covered with thick glass, its iron rim polished to a dull gleam. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, its mantel decorated with rodeo trophies and framed photographs of Renfro with various cattle and horses. Above it hung what looked like an original Frederick Remington bronze of a cowboy on a bucking bronc. The furniture was all leather and wrought iron, designed for comfort and built to last through several generations of Texas oil money. "Mr. Renfro," Ruth began, pulling out her notebook, "how well did you know Wade Hargrove and Leela Stokes?" Cal lowered himself into a massive recliner that looked like it had been through a stampede, the leather worn smooth by years of use. A reading lamp beside it illuminated a side table, stacked with copies of Ranch and Rural Living and Texas Monthly. He scratched his belly through the t-shirt, the gesture unconsciously casual. "Call me Cal," he said, reaching for a glass of what looked like bourbon on the rocks. "Wade and me went back 20 years, maybe more. Bought cattle from him, good stock Angus mostly. Sold him some land, once when he was expanding his operation. Leela, I knew her daddy better, Earl Stokes, old oil man from way back. She was just a little thing with pigtails when I first met her at some barbecue or another." Ruth made notes, watching his body language. Renfro seemed relaxed, but there was something rehearsed about his answers, as if he'd been preparing for this conversation. "When did you last see them?" "Wade, maybe 2 weeks ago at the feed store in Fredericksburg. We talked about the drought, cattle prices, usual ranch talk." Cal's eyes grew distant. "Leela, hell, probably at some charity thing last month. One of them fancy affairs, where they serve tiny sandwiches to save the spotted owl or whatever." Ruth noted the timeline. 2 weeks ago would have been just before the murders started. "Any particular reason you were at the feed store together?" "Wasn't together," Cal corrected quickly. "Just ran into each other. He was buying some kind of electronic gadget, not ranch equipment, something for that tech company of his." "Were you friends?" "Social friends, I mean." Cal shifted in his chair, the leather squeaking. "We moved in the same circles, you might say. Same bank, same country club, knew the same people. That's how it is out here. Everybody knows everybody else's business whether they want to or not." Ruth looked up from her notes. "Did you and Mr. Carver attend meetings at Hargrove's ranch?" The change in Cal's demeanor was subtle but unmistakable. His shoulders tensed slightly, and his grip on the bourbon glass tightened. The folksy manner became just a shade more pronounced, as if he was trying harder to project harmless good-all-boy charm. "What kind of meetings?" "You tell me." Cal took a long sip of bourbon, buying time. Well, we had a little hunting club. 5, 6 of us old boys. Get together every couple weeks, talk about where the deer are running, plan some trips to the leased properties. Ruth made notes, keeping her expression neutral. Where did you hunt? Oh, different places. Cal waved his hand vaguely. Wade had connections, knew some good properties down in South Texas. Boone's got a place near the border that's supposed to be crawling with trophy bucks. What kind of game did you pursue? Deer, mostly. Some wild hog when we could find him. Those bastards'll tear up a pasture faster than you can blink. Cal seemed to warm to the subject, perhaps feeling safer on familiar ground. Got to control the population, you understand. They're a real problem for ranchers. Ruth nodded as if this made perfect sense. When was your last hunting trip? Cal's pause lasted just a beat too long. Been a while. Hard to coordinate everybody's schedules, you know how it is. Everybody's got business to run, families to deal with. How long is a while? Oh, maybe. 6 months. Could be longer. Cal scratched his chin, the rasp of his fingers against stubble audible in the quiet room. We were more in that. Planning stages recently. Ruth leaned forward slightly. Mr. Renfro, in all these hunting club meetings over the past 2 years, how many times did you actually go hunting? The question hung in the air like smoke. Cal stared into his bourbon glass as if it might contain the answer, the ice cubes clinking softly as his hand trembled almost imperceptibly. Well, he said finally, we were more in the planning stages. Planning stages for 2 years. It was Wade's idea, Cal said quickly, the words tumbling out. He was real enthusiastic about it. Always talking about tracking, surveillance, that kind of thing. Had all this fancy equipment, cameras, computers, software that could track movement patterns. Said we needed to be scientific about it, not just go blundering around the woods like amateurs. Ruth noted how quickly he'd deflected to Wade, who conveniently couldn't defend himself or explain his version of events. It was a classic tell. When someone was lying or hiding something, they often tried to shift responsibility to someone who wasn't present. Mr. Renfro, what did you really do at these meetings? Like I said, it was Wade's. Wade's dead, Ruth interrupted, her voice gentle but firm. I need to hear from you what this group was actually about. Cal's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. He took another pull of bourbon, longer this time, and Ruth could see him retreating behind the good all-boy facade like a turtle pulling into its shell. We talked about hunting, he said stubbornly. Planning trips. Wade had a lot of ideas about how to do it better, more efficiently. He was always going on about technology, this, and surveillance that. Ruth tried several more angles over the next 20 minutes, probing gently about the group's activities, their use of surveillance equipment, what had made Wade so interested in tracking. But Cal kept circling back to vague mentions of hunting and deflecting everything to Wade's ideas and enthusiasm. It was like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. Finally, Ruth gave up. She could feel the frustration building in her chest, the familiar itch that came when she knew someone was lying but couldn't prove it yet. She'd seen it hundreds of times. People who thought they were smarter than the law, who believed they could dance around the truth without getting caught. Standing, she smoothed her blazer and tucked her notebook into her pocket. I'll check on my partner. She walked outside onto the patio, the night air carrying the scent of honeysuckle and chlorine. The deck was spacious, furnished with heavy wrought iron furniture that looked like it could survive a hurricane. Citronella torches flickered around the pool's perimeter, casting dancing shadows on the water's surface. Aaron sat across from Nathan Carver at a round table, both men's body language speaking volumes about the tenor of their conversation. Where Cal Renfro projected folksy charm even while stonewalling, Nathan Carver radiated the kind of controlled hostility that came from a lifetime of getting his way. His posture was rigid, spine straight as a poker, hands clasped on the table in front of him. Aaron's notebook lay open between them, but Ruth could see it was mostly blank. She caught Aaron's eye and he gave her a subtle gesture, thumb and forefinger forming a circle, then a quick shake of his head. Then he signed quickly with one hand, the movement small and precise. Target stonewalling. Ruth sighed and signed back with equal discretion. Same. Gentlemen, Ruth said, rejoining Renfro in the living room as Aaron and Carver followed her inside. This isn't getting us anywhere. We'll be in touch. Carver's face showed obvious relief, while Renfro's grin returned full force. Y'all drive careful now, Cal said. Roads can be tricky out here at night. As they walked back through the house toward the front door, Ruth felt the familiar frustration of an interview gone nowhere. They had suspicions, they had theories, but they didn't have facts. And without facts, they couldn't protect these men or catch their killer. Just as Aaron reached for the door handle, Ruth's phone rang. The sound cut through the quiet like a blade, and she saw Maria Santos' name on the caller ID. "Excuse me," she said to the two men, stepping back outside onto the front porch. The night air was cooler now, carrying the distant sound of cattle lowing in the pastures. "What do you have, Maria?" "Ruth, that hunch of yours paid off big time. We found them, 11 confirmed Bandanna murders going back 13 years. All single mothers, all with histories of drug abuse, prostitution, or CPS involvement." Ruth felt a familiar prickle of excitement run down her spine, the electric feeling that came when pieces of a puzzle started clicking into place. Locations. Scattered across rural Texas. Different counties, different jurisdictions. That's probably why nobody connected them before. Each local department just saw their one case, never had reason to look at the bigger picture. Most recent. 3 weeks ago. Angela Reeves, 26, mother of 2. Found in her trailer outside Marble Falls. Same M.O. Navy bandana around her neck, no physical evidence, clean scene. Kids are in foster care now. Ruth's mind raced through the implications. 3 weeks ago, right around the time when, according to Cal, Wade Hargrove had been excited about some breakthrough in their investigation. "Send me everything," Ruth said. "I want all case files, witness statements, forensic reports. Feed it all into our pattern analysis software and look for connections." "Already started," Maria said. "Jake's running preliminary comparisons now. Should have results within the hour." Ruth hung up and looked at Aaron, who was watching from the doorway, his expression curious. Behind him, she could see both Renfro and Carver trying to look casual, while obviously straining to hear her conversation. "We need to go back in," she said quietly. They returned to the living room, where both men had resumed their seats, though their body language had changed. Where before they'd seemed confident in their ability to deflect questions, now there was tension in the air. Carver's jaw was set, and Renfro's folksy grin looked forced. "Gentlemen," Ruth said, settling back into her chair and fixing them both with a steady stare. "We just discovered something very interesting. 11 murders over the past 13 years. All strangled with navy bandanas. All single mothers with troubled backgrounds." She watched their faces carefully, looking for tells. Renfro's eyes widened slightly, and Carver's hands tightened where they rested on his knees. "Now," Ruth continued, her voice taking on the tone she used in interrogation rooms, "here's what I think happened. You weren't a hunting club. You were tracking a killer. And now he's tracking you." The silence stretched between them like a taut wire. Ruth could hear the tick of an antique clock on the mantel, the distant hum of the pool filter outside, the soft whisper of the air conditioning cycling on. She leaned back in her chair, projecting confidence she didn't entirely feel. "We're close to breaking this case. Very close. Which means whatever you've been hiding is going to come out anyway, probably in ways that make you look a lot worse than if you tell us the truth right now." Carver shifted uncomfortably, his expensive polo shirt stretching across his chest as he crossed his arms defensively. But Renfro seemed to be weighing his options, his calculating gaze moving between Ruth and Aaron. "You can tell us your side of the story now," Ruth continued. "Or you can explain it to the governor when he asks why you wouldn't cooperate with a murder investigation involving some of Texas's most prominent citizens." The mention of the governor hit home. Both men's faces paled slightly, and Ruth could practically see the political and social implications running through their minds. Men like these lived and died by their reputations, their standing in the community. A scandal could destroy everything they'd built. Carver shot a warning look at Renfro, but the man in the burnt orange t-shirt held up a hand. "Now hold on," Renfro said, his drawl more pronounced as stress crept into his voice. "Nobody said we wouldn't cooperate. We're law-abiding citizens here." "Then start talking." Renfro glanced at Carver again, some silent communication passing between them. Ruth had seen this dynamic before, one person ready to crack, another trying to hold the line. Usually, the first one to break was also the one with the most to lose. "Look," Renfro said finally, his voice dropping to a more serious register, "we were sick and tired of illegals coming in and killing people, doing pretty much as they pleased while the law looked the other way. Women getting murdered, children left orphaned, and what does anyone do about it? Nothing." Aaron's eyebrows rose slightly. "You started a vigilante group." The word hung in the air like an accusation. Renfro winced as if Aaron had slapped him. "It wasn't like that," he said quickly. "It was. Wade called it a murder club. We would use our resources. Wade had this surveillance app from his tech company, military-grade stuff, to identify and track down killers, then bring them to justice." "Bring them to justice how?" Ruth asked sharply, leaning forward. "Frontier justice, Texas style. Lynch them from the nearest oak tree." Renfro's hands came up in a defensive gesture, palms out. "Hold your horses there, Ranger. Nobody's talking about anything like that. Wade made that perfectly clear from the get-go. We were just collecting evidence to hand over to the authorities. Building cases that the law could actually prosecute." "Except," Carver said with a heavy sigh, finally joining the conversation, "Wade Hargrove was really only interested in one killer." His voice carried the weight of someone unburdening himself of a secret he'd carried too long. Where before he'd radiated hostile resistance, now he seemed almost relieved to be talking. "The bandana killer," Ruth said. "That's the one," both men said simultaneously, their voices overlapping. Carver continued, his cultured tones at odds with the rough subject matter. He was obsessed with the case. All our meetings, all that surveillance equipment, all the money we spent on Wade's technology, it was all focused on tracking this one individual. "For 2 years, Renfro added, shaking his head. 2 years of meetings, planning, surveillance. And it was always about him. Ruth felt her pulse quicken. This was the breakthrough she'd been waiting for. Why? What made this particular killer so important to Hargrove? The two men exchanged another look, this one filled with uncertainty. That's just it, Renfro said, spreading his hands. Wade never talked about it. We'd ask him why this case mattered so much, why he was spending his own money to track this guy when there were plenty of other unsolved murders we could work on. But he'd just clam up, say the guy was sick and needed to be stopped. He had files, Carver added. Boxes of them. Photos, newspaper clippings, police reports he'd somehow gotten hold of. Spent hours studying them, looking for patterns we couldn't see. Ruth leaned forward, her eyes sharp with focus. You need to give us everything you have on him. The Bandanna killer. His identity, location, the evidence you gathered, financial records, surveillance footage, the whole caboodle. He's coming after you two next, and you know it. We're the only ones who can stop him. Both men looked uncomfortable now, shifting in their seats like children caught in a lie. Whatever you have, Ruth pressed, it's time to come clean. This man has killed at least 13 people that we know of. He's escalated to targeting wealthy, prominent citizens. He's systematic, he's patient, and he's already demonstrated that he can get to people who think they're safe. Renfro and Carver looked at each other, and Ruth could see years of shared secrets and mutual dependence in that glance. Finally, Carver spoke. That's the problem, he said, his voice heavy with defeat. The killer has Wade's devices. All those high-tech gadgets, the surveillance equipment, the computers with our research. He was able to use them to get into our cloud storage somehow, delete everything we had on him. Everything? Aaron asked, his pen poised over his notebook. Digital files, surveillance footage, tracking data, financial records, Renfro confirmed, counting off on his fingers. Wade had it all backed up to the cloud, thought it was safer that way. But somehow this bastard got in and wiped it clean. What about physical records? Ruth asked. Paper files, printed photos, handwritten notes. But, Carver added reluctantly, seeming to debate whether to reveal this information, we're pretty sure Wade had some physical notes on the guy. He was old school about some things, kept a journal, pen and paper, said computers couldn't be trusted for everything. He was secretive about it, Renfro continued. Would take notes during our meetings, but he'd never let anyone else see them. Almost like... He paused, searching for the right words. Like what? Ruth pressed. Like he knew him, Renfro finished quietly. The words hung in the air between them like a revelation. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. Wade Hargrove hadn't just been hunting the Bandanna killer, known him personally. The question was how, and why he'd never revealed that connection to his partners in the murder club. Ruth felt the familiar surge of adrenaline that came with a major breakthrough. After days of chasing shadows and following dead ends, they finally had a real lead. Wade Hargrove had known his killer, and somewhere in his personal effects might be the key to identifying the man who was systematically eliminating the murder club. Chapter 11. The Hargrove Ranch looked different in the morning light, less imposing somehow, its limestone facade warm honey-colored under the Texas sun. Ruth pulled into the circular driveway, gravel crunching beneath the Range Rover's tires, and studied the sprawling house that had become the epicenter of their investigation. Somewhere in those rooms, Wade Hargrove had kept the secrets that got him killed. If he kept a journal, where would it be? Aaron asked as they approached the front door, now draped with yellow crime scene tape that fluttered in the morning breeze. Someplace private. Personal. Away from the housekeeper's cleaning routine. Ruth ducked under the tape, pulling on latex gloves in one brisk motion. Probably not his main study, too obvious. Maybe a bedroom, closet, hidden office. They started methodically, room by room, searching with the thoroughness of investigators who knew that one overlooked hiding spot could contain the key to everything. Ruth examined Hargrove's master bedroom, running her hands along the baseboards, checking behind picture frames, looking for any sign of a hidden compartment or safe. The California king bed dominated the space, its mahogany headboard carved with intricate scrollwork. Matching nightstands held expensive lamps and a collection of leather-bound books on ranching and oil field management. Aaron worked through the walk-in closet, a space larger than most bedrooms, lined with custom shelving and enough expensive suits to outfit a small law firm. He checked behind hanging clothes, inside shoe boxes, beneath drawers, searching for anything Hargrove might have wanted to keep private. "Nothing here," Aaron called out, his voice muffled by rows of tailored jackets. Ruth moved to the guest bedrooms, spare spaces that spoke of a man who rarely entertained overnight visitors. Each room was decorated with the same expensive but impersonal taste. Heavy furniture, Western art, everything perfectly arranged and rarely used. She checked under mattresses, inside dresser drawers, behind mirrors mounted on the walls. 2 hours passed. Then 3. Ruth felt sweat beading on her forehead despite the air conditioning, frustration building with each empty hiding place. They searched the kitchen pantry, the utility room, even the garage with its collection of vintage tractors and antique farm equipment. "This is ridiculous," Ruth muttered, standing in what had once been a servant's quarters off the kitchen. The man was obsessed with the Bandanna killer for 2 years. He had to keep records somewhere. Carver said he had files, boxes of them. Where the hell are they then? Aaron shook his head, looking equally frustrated. Killer must have taken them with him, along with the electronics. Her phone rang, Jake calling from the field office. "Ruth, we've been going through Hargrove's digital footprint more thoroughly. Cloud storage, email archives, browser history going back years. Find anything useful?" "Maybe." Brett's been digging through his internet activity from 15 years ago. Found something weird, multiple searches related to a Child Protective Services case file from 2009. Susanna Wentworth, 28, single mother living in Shady Oaks Trailer Park outside Kerrville. Ruth felt her attention sharpen. What kind of searches? Court records, police reports, social services documentation. The woman was found murdered in spring 2009. Right after that happened, Hargrove accessed these files dozens of times over a 2-week period, then never searched for them again. Cause of death: strangulation. Navy bandana around her neck. Ruth's pulse quickened. Any mention of children? One son, 14 years old. Caleb Sandoval. After his mother's death, he disappeared from the foster system. Never found. Ruth closed her eyes, pieces falling into place. Jake, I want everything you can find on that case. Police reports, CPS files, witness statements, school records for the boy. Everything. Already pulling it together. Should have it ready when you get back. Ruth hung up and found Aaron in the main study, going through filing cabinets one more time. "We need to take a road trip," she said, briefing him on Jake's discovery. "You think the killer was the missing boy?" "Makes sense. First victim was his own mother, then he disappears into the system. Years later, he resurfaces as the Bandanna Killer, targeting the same type of woman who failed him. Ruth gathered her things, already moving toward the door. Question is, what's Wade's connection to this case? The drive to Shady Oaks took them through hill country that gradually gave way to scrubland and poverty. The trailer park sat off a farm-to-market road, a collection of rusted mobile homes arranged around a cracked asphalt loop. Weeds grew through the pavement, and several of the trailers looked abandoned, their windows boarded up or broken. Ruth parked near what appeared to be the park's office, a double-wide with faded siding and a hand-painted sign advertising affordable living. The place had the beaten-down look of a community that had given up hope long ago. They started with the office manager, a heavy-set woman in her 50s who smoked menthol cigarettes and watched daytime television while fielding complaints about broken water heaters and overdue rent. She had no memory of Susanna Wentworth or her son, claimed she'd only been managing the place for 5 years. "People come and go," she said with a shrug, not bothering to look away from her soap opera. "Mostly go. Nobody stays here if they got anywhere else to be." Ruth and Aaron worked their way through the occupied trailers, knocking on doors and showing photographs they'd printed from the old case file. Most residents were suspicious, opening their doors just wide enough to peer out through security chains. Those who did talk claimed no memory of the Sandoval family, though Ruth suspected some were lying. People in places like this learned early not to volunteer information to law enforcement. They were about to give up when Aaron spotted an elderly man sitting in a lawn chair outside a well-maintained single-wide at the far end of the loop. Unlike the other trailers, this one had flower boxes under the windows and a small vegetable garden protected by chicken wire. "Afternoon," Ruth said, approaching with her credentials visible but not threatening. "I'm Ranger Baker, this is Ranger Tate. We're investigating an old case, wondering if you might remember a family that used to live here." The man was probably in his 80s if he was a day, with sun-weathered skin and intelligent blue eyes. He wore clean work clothes and seemed more put together than most of the park's residents. A thermos of coffee sat on a TV tray beside his chair, along with a well-worn paperback Western novel. "Depends on the family," he said, his voice carrying a faint German accent. "I've been here 43 years come August. Seen a lot of folks come through." Ruth showed him the photograph of Susanna Wentworth and her son. This would have been around 2009. Single mother, teenage boy. She was. She died under violent circumstances. The old man studied the photo, his expression growing thoughtful. "Maria," he said finally. "Yeah, I remember her. And the boy, Caleb, wasn't it? Quiet kid, kept to himself mostly. What do you remember about them?" "Rough situation. Maria had her troubles, pills, drinking, men who weren't no good. But she tried with the boy, you know. Wasn't all bad." The old man sipped his coffee, remembering. "Boy was smart, I could tell. Read a lot, spent hours with books when other kids were running wild." Aaron pulled out his notebook. Was there a father figure? Anyone who helped with the boy? For a while, yeah. Man used to come around evenings, weekends. Wasn't Maria's husband. That bastard up and left her right quick, far as I know. But this man took an interest in the boy. Ruth felt her pulse quicken. "Can you describe him?" "Tall fellow, dark hair. Dressed better than most folks around here, pressed shirts, clean trucks. Seemed to have money, at least more than the rest of us." The old man's eyes grew distant. Used to see him and the boy out there in the evenings, throwing a baseball back and forth. Boy needed that, you know. Needed someone to show him how to be a man. How long did this go on? Maybe 6 months, year and a half. Then one day he just stopped coming. Boy was maybe 13, 14 by then. After that, everything went to hell. The old man shook his head sadly. Maria got worse with the drugs, started bringing home real bad characters. Boy got more and more withdrawn, angry. Ruth exchanged a glance with Aaron, then pulled out her phone. She downloaded a recent newspaper photo of Wade Hargrove from his company's website, a professional headshot showing him in an expensive suit, silver hair perfectly styled, the confident smile of a successful businessman. "Sir, I'm going to show you another photograph. Take your time, really look at it." The old man accepted the phone, holding it at arm's length and squinting at the screen. For a long moment, he was silent, studying the image with the concentration of someone trying to bridge 15 years of memory. Then his eyes widened. "Well, I'll be damned," he said slowly. "That's him, all right. Looks all slicked up and smooth as silk now, but I'd recognize him anywhere. That's Boyd Wentworth." Ruth felt her pulse leap. Boyd Wentworth. That's what he called himself back then. Boyd Wentworth. Used to drive a Ford pickup, not too fancy but clean and well-maintained. Always polite, always had time to chat about the weather or how the Rangers were doing. The old man handed back the phone, shaking his head in amazement. Look at him now, all fancy in that suit. Makes sense, though, he always seemed like he was meant for better things than this place. Ruth tried to keep her voice steady, professional. "You're absolutely certain this is the same man?" "Oh, yes, ma'am. No doubt about it. Boyd Wentworth spent the better part of 2 years trying to help that boy, trying to be some kind of father figure to him. Broke his heart when he had to walk away, I could tell. But Mariette, she was getting worse, bringing home dangerous people. Wasn't safe for him to be around anymore. Do you remember when he stopped coming? Winter of 2008, maybe early 2009. Right before things got real bad for Maria and the boy. She was found dead that spring, wasn't she? And the boy just vanished into thin air." Ruth nodded, her mind racing through the implications. Wade Hargrove, or Boyd Wentworth, whatever his real name was, had been a father figure to a troubled teenager named Caleb Sandoval. When Wade was forced to abandon the relationship, the boy's mother was murdered and Caleb disappeared. Years later, Wade was tracking the Bandanna killer with obsessive determination. The connection was becoming clear, but it raised more questions than it answered. Had Wade suspected that his former surrogate son had become a serial killer? Was that why he'd been so driven to catch the Bandanna killer? And if so, why hadn't he shared that crucial information with his partners in the murder club? "Sir, thank you," Ruth said, handing the old man her card. "If you remember anything else about Boyd Wentworth or the Sandoval family, please call me immediately." As they walked back to the Range Rover, Aaron was already on his phone with Jake, requesting a full background check on anyone named Boyd Wentworth who might be connected to Wade Hargrove. Ruth felt the familiar surge of adrenaline that came with a major breakthrough, but also a growing sense of unease. They'd found Wade Hargrove's secret, or Boyd Wentworth's secret. The question now was whether that knowledge would help them catch a killer, or whether it had just made them the next targets on his list. Chapter 12. Ruth sat in the Lowe's Perdido's field office, her third cup of coffee steaming beside a stack of documents that had grown throughout the night. The revelation that Wade Hargrove had once been Boyd Wentworth felt like finding the keystone that held an arch together. Suddenly everything made sense, and yet everything was more complicated than before. Jake Ramirez looked up from his bank of computers, his eyes red-rimmed from hours of screen time. "Got something on that name change," he said, rolling his chair over to Ruth's desk. Boyd Wentworth legally became Wade Hargrove on March 15, 2009. Filed in Travis County, Austin. 2 weeks after Susanna Wentworth's murder, Aaron noted, scanning the timeline they'd constructed on the whiteboard. "Gets better," Jake continued, pulling up documents on his tablet. The name change petition cited business reasons and desire for privacy following personal tragedy. But here's the interesting part. He paid for expedited processing and sealed records. Cost him an extra $10,000 in legal fees. Ruth studied the paperwork. Man in a hurry. What kind of personal tragedy? "That's where it gets weird," Brett Collins said, looking up from his own research station. "I've been digging through public records from that time period. Boyd Wentworth's wife, Rebecca Miller, died in a car accident in February 2009. Single-car crash on a rural road outside Austin. She was 26. A month before Susanna Wentworth's murder," Ruth said, feeling pieces clicking together. "So Boyd Wentworth loses his wife, then 2 weeks later, the woman he was involved with gets murdered, and suddenly he disappears, reinvents himself as Wade Hargrove." Aaron leaned against the desk, arms crossed. "That's a hell of a coincidence." "No such thing as coincidence in murder cases," Ruth replied, a principle she'd learned early in her career. "Jake, what else do you have on the Sentinel Systems employee records?" Jake's fingers flew across his keyboard, bringing up the company's internal directory. This is where it gets really interesting. Sentinel has 43 employees with administrative access to their surveillance software. But their system shows 44 active user accounts. "Ghost employee," Aaron said. "Exactly. Account was created 3 years ago by someone with root-level administrative privileges. The digital signature traces back to Wade Hargrove's personal access codes, but the timing doesn't match his login patterns." Ruth felt her pulse quicken. Someone used Hargrove's credentials to create a fake employee. "More than that," Jake continued, his voice taking on the excited tone he got when technology revealed its secrets. "This ghost account has been accessing employee records, financial data, client communications, everything. Whoever's been using it knows more about Sentinel Systems than most legitimate employees." Ruth leaned back, frowning. How'd they do that without setting off digital alarms? This is supposed to be a high-security, military-level secure facility. Aaron nodded. Had to have been someone on the inside, turning a blind eye. Or actively aiding and abetting, Ruth said. "Jake, look into the ghost account. Try to trace it back to its origin. Who authorized first access? Anything you can find." Jake nodded. "On it." Brett rolled his chair over, joining their impromptu conference. "I've been tracking the financial angle. 3 years ago, right when that ghost account was created, Hargrove started making regular payments to a private foster care facility in Careville." "How much?" Ruth asked. $2,000 a month, every month for exactly 2 years. Then they stopped. Brett pulled up bank records on his screen. The facility is called Haven House. Specializes in challenging placements, kids with behavioral problems, trauma histories, that kind of thing. Ruth grabbed her phone and called the number Brett had found for Haven House. After navigating through an automated system, she reached the director, a woman named Dr. Patricia Coleman, who sounded like she'd been dealing with difficult situations for decades. "Doctor." Coleman, this is Texas Ranger Ruth Baker. I'm calling about a resident you had about 12 years ago. Caleb Sandoval. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I remember Caleb. Difficult case. May I ask why you're inquiring? He may be connected to a current investigation. Can you tell me about his time at your facility? Caleb was with us for approximately 2 years, ages 14 to 16. Severe trauma response, trust issues, episodes of violence. His benefactor was very involved initially. Ruth's attention sharpened. Benefactor. The gentleman who arranged and paid for Caleb's placement. He visited regularly the first year, seemed genuinely concerned about the boy's progress. Then the visits became less frequent and eventually stopped altogether. Can you describe this benefactor? Older man, well-dressed, drove an expensive truck. Called himself Boyd Wentworth. He seemed to have a personal connection to Caleb's case, though he never explained the relationship. Ruth exchanged glances with Aaron. Doctor. Coleman, what happened to Caleb when he left your facility? That's the troubling part. He was supposed to transition to a group home in Austin, but he never arrived. Just disappeared. We reported it, of course, but he was almost 18 by then, and runaways aren't unusual in our line of work. Any idea where he might have gone? None. Though I will say, Caleb was exceptionally intelligent. If he didn't want to be found, he had the skills to stay hidden. Ruth thanked Dr. Coleman and hung up, her mind racing through the implications. So we have Boyd Wentworth paying for Caleb's care, visiting regularly, then abandoning him completely. Right around the time the Bandanna murders started up again. Gets worse, Brett said, pulling up another screen. I've been analyzing the digital forensics from Hargrove's murder scene. Remember those missing devices from his hidden safe? I think I know what was on them. Ruth moved closer to Brett's workstation. Show me. The surveillance logs from Sentinel show someone using those specific device signatures to access the company's systems for the past 3 years. Whoever took them from Hargrove's safe had been using them to spy on him. Caleb, Aaron said. He's been watching his father. More than watching, Brett continued. He's been tracking every move, every communication, every meeting. The murder club thought they were hunting him, but he's been hunting them. Learning their patterns, their weaknesses, their secrets. Ruth felt a chill run down her spine. The methodical nature of the recent murders, the complete absence of physical evidence, the killer's intimate knowledge of his victims' routines, it all made sense if he'd been surveilling them for years. There's something else, Brett said, his voice troubled. I've been going through the financial records of all the murder club members. They've been paying into a shell company for the past 3 years. Monthly payments, substantial amounts. How substantial? $5,000 each every month. Collectively, they've moved over $1 million through this company. Ruth studied the financial documents Brett had assembled. What was the company supposedly for? Security consulting. But I can't find any actual services provided, no employees, no physical address. It's a front. Aaron picked up one of the bank statements, scanning the transaction details. They were paying someone to keep quiet about something. Or paying someone to do something they couldn't do themselves, Ruth countered. Jake, can you trace where that money went? Working on it, but whoever set up the shell company knew what they were doing. Multiple layers of offshore accounts, cryptocurrency exchanges, the whole 9 yards. Maria raised a hand, waving from her communications station, headphones over her dark hair. "Ruth, you need to hear this. I've been monitoring police band radio, and there's been a break-in at Sentinel Systems. Night security found evidence someone accessed the server room." "When?" "20 minutes ago. Austin PD is on scene, but they haven't found the intruder." Ruth felt the familiar tingle of a case, accelerating beyond her control. "Aaron, we're going to Austin. Jake, pack up whatever equipment you need to analyze that server room. Brett, keep digging into those financial records." As they prepared to leave, Ruth couldn't shake the feeling that they were always one step behind. Caleb Sandoval, if that was even his real name anymore, had been planning this for years. He'd infiltrated his father's company, monitored the murder club's activities, and now he was systematically eliminating everyone connected to his past. The question was whether they could figure out his endgame before he disappeared again, this time permanently. "Found it," Jake declared, stopping Ruth in her tracks. The ghost account could only have been authorized by one person, the only employee with that level of access. CTO Jennifer Walsh. Ruth's jaw tightened. She hated to be lied to, and now she had proof that Walsh had lied to her on the record. The woman was going to have to answer some tough questions. "Thanks, Jake." "Good work." "Ruth," Jake called out as she reached the door. "There's one more thing. The ghost account at Sentinel. It's been accessing our investigation files too. Through the interagency database." Ruth stopped cold. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that whoever is running that ghost account, they know everything we know. They've been watching us all along. Damn, but they're good. If I hadn't gone looking for it specifically, I might not have caught it until it was too late." The implications hit Ruth like a physical blow. It had to be the Bandanna killer. Not only was he eliminating the murder club members one by one, he was also tracking the investigation into his crimes. He knew exactly how close they were to catching him, which meant he could stay one step ahead indefinitely. "Stay frosty, partner," she said to Aaron as they left the building. "We're not just the hunters anymore, we're also the hunted." He nodded grimly, pulling out his weapon and checking the firing action. "Better suit up."
Chapter 13. The Sentinel Systems building stood like a glass monument to surveillance capitalism, its 15 stories reflecting Austin's skyline in perfect geometric patterns. Security cameras tracked every approach, motion sensors monitored the landscaped grounds, and access controls filtered through multiple layers of authentication. The kind of fortress that made corporate executives sleep soundly, knowing their secrets were protected by military-grade technology. None of it meant anything to someone who'd helped design the system. He moved through the parking garage like a shadow, his black tactical gear absorbing the fluorescent lighting. The Tyvek suit was gone now, too conspicuous for an urban operation. Instead, he wore combat fatigues, body armor, and a balaclava with eye holes cut precisely to maximize peripheral vision. A suppressed Glock 19 rode in a shoulder holster, its weight familiar and comforting. The service elevator required a keycard and biometric scan, but Jennifer Walsh's credentials worked perfectly. She'd been careless 3 years ago, leaving her laptop unattended during a conference break. 15 minutes was all he'd needed to clone her access codes and create his digital ghost. Amazing how much damage you could do with a few lines of code and administrative privileges. The elevator rose silently, carrying him toward the executive floors where his former benefactor had built an empire on the bones of his abandoned son. Each floor that passed brought back memories of the boy he'd been desperate, abandoned, believing that Boyd Wentworth actually cared about him. Before learning that love was just another lie adults told to control you. The 15th floor was supposed to be secure. Badge scanners, pressure-sensitive floors, cameras with facial recognition software. But when you wrote the security protocols yourself, bypassing them was as simple as knowing which cameras had blind spots and which sensors could be fooled with the right electromagnetic pulse from a device that fit in your palm. He emerged from the elevator into a corridor lined with frosted glass offices, each one glowing with the blue light of computer screens and the soft amber of desk lamps. Late-night workers burning through code and contracts, building surveillance tools that would strip privacy from anyone unlucky enough to become a target. Their dedication was admirable if misguided. "Hey, you there?" The voice cut through the building's quiet hum. He turned to see two security guards approaching from the far end of the corridor, their hands already moving toward their weapons. Both were rent-a-cops trying to look tactical, black uniforms, utility belts loaded with pepper spray and zip ties, the kind of men who'd watched too many police procedurals and thought carrying a badge made them heroes. "Hands where we can see them," the lead guard shouted, drawing his service weapon, a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson that probably hadn't been fired outside a range in years. "Down on the ground now." He raised his hands slowly, the picture of compliance. The guards approached with textbook caution, one covering while the other moved to flanking position. Standard two-man takedown procedure, by the book and completely predictable. "Face down, hands behind your head," the second guard ordered, his voice cracking slightly with adrenaline. "Jesus, Mike, look at that mask. That's some weird, scary-ass shit." "Probably some tech nerd playing dress-up," Mike replied, though his gun never wavered. "Down on the ground, asshole. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." He began to kneel, movements slow and deliberate, hands still raised in apparent surrender. The guards relaxed slightly, confident they'd controlled the situation. That was their mistake. The Glock appeared in his hand like magic, drawn and fired in a single fluid motion. The suppressor reduced the gunshot to a whispered cough, the subsonic round punching through Mike's center mass and dropping him instantly. The second guard had time to register surprise before the next round took him in the chest, spinning him against the wall where he slumped, leaving a red smear on the white paint. Both kills were clean, professional, over in seconds. Neither guard had time to trigger their radios or activate panic buttons. He holstered the weapon and stepped over their bodies, continuing down the corridor as if nothing had happened. The gunshots, quiet as they were, had been enough to alert the night shift workers. Office doors cracked open, curious faces peering out, then slamming shut as they saw the armed, masked figure moving purposefully toward the executive suites. He could hear whispered phone calls, panicked voices calling 911, the beginning of chaos that would bring police sirens within minutes. That was fine. He only needed a few minutes. More faces appeared in doorways as he passed, a programmer in a rumpled Star Trek t-shirt, a project manager clutching a coffee mug like a weapon, an accountant who dropped her papers and scrambled under her desk. Fear radiated from them in waves, the primal terror of prey animals who'd suddenly realized they shared their habitat with a predator. Some tried to run, stumbling toward emergency exits in their panic. Others simply froze, hoping invisibility might save them. He ignored them all, focused on his primary objective. These people were irrelevant, just collateral witnesses to a settling of accounts that had been 15 years in the making. Jennifer Walsh's office occupied a corner of the 15th floor, its walls lined with monitors displaying network traffic patterns and security feeds from around the building. Through the glass, he could see her bent over her desk, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, fingers flying across dual keyboards as she managed the digital fortress she'd helped him compromise. She looked up as he approached, her expression shifting from annoyance at the interruption to confusion at his appearance, then to growing horror as recognition dawned. Her hand moved toward the panic button mounted under her desk, but stopped when he raised one finger in a gesture of negation. "Hello, Jennifer," he said, stepping into her office and closing the door behind him. The electronic lock engaged with a soft click that seemed to echo in the sudden silence. Dr. Jennifer Walsh was 42 years old, brilliant, and absolutely terrified. Her olive skin had gone pale, and her hands trembled as she slowly raised them in a gesture of surrender. She wore a black blazer over a white blouse, professional attire that now seemed pitifully inadequate armor against what was coming. "Caleb," she said, her voice carefully controlled despite the fear he could smell on her like cheap perfume. "I know you must be angry about." "Angry?" He settled into the chair across from her desk, the Glock resting casually in his lap. "That's an interesting word choice. Disappointed might be more accurate. Or perhaps betrayed." She swallowed hard, her throat working visibly. "You have to understand I had no choice. The Rangers were closing in. They would have discovered the breach within days anyway. If I hadn't told them about the surveillance, they would have found out themselves, and that would have been much worse for me." "1 week," he said, his voice soft and conversational. "That's all I asked for. 7 days to clean up loose ends and disappear. After that, you could have told them the size of your bra cup for all I cared. But you couldn't keep your goddamn mouth shut, could you?" Jennifer's composure cracked slightly, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "I needed time to liquidate my assets, to get my money offshore where they couldn't freeze it. When this all comes out, I'll be ruined. I needed a cushion, some way to survive what's coming. You have to understand." "I understand perfectly," he interrupted. "You chose self-preservation over loyalty. It's very human of you. But I've been helping you." The words tumbled out in desperation. "The ghost account monitoring their investigation, keeping you informed about every move they make. That has to count for something, doesn't it? I've been risking everything too." "Yes," he agreed, rising from the chair with fluid grace. "That's exactly why I'm going to make this quick and painless, instead of slow and screaming." Her eyes widened as understanding struck. "Caleb, please, we can work something out. I can disappear, relocate somewhere they'll never find me. I can keep helping you." The Glock rose in a slow, steady arc, its suppressed barrel aligning with the bridge of her nose. Jennifer's words died in her throat, replaced by a strangled whimper as she stared into the weapon's dark muzzle. "You know what the difference is between us, Jennifer?" he asked, his finger tightening on the trigger. "I keep my promises." The suppressed gunshot was barely louder than a book falling, but the .40 caliber round punched through her left eye with devastating efficiency. The impact snapped her head back against the floor-to-ceiling window behind her desk, the reinforced glass starring but not breaking under the force. A dark spray painted the transparent surface as she slid sideways, her body folding awkwardly onto the Berber carpet. He holstered the weapon and turned toward the door without a second glance, stepping carefully around the spreading pool of blood that threatened to stain his boots. Jennifer Walsh had served her purpose, and like all tools that outlived their usefulness, she'd been discarded without a flicker of feeling. The digital sleeve on his left forearm vibrated against his skin, a text message incoming through the encrypted communication system, he'd designed years ago. He glanced at the display, reading the intercepted police radio traffic that his network monitoring software flagged as relevant. Bolo, Texas Rangers Baker and Tate en route to Sentinel Systems. ITA 2 minutes. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth beneath the balaclava, the first genuine expression of pleasure he'd felt all evening. Ruth Baker had impressed him with her methodical investigation, her refusal to accept easy answers, her relentless pursuit of the truth. She'd come closer to understanding him than anyone since Boyd Wentworth had walked away 15 years ago. He moved toward the emergency stairwell, already planning his next moves. The building's security system would lock down within minutes, trapping anyone inside, but he'd programmed himself a dozen different escape routes. The question wasn't whether he could get away, it was whether he wanted to. Ruth Baker was coming, and she was only 2 minutes away. It would be almost poetic to kill her in the same building where his father figure had built his empire on surveillance and lies. Like killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Chapter 14. The building rose 15 stories into the Austin skyline, its glass facade reflecting the late morning sun like a mirror. But as Ruth pulled the Range Rover into the parking garage, the first thing she noticed was the chaos. Austin PD units scattered across 3 levels, officers establishing a perimeter, and the distinctive wail of sirens echoing off concrete walls. Captain Maria Santos of the Austin Police Department met them at the elevator bank, her dark hair pulled back severely, stress lines etched around her eyes. She wore tactical gear over her uniform, and her hand rested on the grip of her sidearm. "Rangers," she said, shaking hands with Ruth and Aaron. "We've got a situation." Building security triggered multiple alarms 20 minutes ago, unauthorized access, shots fired, possible active shooter. At least 3 confirmed casualties. Ruth felt her pulse quicken. "Doctor." "Jennifer Walsh." "Unknown. We've been trying to reach building management, but the communication systems appear to have been compromised. Landlines dead, cell towers jammed in a 3-block radius." Aaron checked his phone, confirming no signal. "Professional-level jamming. Military grade." "That's what we figured," Captain Santos agreed. "Which is why SWAT's en route. ETA 15 minutes. I need you to wait for." "No," Ruth interrupted, studying the building's facade through the garage's open levels. Emergency lighting flickered behind windows on multiple floors, and she could see what looked like a fire alarm strobe, effects painting the glass in intermittent red. If there are casualties up there, 15 minutes could mean the difference between life and death. "Ranger Baker, I understand your urgency, but this building is 15 stories of potential kill zones. Unknown number of hostiles, sophisticated electronic countermeasures, and no communication with the outside. SWAT has the training and equipment for." "We're going in," Ruth said, checking her weapon and spare magazines. "Aaron and I know this building, we know the players, and we know who we're likely dealing with. SWAT can back us up when they arrive." Captain Santos's jaw tightened. "I can't authorize that. If you go in there and get yourselves killed, it becomes my responsibility." "You're not authorizing anything," Aaron said, adjusting his vest and checking his radio. "We're Texas Rangers investigating a federal case. This is our jurisdiction." Ruth could see the conflict in Santos's eyes, the desire to maintain tactical control versus the reality of multi-agency politics. Finally, the captain nodded reluctantly. "Fine. But you maintain radio contact every 5 minutes. First sign of trouble, you extract and wait for SWAT. And if this goes sideways, I was never part of this conversation. Ruth and Aaron headed for the stairwell, bypassing the elevator that could become a death trap in a hostile environment. The emergency lighting cast everything in an eerie red glow, and the fire alarm's piercing wail echoed through the concrete shaft with mind-numbing repetition. 15 floors, Aaron said as they began climbing, their boots echoing metallically off the steel stairs. Building plans show executive offices on 14 and 15, server room on 12, general office space on 8 through 11. We start at the top and work down, Ruth replied, already breathing harder as they passed the 5th floor. If someone's jamming communications and triggered multiple alarms, they want chaos and confusion. Classic misdirection. The stairwell seemed to stretch endlessly upward, each landing marked only by a number stenciled on the wall and the distant sound of alarms bleeding through fire doors. Ruth found herself counting steps, using the rhythm to maintain focus while her mind raced through tactical considerations. 14 floors up, they paused at the landing, both breathing hard from the climb. Aaron checked his watch and keyed his radio. "Control, this is Ranger Tate. We're at the 14th floor, proceeding to clear executive level. No contact with hostiles." Static answered him, not the clean silence of a dead radio, but the electronic snow of active jamming. Ruth felt her unease deepen. Whoever was running, this operation had thought of everything. They moved through the fire door onto the 14th floor, weapons drawn, using standard room-clearing techniques they'd practiced countless times. But the corporate environment created challenges. Open floor plans with limited cover glass walls that offered no concealment, cubicle farms that created dozens of potential ambush points. The fire alarm was even louder here, its shriek bouncing off hard surfaces and making communication nearly impossible. Emergency lighting strobed in sync with the alarm, creating a disorienting strobe effect that turned familiar office furniture into threatening shadows. "Clear left," Aaron signed, using hand signals they'd developed for situations where verbal communication was compromised. Ruth nodded, moving right through a maze of executive offices. Each space was pristine, expensive furniture arranged with corporate precision, but empty of human presence. No signs of struggle, no indication that anyone had been here when the alarm started. The elevator bank in the center of the floor showed all cars frozen between levels, another sign of systematic security compromise. Whoever had planned this operation understood building systems at an engineering level. They regrouped at the stairwell and climbed to 15, the building's executive level. The door to this floor was propped open with a fire extinguisher, suggesting someone had been here recently and wanted quick access. Ruth felt her pulse spike as they moved through the doorway into Sentinel's corporate headquarters. This floor felt different, not just empty, but violated. Desk drawers hung open, papers scattered on expensive carpet, computer monitors displaying error messages in the strobing emergency lighting. Someone was looking for something, Aaron observed, examining an overturned filing cabinet near the reception desk. Ruth moved deeper into the executive suite, following signs of disturbance toward the corner offices where the company's senior leadership would have worked. The fire alarm made thinking difficult, but underneath its piercing shriek, she thought she heard something else, a rhythmic thudding that seemed to come from the building's structure itself. She rounded a corner and froze. 2 security guards lay sprawled in the hallway outside what appeared to be the main server room, their bodies positioned as if they'd been advancing toward a threat when they were cut down. Both men were armed, .40 caliber Smith & Wessons drawn but unfired, suggesting they'd been surprised by superior firepower and tactics. Ruth knelt beside the nearest body, checking for signs of life while Aaron covered the hallway. The guard was in his 50s, overweight, probably a retired cop working private security to supplement his pension. 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, tight grouping, professional marksmanship. "Dead maybe an hour," she said, noting the blood pooling that had begun to coagulate. Shooter knew what he was doing. Aaron examined the second guard, finding similar wounds. Same pattern. Quick, clean, efficient. No defensive wounds, no signs they got off any shots. Ruth's radio crackled with static-filled transmission. "Angers." "Is what?" "ETA." "Minutes." She tried to respond, but the jamming was too strong for clear communication. They were on their own until backup arrived, hunting a killer who had already demonstrated superior tactical skills and intimate knowledge of the building. They moved past the bodies toward the server room, where the signs of disturbance were even more pronounced. The door stood open, revealing rows of empty equipment racks and tangled cables. But what drew Ruth's attention was the evidence of systematic destruction, not random vandalism, but the methodical removal of specific hardware. "This wasn't theft," Aaron said, examining mounting brackets that still held installation screws. "Someone knew exactly what they wanted and had the time to remove it properly." "Electronic evidence," Ruth replied, studying cable management systems that had been carefully restored after equipment removal. Whatever was stored on those servers, somebody wanted it permanently destroyed. A sound from deeper in the office complex made them both freeze, not the mechanical noise of alarms and emergency systems, but something organic. Footsteps, maybe, or the whisper of clothing against furniture. Ruth signaled for silence, and they moved back into the hallway, using hand signals to coordinate their search pattern. The emergency lighting created a maze of shadows that seemed to shift and move with each strobe, making detection nearly impossible. They worked methodically through the executive offices, checking corners, clearing sight lines, following their training while knowing they were hunting someone who might be better at this game than they were. Each empty office raised the tension, bringing them closer to an inevitable confrontation with an unknown enemy. At the far end of the executive suite, Ruth found Dr. Jennifer Walsh. The Sentinel CTO sat slumped in her office chair, her head tilted back at an unnatural angle, a small bullet hole centered in her left eye. Blood and brain matter had sprayed across the floor-to-ceiling window behind her desk, creating an abstract pattern that caught the emergency lighting like modern art. Ruth checked for signs of life, knowing she wouldn't find any. The wound was precise, professional, close-range execution. Walsh had been sitting at her desk when she died, probably facing her killer, possibly even talking to him. "Single shot," Aaron observed, examining the scene without disturbing potential evidence. "Contact wound, upward angle." Shooter was standing right in front of her. Ruth studied the office, noting details that told a story of Walsh's final moments. Her computer was still running, multiple monitors displaying code fragments and network diagrams. A coffee mug sat beside her keyboard, still warm. She'd been working when her killer arrived. She knew him, Ruth said, reading the body language of the scene. No signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. She let him get close enough for a contact shot. A soft sound from the outer office made them both turn, not quite a footstep, more like the whisper of fabric against a wall. Ruth felt her heart rate spike as they moved back toward the reception area, weapons drawn, using the strobing emergency lights to scan for movement. The sound came again, closer now, from somewhere in the maze of cubicles and offices that stretched across the floor. Whoever was out there had the patience to wait, to let them come to him, to control the tempo of their encounter. Ruth caught Aaron's eye and gestured toward the sound's apparent source. He nodded, then began working his way around the cubicle farm's perimeter, while Ruth moved directly through the maze. Standard pincer movement, designed to flush out their target or force him into a crossfire. The fire alarm continued its relentless shriek, making acoustic tracking nearly impossible. Ruth had to rely on visual cues as she slipped between cubicle walls, her weapon tracking potential threats. Each workstation held evidence of interrupted lives: family photos, personal coffee mugs, small plants that were already beginning to wilt in the abandoned office. She could feel him out there, watching her, leading her deeper into the maze while staying just out of sight. The emergency lighting played tricks with shadows, making everything seem to move at the edge of her vision. Then she heard Aaron's voice, muffled by distance and the alarm's noise. "Ruth. Movement northeast corner." She turned toward his call, but the sound seemed to come from multiple directions at once, as if the building itself was distorting their communications. Ruth began to realize she was being herded, guided toward a specific location by someone who knew the building's layout better than she did. A soft scrape came from her left, metal against plastic, like a weapon touching furniture. Ruth felt her pulse spike as she worked toward the sound, using cubicle walls as cover while scanning for any sign of movement. She rounded a corner between two office clusters and froze. 20 feet away, standing in the open area near the floor-to-ceiling windows, a figure waited in the red emergency lighting. Young, lean, wearing dark tactical gear that had helped him blend with the shadows. His face was partially obscured by the strobing light, but she could see enough: pale skin, dark hair, intelligent eyes that held a coldness she'd seen before on other men, at other times. He wasn't hiding anymore, wasn't playing games or staying one step ahead. He stood in the open, a black handgun held at his side, watching her with the patience of someone who had all the time in the world. Caleb Sandoval. The realization hit Ruth like a physical blow. They hadn't stumbled into a crime scene, they'd been lured here deliberately. The security alarms, the jammed communications, even the timing of their arrival had all been orchestrated to bring them to this moment. Ruth raised her weapon, centering the sights on Caleb's chest, finger moving to the trigger. 20 feet of open space between them. No cover, no escape routes, nowhere to hide. "Federal agent," she shouted over the fire alarm's wail. "Drop your weapon." Caleb's response was a slight smile that held no warmth whatsoever. His gun began to rise smoothly, the movement unhurried and deliberate. Time seemed to crystallize around them, two people with weapons, facing each other in the red-lit chaos of an abandoned office building, while somewhere in the maze behind her, Aaron called her name. Ruth's finger tightened on the trigger, knowing she had perhaps a second before Caleb's weapon reached firing position. Everything came down to this moment: years of training, investigation, and pursuit culminating in a confrontation that would determine who walked away. Chapter 15. The fire alarm shrieked its shrill warning, emergency lights strobed their hypnotic pattern, and in the space between one heartbeat and the next, Ruth Baker found herself face to face with a killer who had been waiting for her to arrive. Caleb's gun continued its inexorable rise toward firing position, and Ruth realized with crystal clarity that she was exactly where he wanted her to be. "Caleb," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them, her weapon trained on his center mass. "Caleb Sandoval. I know who you are." The masked figure paused, his weapon in firing position, head tilted slightly as if considering her words. But he said nothing, gave no indication that the name meant anything to him. The lucha libre mask, silver and black with stylized flames around the eye holes, turned him into something inhuman, a shadow given theatrical form. "You don't have to do this," Ruth continued, fighting to be heard over the fire alarm's relentless shriek. "I know what happened to you. What Boyd Wentworth did. How he abandoned you and your mother when you needed him most." Still no response. The figure stood motionless, weapon held with professional steadiness, waiting with the patience of a predator that knew its prey was trapped. Ruth kept talking, partly to buy time, partly because some instinct told her this was important, that he wanted to hear her version of events, wanted to know how close she'd come to understanding him. "You were just a boy when he walked away," she said, her finger resting on the trigger guard, ready to fire if he made any sudden movement. 14 years old, watching the only father figure you'd ever known disappear from your life. And you blamed your mother for driving him away. You killed her in anger, didn't you? That first murder, it wasn't planned. It was rage. The masked head moved slightly, a barely perceptible nod that could have been acknowledgement or simple interest in her theory. "Then you ran," Ruth continued. "Disappeared from the foster system, learned to survive on your own. But the anger never went away. You started killing other women like her, women you thought were unfit mothers, women who reminded you of what you'd lost." The emergency lighting strobed across the figure's dark clothing, creating a disorienting strobe effect that made him seem to flicker in and out of existence. But his weapon never wavered, never dropped from its ready position. And when you found out that Boyd Wentworth had become Wade Hargrove, that he was living this whole new life while you'd been abandoned to the system, that must have driven you over the edge, Ruth said. You wanted revenge. But then you discovered he and his friends were hunting you through their murder club, and that changed everything. They became targets too. For long moments, the only sounds were the fire alarm's endless shriek and the distant hum of emergency systems. Then, impossibly, she heard him chuckle, a low, mirthless sound that carried clearly despite the noise around them. "You see the trees," he said, his voice muffled by the mask but carrying a slight lisp she'd noted before. "But you're still not seeing the forest, Ranger Ruth Baker." The words hit Ruth like a physical blow. He knew her full name, had been tracking her specifically. This wasn't random. He'd planned for her to be here, wanted this confrontation with her personally. "What does that mean?" she asked, her weapon still trained on him. "If I'm wrong, then tell me. What actually happened? I want to know your story." The masked figure was silent for a long moment, as if weighing her request. When he spoke again, his voice carried a strange quality, not the cold calculation she'd expected, but something almost curious. "Are you a good mother, Ruth Baker?" The personal question hit her like ice water. This wasn't about the case anymore, wasn't about justice or evidence or arrests. This was about her, about Ava, about the life she'd built after Jim's death. "Yes," she said simply, truthfully. "I am." Another long silence, broken only by the building's blaring chaos. Ruth could feel him studying her, evaluating her response, weighing it against some internal criteria she couldn't fathom. "Are you a good son?" she asked, turning the question back on him. The laughter that emerged from behind the mask was bitter, broken, carrying years of pain and rage. "Wrong question." His gun snapped up with lightning speed, the movement so fast Ruth barely had time to register it before her training took over. Her own weapon rose to meet the threat, finger finding the trigger, muscle memory taking control as conscious thought became too slow for survival. 2 shots fired simultaneously, the reports echoing through the empty office space like thunder. Ruth felt the impact before she heard the sound. A massive blow to her chest that drove the breath from her lungs and sent her staggering backward. The world exploded into white-hot pain, her vision graying at the edges as she crashed into a cubicle wall, scattering papers and office supplies. Darkness swallowed her. Ava. The thought came through the pain like a beacon. Her daughter's face, bright and determined, hands moving in quick sign language, talking about school projects and horse books and the million small dreams that filled a 12-year-old's world. She'll be okay. Aaron will take care of her. The boys love her like their own sister. She'll be loved, she'll be safe, she'll grow up knowing her mother died trying to protect people. The darkness began to recede, replaced by the strobing red emergency lights and the piercing wail of the fire alarm. Pain crashed over her in waves. Her chest felt like it had been hit with a sledgehammer, and breathing was agony. Ruth. Ruth, stay with me. Aaron's voice, tight with fear and desperation. She opened her eyes to find him kneeling beside her, his hands checking for wounds, his face a mask of love and anxiety in the crimson light. Thank God, he breathed when her eyes focused on him. Ruth tried to sit up, her body protesting every movement. A coughing fit seized her, each spasm sending lightning bolts of pain through her chest. Aaron helped her upright, his arms steady and warm around her shoulders. With shaking fingers, she unzipped her tactical jacket, revealing the Kevlar vest underneath. The fabric showed a perfect crater where the bullet had struck, the impact points surrounded by torn fibers and scorch marks. She pulled the vest over her head, wincing at the movement, and looked down at her chest. A bruise was already forming, spreading across her ribs like spilled ink. Dark purple at the center where the bullet had hit, fading to angry red at the edges. It would be spectacular by tomorrow, covering half her torso in Technicolor proof of how close she'd come to dying. How do you feel? Aaron asked, his voice carefully controlled but his eyes bright with unshed tears. Like I was just shot, Ruth answered, then laughed, a sound that came out as more of a wheeze and sent fresh pain shooting through her ribs. I'll live. Aaron's relief was palpable, his shoulders sagging as the tension finally released. When I heard the shots, when I found you unconscious. He shook his head, unable to finish the sentence. Ruth looked around the office space, noting the overturned furniture, the scattered papers, the blood on the carpet where she'd fallen. But the masked figure was gone, vanished as if he'd never been there at all. Where is he? She asked. Gone, Aaron said grimly. By the time I got here, he disappeared. SWAT's searching the building now, but they haven't found anything. It's like he just evaporated. Ruth struggled to her feet, Aaron's hand steadying her as the world swayed slightly. The pain in her chest was intense but manageable. No broken ribs, she thought, just massive bruising and the mother of all impacts. She'd been lucky. The vest had done its job. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see Austin PD units swarming the parking garage, officers with flashlights and K-9 units searching every vehicle, every shadow. The building was surrounded, locked down tight. But somehow, she knew they wouldn't find him. Captain Santos appeared in the doorway, her radio crackling with reports from the search teams. No sign of the suspect. Building secure, but he's not here. How'd he get out? Ruth shook her head, still fighting off waves of dizziness. He's a ghost. Digital, physical, doesn't matter. He knows how to disappear. We've got a description from the security cameras, male, approximately 6 feet, wearing tactical gear and a mask. Should we issue a bolo? Yes, Ruth said, though she knew it was pointless. Caleb Sandoval, wanted in connection with multiple homicides. Armed and extremely dangerous. Santos nodded. I'll put out the alert. As the captain left to coordinate the search, Ruth leaned against Aaron, grateful for his solid presence. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see Austin PD units continuing to swarm the area. Officers with flashlights and K9 units searching every vehicle, every shadow, issuing a bolo for Caleb Sandoval on her instructions. But she knew they wouldn't find him. He was a digital ghost, and he disappeared back into the ether he came from.
Chapter 16. The encrypted video conference window materialized on Travis Boone's monitor at exactly 2:00 a.m., four faces appearing in separate quadrants against black backgrounds that revealed nothing of their locations. Military-grade encryption protocols scrambled their voices and images through a dozen proxy servers, making the call untraceable to anyone without NSA-level resources. Travis leaned back in his custom leather chair, the glow from multiple monitors casting harsh shadows across his angular features. At 53, he'd built a tech empire worth $800 million, and his home office reflected that success. Curved walls lined with awards and patents, a view of the hill country that stretched to the horizon, and enough computing power to run a small city. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the quiet authority that came from signing paychecks and making decisions that affected thousands of lives. "I assume you've all seen the news reports about Sentinel." Nathan Carver's weathered face filled the upper right quadrant, his expensive Ralph Lauren polo wrinkled as if he'd been pacing. The cattle baron's usual composure had cracked, revealing the fear underneath. "3 bodies, Travis. Jennifer Walsh, 2 security guards. The Rangers are calling it a terrorist attack." "It wasn't terrorism," Cal Renfro said from the lower left, his folksy demeanor replaced by something harder and more calculating. The real estate developer had built his fortune by reading people and situations, and right now everything he was reading screamed danger. "This was surgical. Professional. Someone who knew exactly what they wanted." Eduardo Vasquez appeared in the final quadrant, his distinguished features drawn with exhaustion. The telecommunications magnate's home office was as impressive as Travis's, but the man himself looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past week. "My security team detected surveillance attempts on my compound last night. Drones, electronic intrusion, someone testing our defenses." Travis absorbed this information without visible reaction, though his fingers drummed once against his desk, a tell that only those who'd known him for years would recognize. "Nathan, what about your place?" "Motion sensors triggered twice this week. Could be deer, could be something else." Carver's jaw tightened. "My foreman thinks someone's been watching from the tree line, but we haven't caught them yet." Cal. "Same story. My security company wants to double the patrols, install more cameras." Renfro's usual grin was nowhere to be seen. "They're asking questions I can't answer without explaining why I think I'm being hunted." Travis leaned forward, his pale eyes reflecting the monitor's glow. The others fell silent, deferring to his authority despite their own considerable wealth and influence. In their small circle, money talked, and Travis's 800 million spoke louder than anyone else's bank account. "Here's what we know," Travis said, his voice taking on the clipped precision he used in board meetings. "Wade is dead. Layla is dead. Jennifer Walsh is dead. Our surveillance network has been compromised, our digital assets stolen, and our security protocols are worthless against whoever's hunting us." "You think it's really him?" Vasquez asked, his accent more pronounced under stress. The boy from the trailer park. After all these years. Who else? Carver snapped. Wade was obsessed with that case for good reason. He knew something was coming. Travis pulled up a file on his secondary monitor, displaying crime scene photos from Hargrove's ranch. My contacts in law enforcement tell me the Rangers still haven't found Wade's boxes of clippings and research notes. All that physical evidence he kept about the Bandanna killer, it's missing. Maybe the killer took it when he murdered Wade, Renfro suggested. Or maybe Wade hid it better than we thought, Travis replied. Either way, only Wade knew for certain if the Bandanna killer was actually Caleb Sandoval. He took that secret to the grave. Vasquez leaned forward, his manicured hands clasped tightly. So what do we do? We all have top-level security, but that's just playing defense. And defense never won shit, Carver snarled, his carefully cultivated gentleman rancher facade cracking. I didn't build my empire by hiding behind bodyguards and panic rooms. Easy for you to say, Renfro shot back, his own fear bleeding through his anger. Your ranch is a fortress. Some of us have families, employees, people who could get caught in the crossfire. Families. Carver's laugh was bitter. My wife's already moved to the Montana place with the grandkids. At least I'm being responsible about protecting what matters. Responsible. Vasquez's voice rose, his usual diplomatic restraint shredding. You think running away is responsible? What about our businesses, our commitments, the thousands of people who depend on? Gentlemen. Travis's voice cut through the argument like a blade, cold and sharp enough to freeze the heated exchange instantly. The others fell silent, reminded of exactly who was running this show. While you're pissing yourselves and snapping at each other like scared dogs, our enemy is planning his next move. The rebuke stung, and Travis could see it in their faces, three powerful men reduced to chastened children by the simple reminder of their place in the hierarchy. It was a dynamic he'd cultivated carefully over the years, using his superior wealth and resources to establish dominance over men who were accustomed to being the alpha in their own domains. I'm sorry, Travis, Vasquez said quietly, his pride visibly smarting. The stress is getting to all of us. Stress is for people who don't have options, Travis replied, his tone softening just enough to let them know the punishment was over. We have options. We just need to start thinking like the predators we are instead of the prey he wants us to become. Renfro straightened in his chair, trying to reclaim some dignity. What do you have in mind? Travis's pale eyes gleamed with something predatory. As a former quarterback and college champion for UT Dallas, I don't play defense. Defense is for losers and victims. For me, the only good defense is a good offense, and that's how I plan to play this. How? Carver asked, his weathered face skeptical but interested. Travis smiled, the expression cold and calculating. Gentlemen, who are we? There was a pause before Renfro answered uncertainly, the Murder Club. That's right, Travis said, his voice gaining momentum. And what do we do as a hobby? We track killers. The worst kind of killers, predators who prey on their fellow humans. So what we need right now is someone to hunt the hunter who's hunting us. A moment of silence fell across the encrypted connection as they absorbed his meaning. You mean? Vasquez began. That's right, Travis said. We need another killer. But how? Carver asked. Travis's smile widened, and for the first time since the call began, he looked genuinely pleased. We use our resources, our connections, our money. There are people out there, professionals, who can be hired for the right price. Former military, ex-intelligence operatives, mercenaries who work in the shadows. We find the best one available and we point him at our problem. The others exchanged glances through their video windows, considering the implications. It could work, Renfro said slowly, his business instincts kicking in as he began to see the possibilities. We've got the resources to hire anyone. More than that, Eduardo added, warming to the idea as his fear transformed into excitement. We've got years of research on tracking methodologies, surveillance techniques, behavioral analysis. We can give our hunter everything he needs to find this bastard. Exactly, Travis said, pleased to see their spirits lifting. The transformation was remarkable. Moments before they'd been three broken, frightened men. Now they were predators again, sharks scenting blood in the water. We use our own expertise against him. Fight fire with fire. Carver nodded, his military background showing as he began thinking tactically. I know some people from my contracting days. Men who could handle this kind of work. Real professionals, not these weekend warrior types you see on reality TV. What kind of professionals? Vasquez asked, leaning forward with interest. The kind who have done wet work in places that don't officially exist, Carver replied, his eyes bright with the prospect of violence. Men who understand that sometimes the only way to stop a monster is to unleash a bigger monster. I've got contacts in the private security world too, Vasquez added. People who have worked for governments that can't afford to lave witnesses. Real artists when it comes to making problems disappear. The mood around the virtual conference table had shifted dramatically. Where moments before there had been fear and desperation, now there was excitement, purpose, the thrill of moving from prey to predator. These were men who'd built empires by destroying their competition, and the familiar rush of planning someone's destruction was intoxicating. We need to be smart about this, Travis said, his voice taking on the tone he used when closing billion-dollar deals. Our hunter needs to be untraceable, deniable, completely expendable once the job is done. No loose ends, no complications. What's our budget? Renfro asked, his developer's mind already calculating costs and logistics. Whatever it takes, Travis replied without hesitation. I'll front the initial costs, consider it an investment in our continued survival. We can settle up afterwards, assuming there is an afterwards. There will be, Carver said with conviction. We didn't survive this long by backing down from fights. Damn right, Vasquez agreed, his diplomatic mask completely gone now, replaced by something uglier and more honest. I've crushed bigger threats than some psychotic kid with daddy issues. Travis felt the familiar surge of dominance as he watched his subordinates rally around his plan. This was what he lived for, the moment when other powerful men acknowledged his superiority, when they voluntarily submitted to his leadership and vision. The fact that they were planning murder only made it sweeter. We need to get started right away, Travis said, his voice sharp with urgency. This bastard isn't going to wait. He's coming fast and hard, and we need to hit him faster and harder to stop him dead in his tracks. Hell yeah, Renfro agreed, his folksy manner completely abandoned now in favor of something vicious and predatory. It's about time we pushed back at the motherfucker. When this is over, Carver said, his eyes bright with bloodlust, we should go on a hunting trip. It's been too long since I killed something big. I need to feel fresh hot heart blood pouring over my hands again. The others nodded enthusiastically, caught up in the violent fantasy. These were men who'd spent their lives taking what they wanted, crushing anyone who stood in their way, and the prospect of literal hunting excited them in ways their legitimate businesses never could. Travis's smile turned genuinely pleased. Gentlemen, when this fucker is in the ground, we'll have the hunting trip to end all hunting trips. Now let's get to work.
Chapter 17. Ruth stepped into the Los Perdidos field office, and conversations died mid-sentence. Maria Santos looked up from her communications station, her dark eyes bright with relief, then yanked off her headset and crossed the room quickly. She pulled Ruth into a fierce hug that made Ruth wince as her bruised ribs protested. "Jesus, Ruth," Maria whispered against her shoulder. "When we heard about the shooting..." She pulled back, her hands still gripping Ruth's arms. "Emma was asking about you this morning." Ruth felt warmth spread through her chest, despite the aching ribs. Maria's 8-year-old daughter with the gap-toothed grin, who always wore mismatched socks. "Tell her I'm fine. Just doing what any of you would have done." By the time Maria stepped back, Jake Ramirez and Brett Collins had abandoned their stations and crowded around. Jake clasped her hand in both of his calloused palms warm and steady. "Heard you stood your ground," Jake said. "Didn't flinch even when he had you dead to rights." Ruth felt heat creep up her neck. Anyone here would have done the same thing. "You, Aaron, Maria, we all have the same training." Brett reached out and briefly squeezed her shoulder. "My wife Kelly said to tell you she's proud to know you. Said she'd have probably wet herself and run screaming." Ruth managed a laugh despite herself, then immediately regretted it as pain shot through her ribs. "Kelly's got more sense than the rest of us. Running's usually the smart play." The office door opened and Ben Miller emerged, his weathered face sagging with relief. He carried a steaming mug of coffee, steam rising like incense in the morning light filtering through the courthouse windows. "Baker," he said, his voice gruff with emotion he was trying to hide. "Glad to see you vertical." "Chief." Officer involved shooting investigations closed. "Pure formality. You were defending yourself against an armed suspect who'd already killed 3 people." Ben's jaw tightened, and Ruth could see the anger beneath his professional demeanor. "Next time, nail the bastard." Ruth felt a dry laugh escape her lips, the sound rough with exhaustion and pain. She raised her hand in a mock salute, 2 fingers extended. "Will do, Chief." Ben nodded once, sharp and military, then retreated to his temporary office. Ruth turned to survey the expanded investigation that had taken over the entire main floor of the courthouse. Evidence boards covered every available wall space, crime scene photos and timelines creating a macabre gallery that told the story of 13 years of systematic murder. She moved to the head of the conference table, her usual spot, and settled into the chair with careful deliberation. Every muscle in her body protested, but she'd be damned if she'd show weakness in front of her team. Leadership meant carrying the weight, even when your bones felt like they'd been shattered. "Listen up," she said, her voice carrying the quiet authority that made veteran cops twice her age defer to her judgment. The room fell silent immediately, all attention focused on her like iron filings drawn to a magnet. "We've been dancing around the edges of this case, following leads and chasing shadows. Now we need to crawl inside Caleb Sandoval's head and figure out what makes Sammy run, what makes him tick." She gestured toward the recent crime scene photos, Wade Hargrove in his study, Leela Stokes in her closet, both strangled with navy bandanas, both killed with the same chilling care. The key to understanding any serial killer is always at the beginning. That's where the real motivation lives, before it gets buried under years of practice and refinement. Erin appeared at her elbow with a mug of coffee, black as midnight, no sugar. The ceramic was warm against her palms, and she inhaled the rich aroma gratefully. After 36 hours of hospital coffee and vending machines swill, this tasted like salvation. "Thanks," she murmured, their fingers brushing as she accepted the mug. "Take it easy today, okay?" His voice was carefully casual, but she could hear the concern underneath. Erin had been the one to find her unconscious on the Sentinel building floor, had been the one to check for wounds while not knowing if she was dying or just stunned. "Let me do the running around. You need to heal up." Ruth snorted, the sound somewhere between amusement and derision. "Running's how I heal, AT. You know that." He grinned, the expression softening his angular features. "Yeah, I know, RB. But I still gotta try, right? What kind of partner would I be if I didn't at least offer to take care of you?" She reached up and patted his cheek, the gesture half affection, half warning. Her palm lingered against his stubbled jaw for just a moment longer than necessary. "Appreciated. Now let's get to work." Erin straightened, shifting into professional mode with the ease of someone who'd learned to compartmentalize his feelings when the job demanded it. "You heard the lady. We're going back to the beginning." Brett Collins rolled his chair away from his computer array, fingers already dancing across keyboards as he pulled up files that had been digitized and cross-referenced over the past week. Starting with victim number one, Ruth confirmed, settling back in her chair and cradling the coffee mug like a talisman. Maria Santos moved to the primary evidence board, her movements efficient as she gathered case files that had been meticulously organized by date and location. Jake Ramirez connected his tablet to the main display system, the wall-mounted monitor flickering to life, with the first in a series of images that would tell the story of 13 years of methodical murder. "Carmen Brennan," Brett announced, his voice taking on the flat tone of someone reading from official documentation. 24 years old, found March 15th, 13 years ago, outside a trailer park in Brewster County. The police booking photo that appeared on the screen showed a young white woman with exhausted eyes and premature lines around her mouth. Her dirty blonde hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and her tank top revealed arms that were too thin, marked with the telltale bruises and track marks of someone who'd been using hard drugs for months. The statistics appeared beside her image in stark black text. Divorced, mother of 2 children, unemployed, multiple arrests for possession of methamphetamines and cocaine. "Jesus," Jake muttered, studying the image. She was just a kid herself. "With 2 kids depending on her," Maria added, reading from the case file spread across her lap. CPS had been investigating the household for 6 months prior to her death. Multiple complaints about drug use in the home, children left unsupervised for days at a time, utilities cut off repeatedly for non-payment. Ruth studied Carmen Brennan's face, trying to see beyond the ravages of addiction to the person she'd been before life had beaten her down. What about the children? Placed with an aunt in San Antonio after the mother's death, Brett read from his screen. Both enrolled in school regularly for the first time in years. The aunt reported significant behavioral improvements within 6 months. "Next victim," Ruth said, filing away the detail about the children's improved circumstances. "Jennifer Aldrich," Brett continued. 27 years old, found June 8th, same year, in a mobile home outside Alpine. Another photograph, another face marked by exhaustion and poor choices. This one showed a white woman with stringy brown hair, and hollow cheeks that spoke of malnutrition and methamphetamine abuse. Her booking photo revealed dental decay typical of long-term drug use, and her eyes held the flat, empty stare of someone who'd given up hope. 2 children by different fathers, Maria reported, flipping through pages of documentation. Living with a boyfriend who was a registered sex offender. CPS had emergency removal proceedings pending when she was found dead. Children's outcomes. Ruth asked. Foster placement initially, then adopted by a family in Austin. Both graduated high school, according to follow-up reports. The daughter's in college now. Aaron leaned against the conference table, his expression thoughtful. That's 2 for 2. Dead mothers, kids who ended up in better situations. They continued through the list methodically, each victim's story unfolding with depressing similarity. Angela Fairchild, 26, found in Presidio County with a history of prostitution and drug dealing from her apartment, while her 3 children played in rooms littered with used syringes. Lisa Keller, 23, discovered in Jeff Davis County after neighbors complained about children crying for days while their mother was passed out from an overdose. Sandra Whitmore, 29, killed in Pecos County while under investigation for selling her food stamps to buy heroin. Each case file told the same story with minor variations. Young mothers overwhelmed by poverty, addiction, and abusive relationships. Children caught in the crossfire, failed by parents who were themselves products of failed systems. And in every case, the children's lives improved dramatically after their mothers' deaths. Ruth sipped her coffee and watched the pattern emerge with crystalline clarity. By the time they reached victim number 8, Mary Gibson, 28, found in Val Verde County with her infant daughter locked in a car for 2 days while she partied with friends, the picture was complete. The CPS reports, Ruth said finally, setting down her mug and studying the collection of case files spread across the table. Strip away everything else: age, race, geography, personal circumstances, and the CPS reports read like they're all describing the same woman. Aaron studied the documentation, his analytical mind processing the patterns they'd uncovered. Neglect, drug abuse, endangerment, unsuitable living conditions. It's like he was working from a checklist. You think that's the key? He asked, meeting her eyes across the conference table. Ruth considered the question, weighing the evidence they'd assembled against her instincts about Caleb Sandoval's psychology. Could be, she said finally. It's definitely a place to start. Aaron nodded, then turned to address the team with the kind of quiet authority that made people want to follow his lead. I want everyone digging deeper into these CPS reports. Find the patterns in the complaints, the caseworkers involved, the investigative procedures. And I want to know who had access to these files, how someone could have used them to select victims. Ruth stared at the victim photos, considering the logistics. 11 women scattered across 4 counties over 13 years. All of them with CPS investigations, all of them documented failures as mothers. The pattern was clear, but how had Caleb identified them? CPS case files weren't public information. They were protected by privacy laws, accessible only to authorized personnel within the system. If Caleb had been selecting these specific women, he'd needed inside access. Jake, she said, pull up the CPS case worker signatures on the main screen. I want to see who signed off on each of these 11 reports. Jake connected his tablet to the display system, and the wall-mounted monitor filled with case file headers. Here we go, he said, scrolling through the documents. Susan Mitchell appears on 3 cases, Brennan, Aldrich, and Gibson. Ruth made notes. What about the others? Michael Rodriguez signed off on 4 cases: Fairchild, Keller, Whitmore, and 2 others. Patricia Williams handled 2 cases. Jake paused, scanning the remaining files. But that's it. No one caseworker appears on all 11. Run it again, she said. Check for clerical errors, name changes, transfers between departments. Jake's fingers moved across the keyboard. Same results. Mitchell covers 3, Rodriguez 4, Williams 2. The remaining cases are spread across 8 different caseworkers from 4 different county offices. What about geographic patterns? Maybe they all work the same regions. Ruth asked. That's just it, Jake said, pulling up a map overlay. Mitchell worked Alpine and Brewster counties during that time period. That's why she appears on those cases. Rodriguez covered Presidio and Jeff Davis counties. Williams worked Valverde. The caseworkers appear on multiple cases because they covered those specific geographic areas, not because of any other connection. Ruth studied the map. Geographic clusters. Normal case assignment patterns. Ruth studied the caseworker names on the screen, willing them to reveal their secret. There had to be a pattern, some thread connecting these 11 women that would lead them to Caleb's source of information. For the next 2 hours, they pulled at every thread they could find. Geographic clusters, timeline overlaps, caseworker transfers, administrative changes, each possibility examined and discarded when it led nowhere. They cross-referenced dates, double-checked signatures, even looked for clerical errors that might have obscured connections. Nothing. Finally, Ruth pushed back from the table. Let's break for lunch, she said. Aaron gathered his notes. Come on, let's get out of here for a bit. Clear our heads. As they walked toward the door, Ruth couldn't shake the feeling that the case was slipping away from them by the minute, while somewhere out there, a killer still roamed at large. Chapter 18. Ruth bit into her Reuben sandwich, savoring the combination of corned beef and sauerkraut, while Aaron worked his way through a double cheeseburger across from her at Molly's Diner. The lunch crowd buzzed around them, ranchers in worn Stetsons, county employees grabbing quick meals, and the usual collection of locals who made the diner their second home. So I was thinking, Aaron said, wiping mustard from his chin with a paper napkin, autumn breaks coming up in a few weeks. What would you think about taking a road trip? Maybe drive up to Oklahoma to see my folks and Sarah's family. Ruth felt warmth spread through her chest at the suggestion. You mean all of us? Ava and the boys. That's the idea. My parents have been asking when they're going to meet Ava, and Jake and Marcus haven't seen their grandparents since Christmas. Aaron's expression grew thoughtful. Sarah's mom and dad would love to see the boys too. They're still family, you know. Always will be. Ruth nodded, understanding the delicate balance Aaron maintained with his late wife's relatives. Death didn't erase those bonds, especially not for children who needed all the love and stability they could get. I love it, she said, meaning it completely. Ava would be over the moon. She's always asking about extended family, cousins, grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Growing up in foster care, I never had that. Aaron reached across the table and squeezed her hand. Well, now she does. Big, loud, slightly crazy Oklahoma family that'll spoil her rotten and teach her to play dominoes and argue politics. Ruth laughed, picturing her daughter navigating the boisterous family gatherings Aaron had described. Ava would thrive in that environment. She had the confidence and curiosity to win over anyone, and the idea of her having a whole network of people who would love and protect her was everything Ruth had ever wanted for her child. "Better than Jim's family," she said, her voice carrying a slight edge despite her efforts to keep it neutral. "What few of them are left around here anyway?" Aaron nodded, understanding. He knew the situation with Jim's family well enough, the complicated dynamics that had existed long before Ruth and Aaron's relationship began. "Their loss is right," Aaron said firmly. "But our gain. Jake and Marcus are going to have a little sister who can keep up with them, and my family's going to get another granddaughter to spoil." Ruth was about to respond when raised voices from a nearby table caught her attention. A woman in her 40s was speaking to their server, her tone frustrated but controlled. "I specifically asked for the vegan burger," the customer was saying. "No dairy, no eggs, no animal products. This has ranch dressing on it, which contains milk. Do you know how much violence there is in a cup of milk?" The young server, probably a college student working part-time, looked flustered. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I just started my shift, and I'm not sure what the previous server took down for your order. Could I speak to your supervisor, please?" The customer asked, her voice patient but firm. Ruth watched the interaction with professional interest, her investigator's mind automatically cataloging the dynamics at play. Miscommunication, shift change, incomplete information transfer, all familiar elements from her work world translated into a restaurant setting. The supervisor appeared within minutes, a middle-aged woman with graying hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She wore the same uniform as the servers, but carried herself with the authority of someone used to solving problems. "What seems to be the issue?" the supervisor asked, her tone professional and helpful. "The previous server took my order, then apparently went off shift," the customer explained. "I ordered the vegan burger specifically, but this one has ranch dressing, which contains dairy. The new server wasn't aware of my dietary restrictions." The supervisor nodded, already reaching for the plate. "I apologize for the confusion. Let me get this fixed for you right away. No charge for the replacement, and I'll have the kitchen prioritize your order." Ruth watched the supervisor handle the situation smoothly, apologizing, taking responsibility, offering a solution. But more importantly, she watched the woman take notes on a small pad, documenting the incident and the resolution. Supervisor. Documentation. Oversight of multiple servers across different shifts. The thought hit Ruth like a lightning bolt, and she practically shot up from her seat. "Aaron," she said urgently, already reaching for her jacket. "We need to get back. Now." Aaron looked up from his burger, startled by her sudden intensity. "What's wrong?" "Supervisors," Ruth said, throwing a 20 on the table to cover their meal. "We were looking at the wrong level. Case workers report to supervisors." Aaron grabbed his burger and followed her toward the door, understanding dawning in his eyes. "You think there's a supervising signature on the CPS reports?" "Has to be," Ruth said, already walking quickly toward their Range Rover. "Every bureaucracy has oversight, documentation chains, approval processes. Someone above the case worker level had to sign off on these reports." They drove back to the courthouse in relative silence, Ruth's mind racing through the implications while Aaron finished his lunch. If she was right, if there was supervisory oversight documented on the CPS reports, it could be the thread they'd been looking for, the connection that linked 11 murders across 4 counties and 13 years. Ruth burst through the field office doors with Aaron close behind, her energy immediately infecting the team. "Jake, pull up those CPS reports again." All 11 cases. I want to see the supervisor signatures. Jake's fingers flew across his keyboard, bringing up the digitized case files on the main display. Looking for supervisor approval stamps. Has to be there somewhere, Ruth said, studying the documents as they appeared on screen. Every government agency has approval chains. Someone above the caseworker level had to sign off. Maria Santos looked up from her communications station. What kind of signatures are we looking for? Could be a full signature, could be initials, could be a stamp, Aaron said, joining the search. Anything that indicates supervisory approval. Brett Collins rolled his chair closer to his own monitor, scanning through the digital files. Here, he said, pointing to a section near the bottom of the first report. There's a line for supervisory review with what looks like initials. Ruth felt her pulse quicken as Jake magnified the section Brett had identified. In faded ink, barely legible after years of digital scanning and copying, were two letters that could have been anything. Can you enhance that? She asked. Jake adjusted the contrast and brightness, trying to bring the faded initials into sharper focus. It's hard to make out. Could be JB, could be JS, could be something else entirely. Check the other reports, Ruth instructed. See if the same initials appear on all 11 cases. For the next 20 minutes, they worked methodically through each case file, scanning for supervisory signatures or initials. Some were clearer than others, some were barely visible, but a pattern began to emerge. I'm seeing the same initials on 9 of the 11 reports, Jake announced. The handwriting's inconsistent, but it looks like JB on most of them. Ruth felt the familiar surge of adrenaline that came with a real breakthrough. What about the other two? Different initials. One looks like MS, the other might be RH. Jake pulled up a comparison on his screen. But those are from the earliest cases, 13 years ago. Could be different supervisors who moved on or retired. Focus on JB, Ruth said. That's our connection. 9 cases, same supervisor, spanning over a decade. Jake, I want you to find out who JB was in the CPS system during the time frame of these murders. I'll need to access personnel records, organizational charts, maybe contact CPS directly, Jake said, already pulling up databases. Do whatever it takes, Ruth replied. Do whatever it takes, Ruth replied. Jake pulled up the CPS organizational directory and found the main office number. I'll start with their personnel department, he said, dialing the number displayed on his screen. Ruth watched as Jake navigated through an automated phone system, pressing numbers and waiting through hold music. After several minutes of being transferred between departments, his expression shifted. Yes, I'm calling regarding personnel records for a former supervisor with the initials JB, possibly Gerald Biltmore, Jake said into his headset. This is related to a Texas Rangers investigation. He listened for a moment, then looked up at Ruth. They're transferring me to the current senior supervisor. Jake spoke briefly to someone else, explaining their request, then held out the phone to Ruth. Mariah Kugler, senior supervisor. She wants to talk directly to the lead investigator. Ruth took the phone. Ms. Kugler, this is Texas Ranger Ruth Baker. I'm investigating a series of cases that may be connected to a former CPS supervisor with the initials JB. We believe this may be Gerald Biltmore. Oh my, came a woman's voice, warm but surprised. Jerry Biltmore. I remember him very well. He trained me when I joined his team about 5 years ago. We also found 2 other sets of initials on some earlier reports, MS and RH. Do you know who those might have been? Oh yes, that would be Mike Sullivan and Robert Hayes. They were both temporary acting supervisors who moved on pretty quickly. Mike took a job with the State Attorney General's office, and Robert transferred to Austin for a promotion. Jerry took over most of their caseloads when they left. So Jerry was effectively the supervisor for cases in Brewster, Alpine, Presidio, and Jeff Davis counties. That's right, Mariah confirmed. Jerry covered a lot of ground. He had oversight responsibility for those 4 counties, which meant he reviewed and approved all the case worker reports from those areas. He was very thorough, very dedicated to the work. Ruth made quick notes. Ms. Kugler, do you still have his personnel files? Any records of his work, his assignments? I'm sure we do, though they'd be in our archived records now. Jerry left us about 3 years ago. Left? You mean he retired? No, Mariah said, her voice growing somber. It was such a tragedy, what happened to him. He was killed in a break-in at his house one night. Ruth felt a spark of recognition pulse through her. Was he strangled? No, it was a stabbing, the police said. Just a horrifying, senseless act of violence. Ruth's grip tightened on the phone. Was anything taken from his house? I don't think so. The police said it looked like whoever did it was interrupted or something. It shocked all of us here. Jerry was such a gentle man, dedicated to helping families and children. He didn't have an enemy in the world, as far as we knew. The whole office was devastated when we heard. He was well-liked and sorely missed. I actually took over his position after he died, which made me feel guilty, but I tried to fill his big shoes as best I could. Ruth made notes on her pad. Ms. Kugler, would it be possible for me to come speak with you in person? I have some additional questions about Jerry's work. Of course. I'm here until 6 today if that works for you. We'll be there by 4, Ruth said, checking her watch. Thank you for your cooperation. After hanging up, Ruth turned to her team. Jake, I need you to pull up the police reports on Gerald Biltmore's murder. Everything you can find. Jake's fingers flew across his keyboard. Within minutes, case files appeared on the main screen. Ruth studied the incident report, scanning through the details of what appeared to be a straightforward home invasion gone bad. Here's what's interesting, Brett said, reading from his monitor. The investigating officer notes that nothing was taken from the house. Cash in plain sight, some valuable artwork, jewelry box left open with expensive pieces still inside. The officer specifically mentions that Biltmore had family money, so there were plenty of valuables worth taking. He calls it unusual for a burglary gone wrong. Ruth felt that familiar sense of strings connecting to other strings. Keep pulling at them, and eventually something had to give. The killer was after something specific, not money or valuables. Or he was spooked and ran before he could grab anything, Aaron suggested. Maybe, Ruth said, though her instincts told her otherwise. Jake, can you pull up the crime scene photos and the ME's autopsy report? The images that appeared on screen showed a modest but well-maintained house with no signs of struggle, except for blood pooled in the kitchen where Jerry's body had been found. Ruth studied the photos methodically, looking for details that might have been overlooked. Here's the ME's report, Jake said, highlighting a section of text. Multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdomen, but listen to this. The ME notes they're relatively shallow. Says it would have taken the victim considerable time to bleed out, and the wound pattern suggests this was probably the perpetrator's first stabbing. Usually when someone kills in a rage, you see deeper wounds, more frenzied attack patterns. Jake scrolled down to the margin notes. And here's the ME's specific comment. Wound characteristics suggest inexperience with blade weapons. Likely perpetrator's first stabbing. Ruth stared at the report, an idea crystallizing. Or he didn't like stabbing at all. Didn't like the blood and the mess that goes with it. What do you mean? Aaron asked. Because his preferred method was strangulation using a foreign object, like a bandana. Avoiding skin contact. Avoiding mess. Clean, controlled. But he didn't want this murder connected with the mothers, so he resorted to stabbing, a method he clearly wasn't comfortable with. Aaron nodded slowly, following her logic. That would explain the shallow wounds and the hesitation. But why would the bandana killer go after a senior supervisor at the CPS? Ruth grabbed her hat from the desk, energy coursing through her as the pieces began fitting together. That's what we need to talk to Mariah Kugler to find out. Let's go. Chapter 19. The CPS regional office occupied a low-slung brick building that had probably been modern in the 1970s, but now just looked tired. Ruth parked the Range Rover in the visitor's lot, noting the security cameras and the reinforced glass doors, signs of an agency that dealt with humanity's darker impulses on a daily basis. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the parking lot, and she could smell the faint aroma of barbecue from a food truck parked across the street. Mariah Kugler met them in the lobby, and Ruth immediately understood why she'd been successful in taking over Jerry Biltmore's challenging territory. She was a big-built woman, probably in her 40s, with the kind of presence that commanded attention without demanding it. Her handshake was firm, her gaze direct, and when she spoke, her voice carried the warm cadences of South Texas. "Rangers Baker and Tate," she said, leading them through a maze of cubicles toward her office. "Y'all come on back. I got coffee if you want some, though I warn you it's been sitting since this morning." Ruth accepted a cup gratefully, noting how the bitter brew had that institutional taste of coffee that had been sitting too long on a hot plate. Aaron declined with a polite smile, settling into a chair across from Mariah's desk while pulling out his notebook. The office walls were covered with certificates, training documents, and photos of children success stories, Ruth assumed, kids who'd made it through the system intact. A small window looked out onto the parking lot, and somewhere in the building, she could hear the muffled sound of phones ringing and keyboards clicking. "I appreciate you taking the time to see us," Ruth said, setting her cup on a coaster shaped like the state of Texas. "As I mentioned on the phone, we're investigating cases that may be connected to Jerry Biltmore's work as a supervisor." Mariah nodded, her expression growing thoughtful. "Jerry was good people. Dedicated to the work, you know. He really cared about these families, wanted to help them get their lives together. Not everyone in this job can maintain that kind of heart." "How long did you work with him?" Aaron asked, his pen poised over his notebook. "About 5 years directly, though I knew him longer than that. When I started here 15 years ago, Jerry was already a senior caseworker. He had this reputation, tough but fair, you know. Kids would actually ask to be assigned to him when they aged out of foster care, because they knew he'd help them navigate the system." Ruth made notes, getting a feel for Jerry's character. What made him decide to move into supervision? The usual story. Too many cases, not enough resources, watching good caseworkers burn out or quit. Mariah picked up a framed photo from her desk, a group shot at what looked like an office holiday party. Jerry used to say that he could help more families by training good social workers than by handling cases himself. He was probably right. What was his management style like? Ruth asked. How did he handle the caseload pressures? Methodical. Jerry believed in following procedures, documenting everything, building solid cases when removals were necessary. Mariah set the photo down, her fingers tracing its edge. Some of the younger workers thought he was too slow, too cautious. They'd want to rush in and save kids immediately when they saw bad situations. Aaron looked up from his notes. But Jerry disagreed with that approach. Jerry understood something a lot of people in this business don't, that breaking up families is traumatic for children, even when it's necessary. He'd say, we're not in the business of creating more trauma. We're trying to heal it. Mariah's voice carried obvious respect for her former colleague. He'd work with families for months, trying to get them services, support, whatever they needed to keep things together. Ruth sipped her coffee, studying the photos on Mariah's wall. Most showed children at various ages, some in family groups, others alone. Success stories, but also reminders of the stakes involved in this work. That must have been frustrating for some staff members. Oh, it was. Especially for the caseworkers, who were dealing with the worst situations day after day. You see a child living in filth or showing signs of abuse, and your instinct is to get them out immediately. Mariah leaned back in her chair, which creaked softly under her weight. Jerry had to teach people that good intentions without proper procedure often made things worse for everyone. How so? Aaron asked. Well, if you remove children without building a solid case, without following proper documentation, the courts will just send them back. Meanwhile, you've traumatized the kids, alienated the parents, and made it harder for the next worker who has to go in there. Mariah picked up her coffee mug, found it empty, and set it back down. Jerry had seen too many cases fall apart because someone got emotional instead of staying professional. Ruth could see the wisdom in that approach, though she imagined it created tension with younger, more idealistic workers. Did that cause conflicts with his staff? Some grumbling, sure. People would complain that Jerry was too slow, too bureaucratic. But most of them learned to appreciate his methods once they saw the results. Mariah gestured toward the photos on her wall. A lot of those kids are still with their families today because Jerry took the time to do things right. The afternoon light was shifting outside the window, casting longer shadows across the parking lot. Ruth could see state employees beginning to trickle out of the building, heading home for the day. The sounds in the hallway had quieted somewhat as the business day wound down. What about the technical side of the operation? Ruth asked. Computer systems, databases, that sort of thing. Jerry wasn't particularly tech-savvy himself, but he understood how important good record-keeping was. We'd been transitioning from paper files to digital systems, and that was a challenge for a lot of the older workers. Mariah smiled slightly. Jerry used to joke that he'd rather trust a filing cabinet than a computer, but he knew the future was digital. Aaron made another note. How did that transition go? Any problems with the new systems? Nothing major. We had good IT support, someone who really knew the systems inside and out. Made the whole process much smoother than it could have been. Mariah glanced at her computer monitor, where Ruth could see multiple windows open, case files, email, various databases. These days, I can't imagine doing this job without the computers. So much easier to track families, share information between counties, flag patterns that might not be obvious otherwise. Ruth felt a slight chill at that last comment. The ability to track patterns across counties would be exactly what someone like the Bandanna Killer would need to identify victims. The IT support was that an outside contractor or internal staff. Internal. Much better that way, since they understand the specific needs of social services work. Not like some generic tech support company that doesn't know the difference between a case file and a grocery list. The building's HVAC system cycled on with a soft hum, and Ruth could smell the lingering aroma of someone's microwaved lunch mixed with the institutional coffee that seemed to permeate every government building. A phone rang somewhere down the hall, followed by the muffled sound of a one-sided conversation. "Jerry sounds like he was well-respected," Ruth observed. "Good relationships with most of his staff." "Jerry got along with most folks," Mariah said slowly, adjusting her reading glasses as she considered the question. "He was fair, thorough, didn't play favorites. Case workers respected him because he'd been in the field himself for 20 years before moving into supervision. He understood the challenges they faced." Ruth sipped her coffee, watching Mariah's face carefully. "Anyone who didn't get along with him? Any conflicts or personality clashes?" "Well..." Mariah paused, reaching for her own coffee mug, a ceramic piece that read "World's Greatest Supervisor" in faded letters. "There was this one young man who worked here for a couple years. Very unusual fellow. Always kept to himself, you know. Silent type. Never fraternized or socialized with the rest of us, never joined us for birthday cakes or office parties." Aaron's pen paused over his notebook. "Unusual how?" "Just odd behavior for someone his age," Mariah continued, warming to the subject. "Good-looking boy, maybe late 20s, early 30s. Some of the younger women in the office found him attractive, would try to strike up conversations, invite him to lunch. He never even responded, just walked away like they weren't there. After a while, folks just left him alone." Ruth leaned forward slightly. "But he was good at his job." "Oh yes, very good. Efficient, thorough, never missed deadlines. Jerry used to say he was one of the most competent people we had." Mariah set down her mug and looked out the window for a moment. "Which made his behavior even stranger, you know. Someone that capable, you'd expect them to be more engaged with the work, with the people." "Was he a caseworker?" Ruth asked, feeling that familiar tingle when a lead began to develop. Aaron looked up expectantly, his pen ready. "No, he was a desk worker in IT," Mariah replied. "Maintained our computer systems, managed the database, handled technical support for the case workers. Had access to all our files, all our records. Jerry used to joke that the boy knew more about our cases than some of the supervisors did." Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance, the significance of this information settling between them like a weight. Someone with complete access to CPS files, someone who could identify vulnerable families, someone who kept to himself and displayed antisocial behavior. The building's air conditioning cycled on with a soft hum, and somewhere down the hall, a printer was churning out documents. Ruth could hear muffled conversations from the cubicles beyond Mariah's office, the everyday sounds of social workers trying to keep families together in a system that often seemed designed to tear them apart. "This IT worker," Aaron said carefully, his voice neutral but focused. "Do you remember his name?" Mariah nodded, her expression growing more serious as she seemed to sense the weight of their interest. "Caleb Wentworth. He worked here for about 15 years, started when he was real young. Left us about 3 years ago, maybe 2 months after Jerry was killed. I always thought the timing was coincidental, you know, People leave this job all the time, especially the technical folks. They can make more money in the private sector. Ruth felt her pulse quicken, but kept her expression neutral. The timeline was clicking into place. 15 years at CPS would cover the entire period when the 11 murders were committed. Did Jerry ever mention having any problems with Caleb Wentworth? Any conflicts or concerns? Not that I recall, Mariah said slowly. Like I said, Jerry thought he was competent. But... She trailed off, seeming to search her memory. But what? Ruth prompted gently. Well, there was one time Jerry mentioned that Caleb seemed to spend a lot of time reviewing case files that weren't directly related to his IT duties. Jerry asked him about it, and Caleb said he was just trying to understand the work better, to provide better technical support. Mariah shrugged. Made sense at the time. The afternoon light was beginning to fade outside the window, casting the office in a softer glow. Ruth finished her coffee, noting how the institutional brew had actually improved as it cooled, or maybe she was just getting used to it. Mariah's expression grew concerned, her dark eyes moving between Ruth and Aaron. Rangers, is this boy dangerous? Should I be worried about my safety or my staff's? Ruth considered how much to reveal. We have no reason to think that at the moment. But we'd appreciate your discretion on this, and we'd like those files right away if possible. Time is of the essence. I'll need a little time to gather everything you're asking for, Mariah said, already reaching for her phone. Personnel files, work assignments, database access logs. It's going to take me about an hour to pull it all together and clear it with HR. That works, Ruth said, standing and extending her hand. We'll be back in an hour. Outside in the parking lot, Aaron pulled out his phone and dialed Ben Miller's direct line. Ruth could hear her boss's voice crackling through the speaker as Aaron briefed him on their discovery. Caleb Wentworth, Ben said, his tone sharp with interest. Same last name as Boyd Wentworth. That can't be coincidental. That's what we're thinking, Aaron replied. Ruth's got a theory that this whole thing traces back to their relationship years ago. Keep me posted. And Aaron, good work. Both of you. Aaron hung up and looked at Ruth, who was already walking toward the food truck parked across the street. The aroma of grilled meat and fresh tortillas made her stomach growl, reminding her they hadn't eaten since breakfast. Hungry? She asked, though it was more statement than question. They ordered from the cheerful woman behind the counter, carnitas tacos for Ruth, tamales for Aaron, and found a picnic table in the small park adjacent to the CPS building. The late afternoon sun was warm but not oppressive, and Ruth felt some of the tension ease from her shoulders as she bit into the perfectly seasoned pork. So, Aaron said, unwrapping his first tamale, why would someone like Caleb Wentworth want to work for CPS? Guy with his psychological profile, I mean. Ruth considered the question while savoring the complex flavors of the taco. Access, she said finally. Think about it. He gets a legitimate job that gives him complete access to case files on the most vulnerable families in 4 counties. Names, addresses, detailed reports on their problems, their weaknesses. A shopping list, Aaron said grimly. Exactly. And because he's IT support, he can access files across all geographic areas without anyone questioning why he's looking at cases outside his normal assignment area. Ruth wiped salsa from her chin. Plus, working inside the system gives him credibility. He understands how investigations work, what triggers interventions, how to stay under the radar. Aaron nodded, working through his tamale thoughtfully. And Jerry Biltmore was the one person who might have figured out what he was really doing. Jerry was asking too many questions about why Caleb was reviewing so many case files. Ruth agreed. Sooner or later, Jerry might have put together that the families Caleb was most interested in were the same ones ending up dead. The food truck's radio played soft conjunto music, and around them, state employees were beginning their evening exodus from the various government buildings. Ruth watched them go, thinking about how many secrets were contained in those filing cabinets and computer systems, how many vulnerable lives were reduced to case numbers and status reports. "You know what bothers me most about this?" she said finally. "What's that?" Caleb Wentworth spent 2 years working inside a system designed to protect children and families. Every day, he came to work knowing he was using that system to hunt victims. Ruth's jaw tightened. That takes a special kind of sociopathy. Aaron checked his watch. 15 more minutes. "You ready to see what Mariah's dug up for us?" Ruth finished her last taco and stood, brushing crumbs from her hands. "Let's go find out who Caleb Wentworth really was."
Chapter 20. He peeled away the gauze bandages with deliberate care, wincing as the adhesive pulled at his skin. The bullet wound in his shoulder was a clean through and through, just as he'd assessed in those frantic minutes after escaping the Sentinel building. No major arteries hit, no bone fragments, just torn muscle and flesh that would heal given time and proper care. But it still hurt like hell. The bathroom mirror reflected back a lean torso marked with old scars and this fresh injury, a puckered entry wound on the front of his left shoulder, a slightly larger exit wound on the back where the bullet had punched through. The flesh around both holes was angry red, but showed no signs of infection. His field medic training from years ago had served him well. The sutures were neat and tight, holding the wound closed while new tissue formed underneath. He rotated his shoulder carefully, testing the range of motion. Stiff, painful, but functional. The bitch had gotten lucky with that shot. Another few inches to the right and she would have hit the subclavian artery, and he'd have bled out on that office floor instead of making his escape. Lucky, he thought, probing the wound with his fingertip until fresh pain flared through his shoulder. Pure fucking luck. He pressed harder, watching his reflection wince in the mirror, savoring the bright spike of agony. Pain was honest. Pain was real. Pain reminded him that Ruth Baker had drawn blood, had marked him like some kind of predator claiming territory. Nobody marked him. Nobody. Ruth Baker. The name rolled through his mind like a mantra, equal parts admiration and fury. She had balls, he'd give her that. Standing her ground when most people would have run screaming, firing back even when she was outgunned and outmaneuvered. There was something almost artistic about the way she'd handled herself, professional, controlled, deadly when necessary. He respected that. It was exactly the kind of competence that made destroying her so appealing. She'd hurt him, and that was unforgivable. But more than that, she'd survived when she should have died, and that made her dangerous in ways beyond her investigative skills. She'd looked into his eyes through that ridiculous wrestling mask and seen something that most people missed, not just a killer, but someone who enjoyed the work. Someone who took pride in being better than everyone else. She saw me, he realized, the thought sending an unexpected thrill through him. Really saw me, not just the mask or the gun or the threat. She looked right into my soul and wasn't afraid. That was rare. That was exciting. He dabbed antibiotic ointment on both wounds, the sting sharp and immediate. The pain made him think about her again, about the split second when their eyes had met across that corporate battlefield. Most people looked at him and saw a monster, something to run from or beg for mercy. But Ruth Baker had looked at him like he was a puzzle to be solved, a challenge to be met. Bitch thinks she's smarter than me, he thought, pressing the gauze against his shoulder with unnecessary force. Thinks she can hunt me down like some amateur psychopath who leaves DNA all over his crime scenes. Then fresh gauze, medical tape, all applied with the sureness of someone who'd patched himself up more times than he cared to count. The white bandages stood out stark against his pale skin, a reminder of unfinished business. Every time he moved, every time the fabric pulled against his wound, he'd remember her. Remember the look in her eyes when she'd pulled that trigger. She's going to pay for this. She's going to pay in ways she can't even imagine. When this was over, when Ruth Baker was dead and the murder club was eliminated, he'd have to disappear again. New identity, new location, new hunting grounds. The thought should have been depressing, but instead it felt like possibility. A fresh start, lessons learned, methods refined. And this time he'd know how to handle smart-ass female cops who thought they could outsmart him. A soft ping from his computer setup in the adjoining room interrupted his brooding. He pulled on a black t-shirt, careful not to jar his shoulder, and walked to the bank of monitors that dominated the space. Multiple screens showed feeds from various surveillance programs he'd installed over the past 3 years, traffic cameras, security systems, and most importantly, the network intrusion tools that let him monitor law enforcement communications. The notification came from his tap into the Texas Rangers investigation database. New file uploads, communication logs, location data from Ruth Baker's team. He'd been tracking their every move since the investigation began, staying one step ahead by knowing exactly what they knew. But this latest update made his blood run cold. CPS personnel files. Mariah Kugler's contact information. Database queries for Caleb Miller and Caleb Wentworth and associated employment records. They'd found the connection. Somehow that relentless bitch had traced him back to his time inside the system, back to the source of his hunting grounds. How? The question burned through him like acid. How the fuck did she make that connection? He scrolled through the intercepted communications, watching his carefully constructed anonymity crumble in real time. They had his work history, his supervisor's testimony, probably his last known address within hours. From there, it would be a simple matter of following the digital breadcrumbs, social security records, financial transactions, utility payments. All the mundane details of modern life that made true invisibility impossible. Stupid, he snarled at his reflection in the monitor screen. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Should have wiped that trail years ago. Should have killed that fat-ass Kugler when I had the chance. They were close. Too close. The thought made his hands shake with rage as he pulled up more files, more intercepts, trying to understand exactly how much they knew. Every data point was like another nail in his coffin, another step closer to capture. No, not capture. Death. They'll try to take me alive, but I'll never let that happen. I'll take as many of them with me as I can. His hands moved across the keyboard without hesitation, accessing deeper surveillance protocols he'd hoped not to need. But if Ruth Baker wanted to play detective, he'd give her something to detect. The beauty of electronic warfare was that it cut both ways. While she was hunting him through databases and personnel files, he was watching her every move through the very system she trusted. The irony was delicious, but it wasn't enough to calm the fury building in his chest like a pressure cooker about to explode. She thinks she's so fucking smart. Thinks she's got me figured out. We'll see how smart she feels when I'm cutting her throat. Another notification appeared on his screen, this one from the spyware package he'd installed on Travis Boone's personal network months ago. Video file high resolution, timestamp from earlier that evening. He opened it and found himself looking at a familiar scene, 4 wealthy men in separate video windows, their faces tight with fear and rage. The murder club's latest strategy session. Perfect, he thought, his anger shifting into something colder and more focused. Just fucking perfect. He leaned back in his chair, ignoring the sharp pain in his shoulder, and let the video play. These fools actually thought they could hire someone to hunt him down, as if money could solve every problem they encountered. As if their wealth and influence meant anything against someone who'd been perfecting the art of murder for over a decade. Rich pricks think they can buy their way out of this. Think they can hire some mercenary to do what they're too pussy to do themselves. We need another killer, Travis Boone was saying, his pale eyes gleaming with bloodlust. We use our resources, our connections, our money. There are people out there, professionals, who can be hired for the right price. Professionals, he thought with contempt. You wouldn't know a professional killer if he strangled you with your own silk tie. The other faces nodded eagerly, caught up in their violent fantasy. Men who'd built empires by destroying their competition, now planning to apply those same ruthless methods to him. It was almost flattering if it wasn't so pathetically naive. He fast-forwarded through their discussion of contacts and budgets, their excited planning of his demise. These soft, pampered predators had no idea what they were dealing with. They thought violence was something you outsourced, something you paid others to handle while you watched from a safe distance. You want violence. I'll show you violence. I'll show you what real killing looks like, not this hired gun fantasy bullshit. They were about to learn otherwise. They were about to discover that all their money, all their influence, all their connections meant nothing when death came calling. And death was coming for them very soon. The video reached its climax as Travis Boone's face filled the screen, his expression radiating the kind of savage anticipation that only came from planning another human being's destruction. Gentlemen, when this fucker is in the ground, we'll have the hunting trip to end all hunting trips. The rage that had been building in his chest all evening suddenly crystallized into something pure and cold and deadly. His lips pulled back in a wolf's grin, showing teeth that looked sharp enough to tear flesh. He grinned and spoke aloud to the empty room. I'll be the one hunting you assholes.
Chapter 21. The CPS office felt different when Ruth and Aaron returned that afternoon, quieter somehow, as if the building itself was holding its breath. The afternoon light slanted through the lobby's institutional windows, casting long shadows across the worn linoleum that had probably been installed when Ruth was still a child in the foster system herself. The familiar smell of burnt coffee and industrial disinfectant brought back memories she'd spent years trying to forget. Memories of waiting in similar offices while social workers shuffled papers that would determine where she'd sleep that night. Mariah Kugler emerged from the inner offices, her expression apologetic in a way that made Ruth's stomach tighten with anticipation. Beside her walked a slight man Ruth hadn't seen before, probably in his 50s, with thick Coke bottle glasses that magnified his pale blue eyes to an almost comical degree. He wore a wrinkled polo shirt the color of weak coffee and khakis that looked like they'd been slept in, and there was something about the way he moved that reminded Ruth of a startled bird, always ready to take flight. "Rangers," Mariah said, her warm voice carrying an undertone of disappointment that immediately put Ruth on alert. I'm afraid I have some rather troubling news about those personnel files you requested. Ruth felt the familiar drop in her stomach that came with setbacks in crucial investigations. She'd been counting on those files to provide the breakthrough they needed, the missing piece that would help them understand how Caleb Wentworth had selected his victims. What kind of troubling news? They're missing, Mariah said simply, her hands gesturing helplessly. Someone must have broken into our record storage room at some point and taken them. We had no reason to access Caleb's employment files until today, so nobody realized they were gone. It could have happened months ago, or even years. Aaron stepped forward, his notebook already in his hand, pen poised in that automatic way cops developed when bad news started flowing. Any signs of forced entry? Security cameras, alarm systems. That's what makes this so unsettling, Mariah replied, shaking her head. No obvious break-in, no damaged locks or windows. Whoever did this either had legitimate access to the building, or they were skilled enough to get in without leaving traces. And they knew exactly what they were looking for. Nothing else in the storage room was disturbed. Just Caleb's file, gone without a trace. Ruth processed this information with growing unease. The missing files weren't random. They were part of a pattern of careful planning that stretched back years. Caleb Wentworth had been covering his tracks long before they'd started hunting him, eliminating evidence with the same cold method he used to kill his victims. However, Mariah continued, her tone brightening slightly, I do have something that might partially make up for that disappointment. This is Brian D'Souza. She gestured toward the nervous man beside her, who seemed to shrink under their attention. Brian worked closely with Caleb during his time here. When I mentioned your investigation to him, he volunteered to share what he remembers. Ruth studied Brian D'Souza more carefully, noting the way his eyes darted constantly around the lobby as if cataloging escape routes, the slight tremor in his hands, the defensive hunch of his shoulders. She'd seen that body language before, in herself, and in other survivors of the foster system. This was a man who'd learned early that safety was temporary, and threat could materialize without warning. Mr. D'Souza, she said, keeping her voice gentle and non-threatening, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I know this kind of thing can be difficult. Brian nodded quickly, his Adam's apple bobbing with nervous energy. Just Brian is fine. Mr. D'Souza was my foster father's name, and I'd rather not. He trailed off, his cheeks flushing slightly. Ruth felt a spark of recognition, the invisible bond that connected survivors of similar trauma. I understand completely. Where would be a good place to talk? Somewhere private and comfortable. Mariah led them through the maze of cubicles toward the employee break room, past walls covered with motivational posters about family preservation and children's rights. Ruth noticed how Brian's gaze lingered on one particular poster, a photograph of a smiling family with the caption, "Every child deserves a safe home," and saw something bitter twist in his expression before he looked away. The break room was a cramped space that tried too hard to be cheerful, with mismatched chairs around a scarred wooden table, a refrigerator covered in birthday announcements and baby photos, and fluorescent lighting that cast everything in an unflattering blue-white glow. The lingering smell of microwaved lunches mixed with burnt coffee created an institutional atmosphere that reminded Ruth forcibly of every government office she'd ever waited in as a child. Brian chose a chair in the corner, his back to the wall, positioning himself where he could see both entrances to the room. Ruth recognized the defensive positioning. She'd learned the same survival instincts in her own journey through the system. Aaron settled beside her with his notebook, but she noticed how he kept his posture relaxed and non-threatening, his cop instincts picking up on Brian's obvious anxiety. "Brian," Ruth began, settling into her chair and letting her own body language convey calm and safety. "What can you tell us about your work relationship with Caleb Wentworth?" Brian's hands were clasped tightly in his lap, his knuckles white with tension. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, as if saying Caleb's name too loudly might somehow summon him. "He was intense. That's the word that always comes to mind. Always watching people, studying them like specimens under a microscope. Like he was cataloging everything for later use." "Can you give us a specific example?" Aaron asked gently, his pen moving across the page in quick, economical strokes. Caleb would memorize the case files, not just read them, but memorize every detail. He knew things about the families we worked with that weren't even in our official reports. Personal information, private details about their relationships, their habits, their weaknesses. Brian's voice grew steadier as he continued, though his hands remained locked together. It wasn't normal professional interest. It was something else entirely. Ruth leaned forward slightly, careful not to invade his personal space. "Did that level of interest concern you at the time?" "Everything about him concerned me." Brian's eyes darted to the break room's windows, then back to Ruth's face. He had this way of moving through the office, like a coiled spring ready to snap at any moment. "He reminded me of..." He paused, his face growing pale as some unwelcome memory surfaced. Ruth felt her instincts sharpen, recognizing the signs of someone wrestling with traumatic associations. She'd learned over the years that foster children developed an almost supernatural ability to read danger signals in adult behavior, and Brian's reaction to Caleb suggested something deeper than simple workplace discomfort. "Brian," she said softly, "were you a foster child yourself?" His pale blue eyes widened behind the thick lenses of his glasses, surprise replacing anxiety for a moment. "How did you know?" "Takes one to know one," Ruth replied, allowing some of her own vulnerability to show in her voice. "I grew up in the foster system myself. Rural Texas, bounced around between families from the time I was 7 until I aged out at 18. Never knew my biological parents or had any real family to speak of." The transformation in Brian was immediate and profound. His shoulders relaxed, the rigid tension in his posture easing as the invisible wall between them crumbled. "Then you understand," he said, his voice carrying a relief so profound it was almost painful to hear. "You know what it's like to always be waiting for the other shoe to drop, to never feel truly safe anywhere." Ruth nodded, feeling the familiar ache in her chest that came with acknowledging those old wounds. "I do understand." "And Caleb reminded you of some of your foster experiences." "The dangerous ones," Brian whispered, his voice carrying the weight of old fears. "Not the ones who actually hurt you. Those were almost easier to deal with because at least you knew where you stood. I'm talking about the ones who never actually laid a hand on you, but somehow made it clear that they wanted to. The ones who filled the air with such tension that even breathing felt like you were doing something wrong." Ruth's throat tightened with recognition. She'd known adults like that, foster parents who radiated barely contained violence, who made children walk on eggshells and speak in whispers, who turned everyday activities like meals and bedtime into exercises in terror. Caleb had that same energy. Exactly that same energy. Like violence was always just beneath the surface, held back by the thinnest possible thread. Brian shuddered visibly. "I used to dread coming to work when I knew he'd be in the office. There was something predatory about the way he watched people, especially the caseworkers who dealt directly with families. Without thinking, Ruth reached across the small table and gently placed her hand over Brian's clasped ones. The gesture was instinctive, born from her own memories of needing human connection in dark moments. I understand that feeling completely. I had a foster placement like that once, the Hassinis. They had rules about everything: how you sat at the table, how you spoke to adults, when you were allowed to use the bathroom. Every moment felt like walking through a minefield. Brian's face brightened slightly, some of the haunted quality leaving his eyes. But you survived it. You made something of yourself. We both did, Ruth said, squeezing his hands briefly before releasing them. But I had help along the way. There was another boy at the Hassini's house. We called him Matty, though his full name was Matthias. He was maybe 11 years old, a year younger than me, with these enormous brown eyes that seemed to take in everything. She could see Aaron watching her carefully from across the table, recognizing that she was sharing something deeply personal, something she rarely talked about even with him. But something about Brian's vulnerability, his obvious need for connection and understanding, compelled her to continue. Maddie and I found this old paperback copy of Huckleberry Finn in the basement of the house. It was in terrible condition. The binding was completely shot and most of the pages were falling out. But it was like finding treasure in that place. You read it together? Brian asked, genuine interest replacing the anxiety in his voice. Page by page. We'd take turns reading, then carefully pass the loose pages back and forth so the other person could follow along. It became our secret ritual, our escape from everything else that was happening in that house. Ruth felt warmth spreading through her chest at the memory, one of the few bright spots from that dark period of her childhood. There's something powerful about finding someone to share something beautiful with, even in the worst circumstances. It made life feel worth living again. Brian's entire demeanor had changed, his face softening with something approaching wonder. That's actually beautiful. In all that darkness and fear, you managed to create something meaningful and lasting. We did, Ruth agreed, though she could feel the shadow of what came next hovering at the edge of her consciousness. But I'm getting off track. Tell me more about Caleb's behavior at work. You mentioned he was getting emotionally overinvolved with cases. Brian nodded, his newfound comfort allowing him to speak more freely. He started coming back to the office after field visits in a rage, saying we had to remove children immediately from their homes. Mariah would try to explain our protocols, the legal requirements for building solid cases, but Caleb couldn't or wouldn't accept that we had to follow proper procedures. What happened when he couldn't accept those limitations? Aaron asked, his pen moving steadily across his notebook. He started going rogue. Making unauthorized visits to families, showing up at houses without backup or proper documentation. Brian's voice grew stronger as he continued, as if telling the story was helping him process his own memories. There was one case in particular that really escalated things. A woman named Jasmine Gorin who lived in a trailer park with her teenage son. Ruth felt her pulse quicken at the name. What happened with Jasmine Gorin? She had multiple boyfriends coming and going, and we suspected she might be involved in prostitution, though we could never prove it definitively. Caleb became obsessed with that case, convinced that the boy was in immediate danger. Brian's hands began to tremble again as he recalled the incident. One evening, he went to the trailer without authorization and got into a physical altercation with one of Maria's male friends. How serious was the altercation? Ruth asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Caleb nearly killed the man. Broke several ribs, gave him a concussion, internal bleeding that required surgery. When Maria tried to defend her friend by threatening Caleb with a kitchen knife, Brian's voice faltered, his face growing pale again. What did he do to Maria? Ruth pressed gently. He grabbed her arm and twisted it until it snapped in 3 places. Then he wrapped his hands around her throat and started choking her. Brian's eyes went distant with the memory, reliving something that had clearly traumatized him. Maria said later that she genuinely thought she was going to die. She described how Caleb's eyes went completely black, like there was nothing human left in them. Pure predatory violence. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a meaningful glance. The strangulation attempt on Jasmine Gorin was clearly a precursor to the systematic murders that would follow, a moment when Caleb discovered his preferred method of killing. What were the consequences of that incident? Aaron asked. Mariah launched an internal investigation immediately. She fired Caleb and reported everything to the Santa Clarita Police Department. But by the time the officers went to question him, he'd vanished completely. His apartment was cleaned out, rent unpaid, no forwarding address or contact information. And that was the last anyone heard of him. Ruth asked. Until yesterday, Brian said quietly. When he showed up at an FBI agent's house, still carrying a CPS clipboard, still pretending he had authority to investigate families. It's like he never stopped hunting. Ruth felt the pieces of Caleb's psychology clicking into place. He hadn't moved on from his time at CPS. He'd simply taken his hunting methods underground, using what he'd learned about identifying vulnerable families to select victims for murder. The job had given him both the skills and the access he needed to become the Bandanna killer. Brian, she said, standing and extending her hand, thank you for sharing all of this with us. I know it wasn't easy to relive those memories, especially the difficult ones. Brian stood as well, and when he shook her hand, his grip was surprisingly firm and steady. Thank you for understanding. For the story about Maddie and Huckleberry Finn. It helps to remember that there's beauty and connection possible in the world, even in the darkest places. There is, Ruth agreed, meaning it completely. And there are people worth fighting for, worth protecting from predators like Caleb Wentworth. You'll catch him, won't you? Brian asked, and Ruth could hear the child he'd once been in his voice, still needing reassurance that the monsters could be stopped. We will, she promised, with a conviction that came from somewhere deep in her bones. We absolutely will. As they made their way back through the CPS office toward the parking lot, Ruth felt the weight of Brian's story settling into her consciousness alongside her own memories. The afternoon light slanting through the windows had shifted, casting longer shadows across the institutional carpet, and she could hear the quiet sounds of a government office winding down for the day, phones ringing less frequently, keyboards clicking more sporadically, the soft hum of conversations as workers prepared to go home to their families. Aaron was unusually quiet as they walked, and Ruth could sense him processing not just the information they'd gathered about Caleb, but also her unexpected openness about her foster care experiences. She rarely shared those memories with anyone, including him, and she could feel his careful attention to her emotional state as they made their way to the Range Rover. Chapter 22. They drove in silence for several miles, the hill country rolling past in the fading light of early evening. Ruth kept her hands steady on the wheel, but inside she felt exposed in a way she rarely allowed herself to be. Sharing the story about Maddie and the Hassinis hadn't been planned. It had simply poured out of her in response to Brian's obvious pain, the recognition of a fellow survivor who needed to know he wasn't alone. She'd broken protocol. Personal history stayed personal, especially during active investigations. but something about Brian's hollow-eyed terror had made her throw him the only lifeline she had, proof that survival was possible, that connection could exist even in the darkest places. The silence in the Range Rover stretched between them, Aaron's presence beside her both comforting and unnerving. She could feel him processing what he'd witnessed, how she'd opened herself up to a stranger in ways she'd never done with him. The realization made her chest tighten, with something between panic and regret. Aaron finally spoke as they passed a roadside stand selling fresh peaches, his voice careful and gentle. "You never talk much about your foster home days." The observation hung in the air like a challenge. Ruth glanced at him, noting the way he was studying her profile, reading the micro-expressions she usually kept hidden. "Not much to talk about." "The hell there isn't." Aaron's voice carried quiet conviction that made her want to deflect, to shut down the conversation before it went deeper than she could handle. "What you told Brian back there, about finding beauty and connection even in dark places, that's not nothing, Ruth. That's everything." Ruth felt her throat tighten. She'd said too much back there, revealed more than she'd intended. The story about Maddie was supposed to stay buried, locked away with all the other pieces of her childhood she'd learned to compartmentalize. It was just a story about reading a book. "No," Aaron said with the kind of certainty that made her defenses feel flimsy. "It was a story about two kids who refused to let the world break them completely. About finding light in darkness and holding on to hope when hope was all they had." Ruth pulled into a rest stop without really deciding to, her body seeking space to breathe, to think, to figure out how to navigate this conversation without completely falling apart. The parking area was nearly empty, except for a family with young children climbing on a playground, while their parents sat at a picnic table, sharing what looked like takeout barbecue. She turned off the engine and sat for a moment, watching the family through the windshield. The father was pushing a little girl on a swing, while the mother fed a baby in a high chair. Ordinary moments of love and protection that looked almost foreign to someone who'd grown up without them. The sight made something ache deep in her chest. "So what happened to him?" Aaron asked quietly, and she could hear in his voice that he already suspected this story didn't have a happy ending. Ruth stared at the family on the playground, using their normalcy as an anchor while she decided how much truth she could stand to share. The professional part of her brain cataloged details: the father's patient smile, the mother's gentle hands, the children's unconscious security in their parents' love. Everything she and Maddie had never known. "He fell sick," she said finally, her voice steady but quieter than usual. "Jaundice. What we'd call hepatitis B now, though none of us knew that then." Aaron waited, not pushing, letting her tell the story at her own pace. The silence felt safe somehow, giving her room to breathe between words. "The Hassinis had this rule," Ruth continued, settling into the narrative the way she would approach any difficult case. "No kid could leave the dinner table until they'd finished every morsel on their plate. Mr. Hassini would lecture us about how lucky and privileged we were, being white kids in America, and how there were kids back in his country who slept in gutters and ate scraps out of dump bins to survive." She could still hear his voice, thick with righteous anger, making them feel guilty for being hungry, for being scared, for needing basic human kindness. The memory made her jaw tight, almost imperceptibly. "But Maddie couldn't keep anything down because of the jaundice," Aaron said, understanding beginning to dawn in his voice. "None of us knew that then. He could barely manage to eat anything, and what little he did get down made him sick. But Mr. Hassini wouldn't let him leave the table, so poor Maddie would sit there for hours while the rest of us kids were allowed to go out and play or do homework or whatever. Ruth's hands found the steering wheel again, gripping it like an anchor. One night, he was still sitting there when we were all sent to bed. The image was burned into her memory. Maddie hunched over his plate like a broken bird, tears streaming down his yellowed cheeks, too weak to lift his fork but too terrified to disobey. The sight had filled 12-year-old Ruth with a rage so pure it had felt like swallowing fire. "Jesus," Aaron breathed. I crept downstairs and emptied Maddie's plate while Mr. Hosny wasn't looking. Maddie showed him the empty plate and finally got to go to bed. Ruth could still picture Maddie's face, exhausted gratitude mixed with desperate relief. This went on for weeks until Hosny caught me. "What happened when he caught you?" He didn't dare lay a hand on me himself. There were too many rules about that, too much oversight. So he had his wife punish me instead. Extra chores, no television, that kind of thing. Ruth shrugged, though the gesture felt hollow. I didn't mind. I would have done anything for Maddie. He was my friend. The words carried more weight than she'd intended. Maddie hadn't just been her friend, he'd been her only friend, the only person in the world who'd seen her as worth protecting. Aaron reached across the console and took her hand, his calloused palm warm against her cold fingers. The touch was gentle, careful, asking permission, rather than demanding acceptance. "You were protecting him." "I tried to." Ruth's voice grew quieter, the professional distance beginning to crack. "But I should have done more. I told the Hossinies that Maddie needed to see a doctor, that he was sick. His skin, his eyes, his fingernails, they were all yellow. Hossini said it was because Maddie had been smoking with the older kids, and it was the nicotine that made his skin yellow, but I knew that couldn't be true." She could still remember working up the courage to approach Mr. Hossini, how small she'd felt standing in front of his desk while he read his newspaper. The way he'd looked at her over his reading glasses, irritated at being interrupted by a child's concerns. His eyes, Aaron. His eyes were as yellow as... Ruth shook her head, unable to finish the comparison that had haunted her nightmares for 20 years. Maddie's eyes had been the color of autumn leaves, of dying sunlight, of hope fading away 1 degree at a time. Then winter came, and he got worse. So much worse. The family on the playground was packing up their picnic now, the father swinging the little girl onto his shoulders while she laughed and grabbed his hair. Ruth watched them through the windshield, thinking about all the ordinary moments of safety and love that she and Maddie had never known, would never know. "He died that winter," she said, and for the first time her voice betrayed her. The words came out rough, scraped raw by 20 years of buried grief. Shivering even though he had his blanket and mine to cover him. I tried to stay awake and read Huck Finn to him. By then we'd lost most of the pages except the chapters where Huck finally decides to help Jim escape and tears up the letter he'd written to Miss Watson and declares, "All right then, I'll go to hell." But I was so tired, I fell asleep, and when I woke up the next morning, the memory crashed over her without warning. The cold morning air, Maddie's small body under the shared blankets, unnaturally still in the gray dawn light. Her own voice calling his name, getting louder and more desperate when he didn't respond. Maddie was gone, Aaron finished softly. Ruth nodded, and to her complete surprise, tears began to fall. Not the careful, controlled tears she might allow herself at a colleague's funeral, but real tears that came from somewhere deep and unguarded. She stared at her hands, startled by her own reaction. She hadn't cried about Maddie in years, decades. He was gone. Just gone. And I never got to tell him goodbye, never got to tell him how much he meant to me, how much braver he made me feel in that horrible place. The grief was crushing, suffocating, a weight she'd carried for so long it had become part of her skeleton. She'd failed him. Failed the one person who depended on her completely, who'd trusted her to keep him safe in a world that wanted to destroy them both. Aaron's arms came around her then, pulling her against his chest while she cried, really cried, for the first time in years. His hands smoothed her hair. His voice murmured words of comfort while she let herself feel the full weight of 20 years' worth of guilt and loss. "I should have saved him," she whispered against Aaron's shoulder, her voice muffled by fabric and shame. "I should have found a way to get him real help, to make someone listen about how sick he was." "You were 12 years old," Aaron said fiercely, his voice rough with emotion that matched her own. A 12-year-old child trying to protect another child in a system that had already failed you both. You did everything you could possibly do. It wasn't enough. The words came out flat and broken. "It was everything," Aaron insisted, pulling back to frame her face with his hands, forcing her to meet his eyes. "Ruth, listen to me. You gave Maddie love and friendship and protection in a place where those things were in short supply. You made his last months bearable, made him feel like he mattered to someone. That's not small, that's huge." She searched his face for lies, for the inevitable moment when he'd realize what kind of damaged goods he'd gotten involved with. But all she saw was understanding, acceptance, the kind of love that didn't flinch from brokenness. Ruth wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, feeling emotionally wrung out but somehow lighter. "Sometimes I think that's why I became a cop. To protect kids like Maddie. To make sure the predators don't win." "And you do that," Aaron said, his thumbs brushing away fresh tears with infinite gentleness. "Every single day, you fight for people who can't fight for themselves. Maddie would be proud of who you became." They sat in comfortable silence for several minutes, watching the last family finish their picnic and load their children into a minivan. The sun was setting properly now, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. "We should call home," Ruth said finally, straightening in her seat and reaching for her phone. "Check on the kids, let them know we're running late." Aaron nodded while Ruth dialed their house number. Mrs. Henderson answered on the second ring, her warm voice carrying the sounds of home, Jake and Marcus arguing about video games, Ava practicing piano, the ordinary chaos of a family that chose each other every day. "How are my babies?" Ruth asked, and the possessive pronoun felt like a declaration of war against every adult who'd ever failed her. "They're perfect angels," Mrs. Henderson said with a laugh that suggested otherwise. "Though Ava's been asking when you'll be home every 30 minutes since school let out. She wants to show you something she made in art class." Ruth's heart swelled with fierce protectiveness. "Tell her I'll be home in time to tuck her in. And that I love her very much." "Will do. You two be careful out there." Ruth hung up and looked at Aaron, who was watching her with an expression of complete understanding. He'd seen her at her most vulnerable and somehow still chose to stay. "Ready to get back to work?" she asked. "Ready when you are, partners." As Ruth started the engine and pulled back onto the highway, she felt fundamentally changed. Telling Aaron about Maddie hadn't just been sharing a memory. It had been trusting him with the core of who she was, the secret shame and fierce love that had shaped every choice she'd made since childhood. "One more thing," Aaron said as they drove through the gathering darkness. "When this case is over, when we've caught Caleb and put him away for good, I want to take a trip to that cemetery where Maddie's buried." Ruth's breath caught. She'd never told anyone where Maddie was buried, had never even visited his grave herself. "I never told you where he was buried." "We'll find out. And we'll bring flowers," and you can tell him about Ava and the boys, about the family you've built, about all the people you've protected over the years." Aaron's voice was gentle but determined. "He deserves to know what his friendship meant to you, how it shaped who you became." Ruth felt tears prick her eyes again, but these were different, tears of gratitude rather than grief. I'd like that very much." They drove on through the Texas night, two people who'd found wholeness in each other despite their broken pasts, heading home to the family they'd built together. Behind them lay the investigation that was bringing them closer to catching a killer, and ahead lay the ordinary miracles of homework help and bedtime stories, and the promise of another day to fight for justice. It was exactly the life Maddie would have wanted for her, Ruth thought. A life worth living, worth fighting for, worth the courage it took to keep believing in light even in the darkest places. Just as they reached the outskirts of Los Perdidos, Ruth's phone rang. The display showed Ben Miller's number, and she answered with a sense of foreboding. "Ruth, we've got another murder." Chapter 23. The call came from Ben Miller, his voice tight with exhaustion and something else. Fear, maybe, or the bone-deep weariness that came from seeing too much death in too short a time. "Cal Renfro's been found dead at his ranch." Ben's voice crackled through Ruth's phone as she and Aaron sped through the hill country darkness. "Same MO. Navy bandana, clean scene, no witnesses." Ruth felt the familiar surge of frustrated rage that came with being one step behind a killer who seemed to anticipate their every move. "When?" "Housekeeper found him this morning around 7. Me estimates time of death between midnight and 2 a.m. Ben's voice carried the weight of political pressure from above. "That's 3 dead in 5 days, Ruth. The governor's office is breathing down my neck, and the media's starting to call him the bandana killer. We need to catch this bastard before he completes his list." "We're 20 minutes out," Ruth said, pressing harder on the accelerator as the Range Rover ate up the miles of farm-to-market road. "Aaron and I will process the scene, then we need to coordinate protection for the remaining 2 targets." "Already done. Travis Boone and Eduardo Vasquez both have protective details as of 4 hours ago. Neither one is happy about it, but they're cooperating." Ruth ended the call and briefed Aaron on the latest developments. In the passenger seat, he was already pulling up property records and satellite imagery on his tablet, the screen's blue glow casting harsh shadows across his angular features. "Renfro's place is massive," Aaron said, studying the aerial photos. 2,000 acres, main house sits on a hill overlooking the Pedernales River. Multiple outbuildings, guest houses, even a private airstrip. If our killer wanted isolation for his work, this would be perfect. The Renfro Ranch's entrance was marked by limestone pillars that rose from the darkness like ancient monuments, topped with wrought iron letters spelling out "R Ranch" in flowing script. Security lights illuminated a paved drive that wound upward through live oak groves toward a house that balanced traditional Texas ranch architecture with modern conveniences. Sheriff Colfax met them at the circular drive, his weathered face drawn with fatigue. "Same as the others," he said without preamble. "Cal Renfro, 58, found strangled in his home office. Navy bandana around his neck, no signs of struggle, no physical evidence left behind." Ruth surveyed the house, traditional ranch style with modern updates, all limestone and cedar beams with wraparound porches that spoke of old Texas money spent wisely. Security cameras monitored every approach, motion sensors tracked movement across manicured lawns, but everything was integrated subtly into the landscape. "How'd the killer get past all this security?" Aaron asked, noting the discrete sensors and cameras positioned throughout the landscape. "That's the thing," Colfax said, leading them toward the front entrance. "System shows no breaches, no unauthorized entries. Either the killer had legitimate access codes, or he's better with electronics than our tech guys are." Ruth felt the familiar chill that came with confronting an adversary who seemed to stay ahead of every countermeasure they developed. Caleb Wentworth wasn't just a killer. He was someone who understood their methods, their technology, their thinking. Like he'd been studying them as carefully as they'd been hunting him. The interior of the house matched its exterior, comfortable leather furniture mixed with antiques, Western art on the walls, the kind of understated elegance that came from generations of oil and cattle money. Family photos covered side tables and mantels, showing Cal Renfro at various stages of life: young man on horseback, proud father at graduations, grandfather surrounded by grandchildren. Unlike the sterile modernism of some wealthy homes, this place felt lived in, loved. But what struck Ruth most was the house's sprawling layout. Expansion over the decades had added new rooms and sections, causing the house to grow in all directions like a living organism. What had once been a simple ranch house had become a maze of interconnected wings: family rooms, guest suites, offices, studies, and storage areas that seemed to go on forever. She could see how easy it would be to get lost in here, or for someone to hide undetected. Cal Renfro's body sat in a leather chair behind a massive oak desk that had probably been in his family for generations. His head was tilted back at an unnatural angle, eyes wide and unseeing, the now familiar navy bandana cutting deep into his throat. The folksy grin that had charmed Ruth during their interview was gone, replaced by the slack features of death. "Time of deaths?" she asked Dr. Reese, who was completing her preliminary examination. "Between midnight and 2 a.m., consistent with the sheriff's estimate. Strangulation was the cause, same methodology as the previous cases." Dr. Reese looked up from her work, her expression troubled. "But there's something unusual here." "What kind of unusual?" "The positioning." Cal Renfro was a stocky man, maybe 5'8", but built like a linebacker, probably 220 pounds of solid muscle. Moving his body into this precise position after death would have required considerable strength and effort. Dr. Reese gestured at the way Renfro sat perfectly upright in his chair, hands resting naturally on the armrests. "But more than that, there's evidence he was alive and conscious when he was positioned this way." Ruth studied the scene more carefully, noting details she'd initially missed. "You mean he was forced to sit like this before he was killed?" "That's what the evidence suggests. No defensive wounds, no signs of struggle, but the muscle tension and positioning indicate he was aware and compliant when the ligature was applied." Aaron pulled out his camera, documenting the scene from multiple angles. "Controlled. Patient." Like the killer took time to arrange everything exactly the way he wanted it. Ruth felt her unease deepen. The previous murders had been efficient, professional, but this felt more personal somehow. Like Caleb had wanted Cal Renfro to know what was coming, to experience the full weight of helplessness before dying. "Any sign of forced entry?" she asked Colfax. "None." All doors and windows were locked from the inside when the housekeeper arrived. Security system was armed and functioning normally. Whoever did this either had access codes or got in some other way. "We need to expand the perimeter," she told Colfax. "I want every road in and out of this area covered, every vehicle checked. And get me a list of everyone who had access to Renfro's security codes." "Already working on it," Colfax replied. But we're talking about a big area, and this guy's proven he knows how to disappear. Jake Ramirez arrived with his forensics kit, immediately setting up his equipment while Dr. Reese continued her examination. "I'll start processing the scene systematically," he told Ruth. "Given the size of this place, it's going to take time to analyze everything properly." "How many rooms are we talking about?" Ruth asked, studying the house's layout through the main hallway. "Property records show the original 4-bedroom ranch house, plus 6 major additions over 40 years, Jake replied, consulting his tablet. "Guest wing, family wing, office complex, recreation area, and 2 storage extensions. We're looking at maybe 30 to 40 rooms total." Ruth felt a chill. Perfect place for someone to hide and wait. "My thoughts exactly," Dr. Reese said, looking up from the body. "Killer could have been in this house for hours before Renfro even knew he was here." "Did your officers clear the entire property when they arrived?" Ruth asked Colfax. "Standard sweep, yes ma'am. Went through all the main areas, checked the outbuildings. Didn't find anything suspicious." Ruth nodded, but something nagged at her. In a house this sprawling, with this many interconnected spaces, it would be easy to miss something. Or for someone to move from one cleared area to another while the sweep was happening. "Jake, keep processing here," she instructed. "Aaron, coordinate with Dr. Reese and Colfax on witness statements and the security system. I want to take another look at the perimeter myself." She could see Aaron wanted to object, but he knew better than to question her judgment in front of the local law enforcement. "Copy that. Stay in radio contact." Ruth moved through the doorway that led to what appeared to be the family wing, her hand resting on her service weapon. The house's layout was exactly as disorienting as she'd anticipated. Hallway branched into hallway, rooms opened onto rooms, and the additions had been built at slightly different elevations, creating steps up and down that added to the maze-like quality. She cleared the first few rooms methodically. A family room with a stone fireplace, a breakfast nook with windows overlooking the pastures, a bathroom with expensive fixtures. All empty, all showing signs of normal use, but nothing suspicious. The initial sweep had been thorough here. The hallway curved to the right, leading to what looked like a more recent addition. Ruth could see the subtle differences in materials and craftsmanship that marked this as newer construction, probably added within the last decade. The flooring changed from hardwood to tile, and the ceiling height increased, giving this section a more modern feel. She was halfway down this hallway when she heard it, a soft sound like papers rustling coming from somewhere ahead of her. Ruth froze, listening intently. The sound came again, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone searching through documents. The initial sweep might have missed this section, she thought. Or someone's been here since then. Drawing her Glock, Ruth moved forward silently, her boots making no sound on the tile floor. The hallway opened into what appeared to be a home office complex, multiple rooms connected by archways, filled with filing cabinets, bookcases, and computer equipment. This was clearly where Renfro had conducted his business operations. The sound was closer now, coming from a room to her left. Ruth approached the archway carefully, weapon held in a low, ready position, listening to what was unmistakably the sound of someone frantically searching through files. She edged closer to the archway, then quickly stepped into the doorway with her weapon raised. "Federal agent. Don't move." Caleb Wentworth spun around from where he'd been rifling through a filing cabinet, papers scattered across the floor around him. He wore dark tactical clothing and the same wrestling mask that had haunted Ruth since their first encounter. But his body language spoke of desperation rather than the controlled patience she'd seen before. For a moment, they stared at each other across the small office, Ruth's Glock centered on his chest while his empty hands hung at his sides. File folders lay open on the desk beside him, their contents suggesting he'd been searching for something specific. "Hands where I can see them, Wentworth," Ruth commanded, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her system. This was it, finally, she had him dead to rights. "Hello again, Ranger Baker," he said, his voice carrying that same slight lisp she remembered from their previous encounter. "Persistent, aren't you?" "It's over," Ruth said, keeping her weapon trained on center mass. "You're under arrest for the murders of Wade Hargrove, Leela Stokes, and Cal Renfro." Caleb Wentworth tilted his head slightly, and even through the mask, Ruth could sense him evaluating his options. "You know, I'm genuinely impressed that you found me. Most people aren't nearly so dedicated." Ruth could hear the team working in the main house, their voices carrying faintly through the sprawling structure, but they were too far away to help immediately. She couldn't risk calling out and alerting Wentworth to how isolated she was. "What were you looking for?" she asked, noting the systematic way he'd searched through the files. "Insurance," he replied, his voice carrying bitter amusement. "Your murder club friends kept very detailed records of their little hobby. Records that could be embarrassing if they fell into the wrong hands." His right hand moved slightly, and Ruth tensed, her finger tightening on the trigger. But instead of reaching for a weapon, he grabbed something from the desk, a heavy crystal paperweight shaped like a longhorn. "Goodbye, Ranger Baker," he said, and hurled the paperweight directly at her head. Ruth's training took over and she ducked instinctively, but the crystal caught her a glancing blow on the left temple, sending stars exploding across her vision. She stumbled backward, her weapon wavering as pain lanced through her skull. By the time her vision cleared, Caleb Wentworth was gone, vanished through what must have been another exit from the office complex. Ruth could hear his footsteps retreating rapidly through the house, and she forced herself to move despite the throbbing pain in her head. "Errand," she called into her radio as she pursued the sound of footsteps. "I had eyes on Wentworth. He's running through the east wing." The response was immediate but distorted by the house's size and construction. "Ruth, where are you? Back up." Ruth ignored the radio chatter and followed the sounds of Caleb's retreat, her weapon drawn and ready. The chase was on. Chapter 24. Ruth burst through the office doorway in pursuit of Caleb Wentworth, her boots pounding against the tile floor as she followed the sound of his retreat deeper into the sprawling ranch house. Blood trickled down from the gash on her left temple where the crystal paperweight had caught her, a warm stream that traced a path along her cheek. She swiped at the blood with her free hand while keeping her Glock raised, but the crimson flow continued its steady descent. The maze-like layout of the house worked in Wentworth's favor. Hallways branched in 3 directions, rooms opened onto rooms, and the different elevations created by decades of additions meant steps up and down that could trip an unwary pursuer. The sound of footsteps echoed from somewhere ahead, but the acoustics of the sprawling structure made it impossible to pinpoint exactly where. Ruth chose the hallway that led toward the back of the house, reasoning that Wentworth would want an exterior exit rather than risk being trapped in the interior rooms. Her radio crackled with Aaron's voice, distorted by the house's construction. "Ruth, what's your status?" "We heard something." She couldn't risk responding. Any sound might alert Wentworth to her exact position. Instead, she moved forward silently, her breathing controlled despite the adrenaline coursing through her system. The blood continued its steady trickle, and she blinked rapidly to clear her vision. A door slammed somewhere in the distance, the sound echoing through the house like a gunshot. Ruth picked up her pace, following the sound toward what appeared to be a rear exit. The hallway opened into a mudroom lined with expensive boots and rain gear, and beyond that, a heavy wooden door that stood ajar. Cool morning air flowed through the opening, carrying the scent of dew-wet grass and mesquite. Ruth approached the door carefully, weapon ready, and peered outside into the gray pre-dawn light. The back of the Renfro ranch stretched away from the house in rolling pastures, broken by groves of live oak and cedar. A barn sat about 100 yards to the east, and beyond that, the land rose into rougher country where cattle grazed among the native brush. Movement caught her eye, a dark figure running low across the open ground, using a stock tank and windmill for cover as he headed toward the tree line. Even at this distance, she could see Wentworth's distinctive tactical clothing and the wrestling mask that had become his signature. Ruth stepped outside and broke into a sprint, her boots finding purchase on the dew-slick grass. The morning air was crisp and clean, filled with the sounds of awakening wildlife: birdsong, the distant lowing of cattle, the whisper of wind through the trees. But underneath it all, she could hear her own breathing, harsh and rhythmic, as she pushed herself to close the gap. Wentworth had a significant head start, but Ruth was in excellent condition from years of running the hill country roads around her home. She settled into a steady pace that she knew she could maintain, even as the blood from her head wound continued to threaten her vision. The open ground gave way to rougher terrain as she reached the tree line. Mesquite and cedar created a natural obstacle course, their thorny branches catching at her clothes and leaving scratches on exposed skin. The smell of the brush was sharp and green, mixed with the earthier sense of decomposing leaves and animal sign. Ruth could hear Wentworth ahead of her, crashing through the underbrush with less care for stealth than speed. Branches snapped, small stones scattered, and somewhere a bird exploded into flight with an alarmed cry. She used the sounds to track his progress while moving more carefully herself, trying to balance speed with the tactical advantage of silence. The blood had begun to drip now, spattering onto the dry leaves beneath her feet. Ruth wiped at her face, but the flow continued, persistent and warm. She blinked rapidly as the first drops reached her eye, turning her vision momentarily red. The impact jarred her wounded temple, sending fresh pain lancing through her skull and causing more blood to flow. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her vision, but the left eye remained stubbornly blurred. In a firefight, that half-second of impaired vision could mean the difference between life and death. The sounds of Wentworth's flight had grown fainter, and Ruth realized he was pulling away from her. She pushed harder, forcing herself through a particularly dense thicket of mesquite that left new scratches on her arms and face. Her breathing was becoming labored now, each inhalation sharp with the effort of pursuit. The terrain began to change as she moved deeper into the wild country that bordered the ranch. The manicured pastures gave way to natural hill country scrubland, limestone outcroppings, dry creek beds carved by flash floods, and vegetation that grew wild and untamed. This was country that could hide a man indefinitely if he knew how to use it. Out here, despite the ranch house visible in the distance, and the knowledge that Aaron and the others were only hundreds of yards away, Ruth felt utterly alone. The landscape swallowed sound, muffled radio transmissions, turned civilization into a distant memory. It was just her and Wentworth now, hunter and hunted in country as old as Texas itself. Ruth reached the crest of a small rise and paused, scanning the landscape ahead for any sign of movement. Her breathing was harsh in the morning stillness, and sweat had begun to mix with the blood on her face. Below her, a dry creek bed wound between limestone banks, disappearing into a grove of ancient live oaks whose massive trunks could easily conceal a man. The perfect place for an ambush, or for someone to go to ground and wait for pursuit to pass by. She was about to start down toward the creek when she heard it, a sound that made every primitive instinct in her body scream danger. It started as a low howl, rising and falling like a siren, but with an organic quality that spoke of wild throats and predatory hunger. The sound was joined by another, then another, until a chorus of voices filled the morning air with their ancient song. Coyotes. Ruth had grown up in rural Texas and knew the sound of a coyote pack when she heard it. But this was different, closer, more agitated, the kind of vocalization that meant the animals had been disturbed or threatened. The howling came from the direction of the creek bed, where Wentworth had most likely taken refuge. She started down the slope carefully, her weapon ready, trying to peer through the morning shadows that still clung to the low ground. The howling grew louder, more frenzied, and she could see movement in the grove of oaks, gray and brown forms slinking between the massive trunks. At least 6 or 7 animals, maybe more, all focused on something hidden in the shadows. As Ruth watched, one of the coyotes emerged into clearer view. A large male, probably 40 pounds of muscle and predatory instinct, his hackles raised and lips pulled back to reveal fangs designed for tearing flesh. The animal's eyes found hers across the distance, and for a moment they stared at each other, two predators evaluating threat and opportunity. Ruth felt her finger tighten on the trigger, but these weren't the enemy. They were just wild animals defending their territory against human intrusion. The lead coyote took a step toward her, head lowered in classic threat posture, and Ruth could hear the low growl that preceded an attack. Behind him, the rest of the pack was spreading out, using tactics that spoke of intelligence and coordination. They were trying to flank her, to cut off her escape routes. Blood dripped directly into her left eye, blurring her vision red just as the pack began to advance. Ruth blinked hard, trying to clear her sight, but the lead coyote interpreted the movement as weakness and broke into a trot, closing the distance between them. Ruth made a split-second decision. Instead of shooting the animals, she raised her weapon toward the sky and fired 3 quick shots. Crack, 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 the reports echoing off the limestone banks like thunder. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The coyotes scattered in all directions, their primitive brains recognizing the sound of human technology and responding with the flight instinct that had kept their species alive for millennia. Within seconds, the creek bed was empty except for the lingering scent of gunpowder and wild animal musk. But Wentworth was gone too. Chapter 25. Ruth and Aaron approached the front entrance of Eduardo Vasquez's sprawling estate to find chaos already in progress. The circular driveway resembled a standoff scene. Ben Miller stood toe-to-toe with a well-dressed man in his 60s who gestured angrily at a black Hummer H2 that looked like it could survive an apocalypse. The vehicle was loaded with enough expensive luggage to outfit a small hotel, Louis Vuitton and Hermes cases stacked with the precision of someone accustomed to traveling in style. Behind them, a younger woman with platinum blonde hair and designer sunglasses sat rigidly in the passenger seat, her arms crossed over a silk blouse. Even from 50 feet away, Ruth could feel the waves of hostility radiating from the woman toward the law enforcement officers surrounding her husband. Not under arrest, which means my client has every right to travel wherever and whenever he chooses. A sharp-voiced man in an expensive charcoal suit was saying to Ben, his briefcase clutched like a weapon. The attorney wore gold-rimmed glasses and a Hermes tie, the uniform of someone who practiced law at the highest levels and expected immediate deference. Mr. Vasquez is a United States citizen with a valid passport, and unless you're prepared to file formal charges. Eduardo, poor favor, let's just go, the woman in the Hummer called out in accented English, her voice carrying the imperious tone of someone unaccustomed to being told no. These people cannot stop us from leaving. Ben Miller looked relieved to see Ruth and Aaron approaching, though Ruth noticed the tension in his shoulders and the way his hand rested unconsciously near his service weapon. The bandage on her left temple pulled slightly as she assessed the scene, a reminder of how close she'd come to disaster just hours earlier. Rangers, meet Eduardo Vasquez, his wife Carmen, and his attorney, David Kellerman, Ben said with the careful neutrality of someone trying to diffuse a volatile situation. Mr. Vasquez was just explaining his travel plans. Ruth studied the tableau before responding, her investigator's mind cataloging details out of long habit. Eduardo Vasquez was exactly what central casting would order for a telecommunications billionaire. Distinguished silver hair, expensive casual clothes, and the kind of deep tan that came from golf courses and country clubs rather than honest work. But beneath the polished exterior, she could see the telltale signs of a man under extreme stress. The slight tremor in his hands, the way his eyes kept darting between the loaded vehicle and the law enforcement officers, the tension in his jaw that spoke of sleepless nights and mounting paranoia. Carmen Vasquez was perhaps 20 years younger than her husband, with carefully maintained beauty that suggested regular visits to spas and plastic surgeons. Her platinum hair was styled in a way that looked effortless, but probably required significant professional attention. Despite her obvious anger at the situation, Ruth could see genuine fear in the woman's posture. This wasn't just inconvenience, it was terror. The attorney, David Kellerman, was a different story entirely. Ruth had dealt with his type before, the kind of lawyer who made his living protecting wealthy clients from the consequences of their actions. He wore his suit like armor, and his briefcase was positioned strategically between himself and the Rangers, as if legal documents could deflect bullets. Mr. Vasquez, Ruth said, extending her hand with the kind of professional courtesy that could disarm even hostile witnesses. I'm Ranger Baker. This is Ranger Tate. We need to speak with you about the investigation into the recent murders. Vasquez shook her hand briefly, his grip firm but his palms slightly damp with nervous perspiration. Up close, Ruth could see the Patek Philippe watch, Italian leather shoes that looked handmade, a wedding ring with a substantial diamond. I've told Chief Miller everything I know, Vasquez said, his voice carrying a slight accent that added formality to his words. My attorney has advised me that I'm under no obligation to remain in the jurisdiction, and frankly, I don't intend to sit around waiting to be killed. Ruth let her gaze drift to the protective surveillance units positioned around the property. Unmarked vehicles with heavily tinted windows, discreet figures with earpieces maintaining overwatch from strategic positions. The kind of security that would normally make wealthy clients feel invulnerable. You're under protective surveillance, Aaron pointed out, nodding toward the obvious but unobtrusive law enforcement presence. We've got officers monitoring all approaches to your estate. The transformation in Vasquez's demeanor was immediate and dramatic. His carefully maintained composure cracked like a fault line under pressure, revealing the raw fear beneath. Like Cal Renfro had. His voice rose with barely controlled anger, the careful politeness replaced by something rower and more honest. Like the protection that failed to prevent him from being murdered in his own home, in broad daylight, with your people posted outside. He gestured toward the surveillance teams with a sweeping motion that encompassed the entire security operation. Excuse me if I don't have faith in your ability to protect me when you couldn't protect a man who had the same level of security, the same protocols, the same promises of safety. Ruth watched his face carefully, noting the way his eyes moved when he spoke about Renfro's death. There was knowledge there, specific information that went beyond what had been released to the media. Vasquez knew more about the circumstances of the murder than he was letting on. Kellerman stepped closer to his client, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with the precise movements of someone accustomed to courtroom dramatics. "Ranger Baker, my client is cooperating fully with your investigation. But he and Mrs. Vasquez have not been charged with any crime, which means they retain all their constitutional rights, including the right to travel freely." The lawyer's voice carried the kind of polished authority that came from years of intimidating prosecutors and bullying police officers. But Ruth had dealt with his type before, men who thought expensive suits and law degrees could insulate their clients from consequences. Ruth could see the fear beneath Vasquez's bluster, the genuine terror of a man who knew he was being hunted by someone who'd already proven capable of bypassing the best security money could buy. She also recognized the protective instincts of a husband trying to get his wife away from danger. The way his body was positioned between Carmen and the law enforcement officers, the unconscious way his hand moved toward her whenever voices were raised. But there was something else in his body language, something that suggested guilt as much as fear. The way he avoided direct eye contact when discussing the other victims, the slight flush that crept up his neck when Aaron mentioned the investigation. Eduardo Vasquez was hiding something significant. "Mr. Vasquez," Ruth said, modulating her voice to project calm authority rather than threat, "I understand your concerns about security. I understand your desire to protect your wife. But we're very close to catching the person responsible for these murders." She paused, letting the words sink in while studying his face for tells. The slight widening of his eyes, the way his breathing changed, he wanted to believe her, but something was holding him back. "If you could give us just 15 minutes of your time," Ruth continued, "we might be able to end this nightmare for everyone. Including you." Vasquez looked at his wife, who was watching the exchange through the Hummer's open window with the intensity of someone whose life hung in the balance. Then he looked at his lawyer, who gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Finally, his gaze returned to Ruth, and she could see him weighing options with the careful calculation of someone accustomed to high-stakes negotiations. 15 minutes, he said finally, his voice carrying the weight of a man making a decision he wasn't entirely comfortable with. "With my attorney present. And Carmen stays with us. I'm not leaving her alone out here where anyone could get to her." "Of course," Ruth agreed, recognizing the concession for what it was, not just cooperation but trust. "Thank you." The interior of the Vasquez estate reflected the telecommunications fortune that had built it, but with a warmth that had been notably absent from the homes of the other victims. The foyer featured modern art that looked expensive but not ostentatious, pieces chosen for their emotional impact rather than their investment potential. Family photos lined the walls, showing Eduardo and Carmen at various stages of their relationship, traveling to exotic locations, celebrating anniversaries and achievements. Ruth noted the details as they moved through the house: fresh flowers in expensive vases, books that looked red rather than decorative, furniture that was luxurious but comfortable. This was a home where people actually lived, not just a showcase for wealth. They settled in a living room dominated by floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the hill country rolling away toward the horizon. The furniture was arranged to take advantage of the view while still facilitating conversation: comfortable leather chairs and a sofa that could seat 6 people without feeling crowded. Carmen Vasquez removed her designer sunglasses, revealing intelligent, dark eyes that studied Ruth and Aaron with the wariness of someone who'd learned not to trust authority figures. Her beauty was more apparent without the barrier of the tinted lenses: high cheekbones, full lips, skin that suggested excellent genetics enhanced by expensive skincare. But there was steel underneath the beauty, the kind of strength that suggested she'd survived challenges that would have broken lesser people. Kellerman positioned himself slightly behind his client, legal pad ready, every inch the high-priced attorney protecting his meal ticket. He'd chosen a chair that gave him clear sightlines to both the rangers and the exits, and Ruth noticed the way his eyes moved constantly, cataloging potential threats and escape routes. Ruth settled into her own chair, testing the bandage on her temple with a subtle touch to make sure it was secure. The wound throbbed slightly, a reminder of how quickly situations could turn violent when dealing with Caleb Wentworth. But pain could be useful. It kept her focused, reminded her of the stakes involved in this investigation. "Mr. Vasquez," she began, her voice carrying the calm authority of someone who'd conducted thousands of interviews, "we've learned some things about the murders that I think you need to know. Things that explain why you and the other members of your group are being targeted." She watched his face as she spoke, noting the micro-expressions that most people missed: the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his jaw clenched almost imperceptibly. Vasquez was listening, but he was also preparing himself for information he suspected might be coming. "The killer's name is Caleb Wentworth," Ruth continued, "and he has a personal connection to Wade Hargrove that goes back over 15 years. She saw something flicker in Vasquez's eyes, not surprise, but recognition. The kind of look that said he'd been dreading this conversation, but knowing it was inevitable. His hand moved unconsciously toward his wife's, seeking contact and comfort. "Wade Hargrove used to go by the name Boyd Wentworth," Ruth continued, watching Vasquez's face carefully for any sign of deception. "He was involved with Caleb's mother, acted as a father figure to Caleb when he was a teenager living in a trailer park outside Careville. When that relationship ended, Caleb's mother was murdered, and Caleb disappeared into the foster system." Carmen's intake of breath was audible in the sudden silence. Her hand tightened on her husband's arm, and Ruth could see her processing the implications of what she was hearing. This wasn't just about business or money. This was personal, rooted in family trauma and abandoned relationships. "This is very interesting," Kellerman interjected, his voice carrying the well-worn skepticism of someone who'd spent his career deflecting uncomfortable questions, "but I'm not sure what it has to do with my client." Ruth ignored the lawyer completely, keeping her focus locked on Vasquez. She'd learned over the years that attorneys often revealed more about their client's culpability through their objections than their clients did through their answers. "We caught Caleb Wentworth red-handed in Cal Renfro's house this morning," Ruth said, letting the weight of that statement settle over the room. "He was searching through files, looking for something specific. We think it's information about his past, about the relationship with Wade Hargrove." She paused, studying Vasquez's reaction. His face had gone pale, and she could see a slight tremor in his hands that hadn't been there before. Fear, but also recognition. He knew what Wentworth had been looking for. "He's been taking electronics from every crime scene," Aaron added, his notebook open, but his attention focused entirely on Vasquez's body language. "Computers, phones, tablets, storage devices. Anything that might contain records or communications." Carmen leaned forward slightly, her accent making her words precise and careful. "Eduardo, what is she talking about? What files? What records?" The question hung in the air like a blade. Ruth could see Vasquez struggling with how much to reveal to his wife, how much she already knew about his involvement in whatever had been happening over the past few years. "We know about the murder club," Ruth said quietly, her voice carrying the kind of authority that came from absolute certainty. "We know you were all involved in tracking and surveilling Caleb Wentworth during the 13 years he committed those 11 murders." The silence that followed was electric with tension. Ruth could hear the air conditioning cycling on, the distant sound of traffic on the farm-to-market road, the subtle rustle of Kellerman's expensive suit as he shifted in his chair. But the silence from Vasquez was the loudest sound in the room. She could see the calculations happening behind his eyes, how much they knew, how much they could prove, what his options were for damage control. The careful consideration of a man who'd built an empire by knowing when to fight and when to negotiate. Carmen's eyes widened with what looked like genuine surprise, and Ruth noted the authenticity of her reaction. Either Carmen Vasquez was an exceptional actress, or she'd been kept in the dark about her husband's extracurricular activities. Kellerman's pen had stopped moving across his legal pad entirely. Ruth could see him processing the implications, calculating liability exposure and potential criminal charges. His expensive education was finally earning its keep. That surveillance makes you accessories after the fact under Texas Penal Code Section 7.03, Ruth said. Failure to report known felonies to authorities, conspiracy to obstruct justice, possibly racketeering charges depending on how the money flowed through your shell companies. She let that hang in the air, allowing its implications to sink in. Vasquez's business empire, his reputation, his freedom, all of it was suddenly in jeopardy. "I can have warrants issued for all your arrests within the hour," Ruth continued, her voice remaining calm and professional despite the gravity of what she was saying. "Federal charges, given the interstate nature of the crimes. Asset forfeiture for any property connected to the conspiracy. Full financial disclosure requirements that would expose every transaction you've made in the past decade." Kellerman started to object, his mouth opening to deliver what was probably a well-rehearsed speech about prosecutorial overreach and insufficient evidence. But Vasquez held up a hand to silence him, the gesture carrying absolute authority. The transformation was immediate and striking. The panicked man ready to flee, the country was replaced by someone harder, more calculating. The telecommunications magnate who'd built an empire from nothing, who'd outmaneuvered competitors and regulators for decades, who'd survived in an industry where fortunes were made and lost on quarterly earnings reports. "What do you want?" Vasquez asked simply, his voice carrying the flat pragmatism of someone who'd negotiated hostile takeovers and congressional hearings. Ruth recognized the shift and adjusted her own approach accordingly. This wasn't a frightened witness anymore. This was a businessman looking to cut a deal. "I want to understand why," Ruth replied, her voice matching his tone for directness and clarity. "I know the personal connection is the main reason why Hargrove started the club and spied on Caleb. Guilt, responsibility, whatever you want to call it. But I don't understand why the rest of you went along with it." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locked on his face. "You're all successful, wealthy, powerful men. You didn't need Wade Hargrove's approval or friendship. So what did you have to gain from this arrangement?" Vasquez glanced at his wife, whose face showed a mixture of fear and confusion that suggested she was learning about her husband's activities for the first time. Then he looked at his lawyer, who was frantically scribbling notes and probably calculating billable hours. "You won't understand," Vasquez said finally, his voice carrying the weight of someone who'd kept secrets for years. "Eduardo, don't say another word," Kellerman warned, his professional instincts finally overriding his shock at the scope of the potential charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. As your attorney, I'm advising you to exercise your right to remain silent. Ruth leaned forward, her eyes locked on Vasquez's face with the intensity of a predator sensing weakness in its prey. Counselor, I can put your client away for a very long time. Accessory to 11 murders, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, racketeering, we're talking about potential life sentences. She paused, letting the weight of those words settle over the room. The scandal alone will ruin his business and reputation. Every telecommunications contract, every government deal, every partnership, all of it will evaporate overnight when the indictments are unsealed. Carmen's hand found her husband's arm, her fingers gripping tightly enough that Ruth could see her knuckles whitening. Eduardo, por favor, tell them what they want to know. I don't want to lose you. Vasquez studied Ruth's face for a long moment, weighing his options with the careful calculation of someone accustomed to high-stakes negotiations where the wrong decision could cost billions. Ruth could see him processing the alternatives, running scenarios, calculating risks and potential outcomes. Finally, he turned to his wife and lawyer, his voice carrying quiet authority that brooked no argument. Carmen, David, please leave us alone for a few minutes. Absolutely not, Kellerman protested, his briefcase clutched like a shield. Eduardo, as your attorney, I strongly advise against speaking with law enforcement without legal representation present. Anything you say can be used to build a case against you. As my attorney, you're fired if you don't do what I ask, Vasquez said quietly, his voice carrying the kind of finality that came from someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. Both of you, please. I need to speak with the Rangers privately. Carmen kissed her husband's cheek and whispered something in rapid Spanish that Ruth couldn't catch, though the tone suggested it was either a prayer or a plea for caution. The blonde woman gathered her expensive handbag and followed the reluctant lawyer toward the door, her heels clicking against the hardwood floors with mathematical precision. Ruth could hear their muffled conversation in the hallway, Kellerman's urgent whispers about client privilege and self-incrimination, Carmen's worried responses in accented English. But her attention remained focused on Vasquez, who seemed to deflate slightly once they were alone, as if the presence of his wife and attorney had required him to maintain a facade that was now no longer necessary. Hargrove was the one who set it all up, Vasquez said finally, his voice carrying the weight of years of buried secrets. The surveillance equipment, the technology platforms, the regular meetings where we'd review what we'd learned. But he wasn't the main one behind the murder club. Ruth felt her pulse quicken, the familiar surge of adrenaline that came when a case finally began to break open. Who was? Vasquez met her eyes directly, and she could see him making a final calculation about how much truth he was willing to reveal. Someone we all needed to ensure our own financial growth. Someone with more money and power than the rest of us combined. He paused, and Ruth could see the words forming in his mind before he spoke them. The only true blue billionaire in the bunch. Ruth felt the pieces clicking into place even before he spoke the name, the logical conclusion of everything they'd learned about the group's dynamics and power structure. She nodded, seeing where he was going. Travis Boone, she said. Vasquez nodded slowly, the gesture carrying the weight of a confession. He's the one you need to talk to if you want to know the real truth behind it all. He was the one pulling all the strings. Chapter 26. Ruth gunned the Range Rover's engine as they pulled away from the Vasquez estate, her mind already racing ahead to the confrontation with Travis Boone. The revelation that he was the real power behind the murder club changed everything. Not just the investigation's focus, but the entire dynamic of how they'd been thinking about the case. This wasn't about Wade Hargrove's guilt over abandoning a troubled teenager. This was about something bigger, more calculated, more dangerous. How far to Boone's place? She asked Aaron, who was already pulling up GPS coordinates on his tablet. 23 miles northeast, Aaron replied, studying the satellite imagery. Private road, gated community, the whole 9 yards. We're looking at maybe 30 minutes in this traffic. Ruth pressed harder on the accelerator, the hill country blurring past in shades of green and limestone. The bandage on her temple pulled slightly with each movement, a persistent reminder of how close she'd come to disaster just hours earlier. But pain could be useful. It kept her focused on the stakes, on the fact that they were hunting someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill again. Her phone rang, Ben Miller's name appearing on the dashboard display. Ruth felt a flicker of irritation. They were finally making real progress, finally getting answers that could break the case wide open, and now they were being called back to deal with administrative details. "Chief," she answered, not bothering to hide the urgency in her voice. "Ruth, I need you and Aaron back at the command center immediately." Ben's voice carried the kind of authority that brooked no argument, but underneath it, Ruth could hear something else, excitement, maybe, or the electric tension that came with a major breakthrough. "Ben, we just got a solid lead on Travis Boone being the real power behind the murder club," Ruth said, weaving around a slow-moving cattle truck without slowing. Vasquez made it clear that Boone was pulling all the strings, calling all the shots. "We've delayed talking to him too long already, and now he's been directly implicated based on Vasquez's interview." "I understand the urgency," Ben replied, his voice carrying the patient tone of someone who'd been where she was, felt the same pressure to pursue leads while they were hot. "But before you do that, you need to see something. Trust me on this one, Ruth. It's worth the detour." Ruth felt the familiar tension between following procedure and following instincts, the eternal cop dilemma of balancing thoroughness with urgency. Every minute they spent away from Boone was another minute he had to prepare his defenses, to lawyer up, to disappear if he chose to run like Vasquez had tried to do. But Ben Miller didn't make requests lightly. In her years working under him, he'd never once called her back from a hot lead without having something significant to share. His judgment had been proven right too many times for her to ignore it now. "How significant is this something?" she asked, already beginning to slow the Range Rover as she approached an intersection where she could turn around. "Significant enough that it might change everything you think you know about this case," Ben said, and Ruth could hear the weight of that statement in his voice. Significant enough that it was worth paying emergency processing fees to get lab results back in 4 hours instead of 4 days. Ruth pulled into a gas station parking lot and executed a U-turn, her decision made. Whatever Ben had discovered, it was important enough to justify the cost and urgency of rush lab work. In her experience, that usually meant evidence that could make or break a case. "We're heading back," she told Ben. "This better be good." "It's better than good," Ben replied. "It's a game changer." The drive back to Los Perdidos took 25 minutes through increasingly familiar countryside, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across pastures dotted with cattle and mesquite. Ruth found herself drumming her fingers against the steering wheel, impatience warring with curiosity about what could be significant enough to pull them away from pursuing Boone. Aaron seemed to pick up on her mood, his own attention focused on his tablet as he pulled up everything they had on Travis Boone, financial records, property holdings, business associates, anything that might give them leverage in the coming interview. Tech billionaire, defense contractor, never married, no children, Aaron read from the files. Worth approximately $800 million, most of it from drone surveillance technology, he developed and sold to Lockheed Martin. Lives alone on a 2,000-acre ranch outside Dripping Springs. Ruth processed the information, adding it to what they'd learned from Vasquez. A man with that much money and influence didn't get involved in something like the murder club without having a compelling personal interest. The question was what that interest might be, and how it connected to Caleb Wentworth's systematic killing spree. The Los Perdidos courthouse came into view, its 19th-century limestone facade looking solid and reassuring in the fading light. Ruth could see additional vehicles in the parking lot, crime scene units, forensics vans, the expanded team that had been brought in as the investigation escalated. The sight reminded her of how much this case had grown since that first morning, when they'd been called to Wade Hargrove's ranch. Inside the command center, the organized chaos of a major investigation was in full swing. Evidence boards covered every available wall surface, computers hummed with database searches, and the air crackled with the focused energy of investigators following leads. Ruth could smell fresh coffee and the lingering aroma of someone's lunch, mixed with the institutional sense of a courthouse that had seen decades of Texas justice. Ben Miller emerged from his temporary office, his weathered face showing the strain of the past week, but also carrying something that looked like satisfaction. Behind him came Dr. Patricia Reese, the ME who'd been processing evidence from all 3 crime scenes. She carried a manila folder thick with documents and wore the expression of someone who'd made a significant discovery. "Ruth, Aaron," Ben said, gesturing toward the main conference table where the team was already assembling. "Doctor, Reese has something that's going to change how we think about this entire case." Ruth settled into her usual chair at the head of the table, noting how the team's energy seemed different, not just the usual focused intensity of an active investigation, but something more electric, more anticipatory. Jake Ramirez looked up from his forensics station with barely contained excitement, while Brett Collins had pulled his chair closer to the main display screen. "Doctor Reese," Ruth said, recognizing the need to establish rapport while maintaining urgency, "I appreciate you processing everything so quickly. What do you have for us?" Dr. Reese opened her folder, revealing lab reports marked with official stamps and emergency processing codes. "The blood work is in on the Renfro murder. Ben asked me to rush it through the lab, and the results are not what you'd expect." She gestured to Jake, who brought up digital copies of the lab reports on the main display screen. The documents appeared in crisp detail, showing the kind of scientific analysis that could make or break a criminal case. "We already knew the killer was injured by your shot at the Sentinel building," Dr. Reese continued, her voice taking on the careful exactness that came from years of translating science into evidence. "We'd processed that blood sample and established a baseline. But when we found blood at the Renfro crime scene, we knew he was probably still bleeding when you encountered him at the ranch." Ruth leaned forward, studying the lab reports on the screen. 2 sets of results, side by side, showing protein markers and cellular analysis that looked identical to her untrained eye. "We compared the 2 samples," Dr. Reese said, highlighting matching sections on both reports, "and they're definitely from the same person. Same blood type, same protein markers, same cellular characteristics. No question that the Bandanna killer left blood at both scenes." Aaron looked up from his notebook. "That confirms he was wounded and still active. Good to know our shot had an impact." But that's not the significant part, Dr. Reese said, her voice carrying growing excitement. We also had time to run the DNA test on the sentinel blood sample, as you requested. And Ruth, that was a genius call. It cost us a bundle to get it done double quick, but the results are remarkable. Ruth felt her pulse quicken as Jake brought up a new document on the screen. A DNA analysis report filled with scientific terminology and complex charts that looked like a genetic roadmap. The document bore official seals and certification stamps, the kind of scientific evidence that could definitively identify or eliminate suspects. Dr. Reese moved to the display screen, pointing to various sections of the report with the enthusiasm of someone who'd made a significant discovery. Now, what we have here is a full genetic profile based on the blood sample. The autosomal SDR analysis shows 13 core loci, each with specific allelic values that create a unique genetic fingerprint. The amelogenin gene indicates male gender, which confirms our suspect profile. The mitochondrial DNA sequencing provides additional verification through the maternal lineage, and the Y chromosome analysis gives us paternal genetic markers that. Patricia, Pat, Ruth interrupted politely, using the ME's first name to establish connection while maintaining professional courtesy. I'd love to get the full scientific rundown, but we're running against the clock here. Could you just give me the highlights, like you're talking to a dumb little girl from backwoods Texas, please? Dr. Reese paused, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Sorry, I get carried away sometimes when I'm excited about results this clear. Ruth smiled, softening the interruption with genuine warmth. So just tell me why you're so excited, Pat, sweetheart. Well, Dr. Reese said, her voice regaining confidence, the DNA test proves conclusively that the Bandanna killer was in fact Caleb Wentworth. The genetic profile matches perfectly with the blood sample that was taken at his birth by Kerrville General Hospital 31 years ago. Ruth felt a flicker of impatience, though she kept her expression neutral. We already knew that, Pat. We've been operating under that assumption for days. Tell me something I don't know. Dr. Reese raised her palms in a gesture that asked for patience, her eyes bright with the excitement of someone about to reveal a significant discovery. Hang on, I'm getting to the good part. See, when they took Caleb's blood at birth, the hospital also collected samples from both parents for their medical records. Standard procedure back then for high-risk births. Jake pulled up additional documents on the screen, hospital records from 31 years ago, showing the routine blood work that had been done on newborn Caleb Wentworth and his parents. The forms were filled out in the careful handwriting of medical professionals, documenting what had seemed like routine information at the time. And of course, we already have Wade Hargrove's blood from his crime scene, Dr. Reese continued, pointing to yet another lab report. So we were able to run a complete paternity analysis, using all available genetic material. Ruth felt the room's attention focus on Dr. Reese like a laser, everyone sensing that they were about to hear something significant. The familiar tingle of a major breakthrough began to build in her chest. Here's the big surprise, Dr. Reese said, her voice carrying the weight of scientific certainty. Wade Hargrove was not Caleb Wentworth's biological father. Ruth shrugged, her mind already processing the implications while maintaining her focus on the bigger picture. Sure, Boyd Wentworth was his father, not Wade Hargrove. But that's just legal semantics. Same man, different name. No, Dr. Reese said, her voice gaining strength as she delivered what was clearly the core revelation. I'm not talking semantics, I'm talking science. Boyd Wentworth, Wade Hargrove, whatever you want to call him, that man was not Caleb Wentworth's biological father. What? How can that be possible? Pat smiled, the expression of someone who'd solved a puzzle that had been bothering her for days. That's the thing that makes this so remarkable. Boyd Wentworth was the father on record. He was legally married to Susanna Wentworth. We have the marriage license and everything. Jake brought up the marriage certificate on the screen, showing the official document that had legally bound Boyd Wentworth to Susanna Miller in a ceremony performed at the Kerrville County Courthouse 32 years ago. That confirms it legally. So, legally speaking, he was his father of record. But he wasn't the biological father of Caleb Wentworth, also known as the Bandanna Killer. Pat continued, her voice carrying the absolute certainty of scientific analysis. That's indisputable now. The genetic markers don't lie. Boyd Wentworth and Caleb Wentworth share no paternal DNA whatsoever. Ruth fell silent, her mind racing through the implications of this revelation. Everything they'd assumed about Caleb's motivation, about his relationship with Wade Hargrove, about the personal connection that had driven him to systematic murder. All of it was suddenly thrown into question. Ben Miller's voice cut through the silence, carrying quiet satisfaction. I told you it was worth turning around for. Ruth and Aaron looked at each other across the conference table, both processing the same stunning realization. The foundation of their entire understanding of the case had just shifted beneath their feet. So who was Caleb Wentworth's biological father then? Ruth asked. Nobody answered. Okay, Ruth said, running her fingers through her hair as she thought hard. Birth certificates. Let's check the birth certificate. Whose name is on that? Jake tapped his keyboard, and a birth certificate issued by a local hospital popped up on the screens. Boyd Wentworth. Great. Awesome. Wonderful. Ruth groaned. So now we have a serial killer on a killing spree, and a murder mystery wrapped in an enigma. Great. Awesome. Just the kind of case I love. Where's Agatha Christie or Jessica Fletcher when you need a puzzle solver? Ben grinned. Who needs them? We've got Ruth Baker. Ruth snorted. Yeah, right. This is some mind-melting BS. Aaron, what are you thinking? Jump in here anytime. 'Cause I'm drowning. I swear this case is about to break my brain. Aaron smiled at Ben. She always says that right before she cracks it wide open. I know, Ben said, folding his arms over his chest. I love this part. Ruth shook her head. Guys, you're not helping. She walked over to the screens, looking around at all the evidence. She thought through the whole case, all the people they'd interviewed, the evidence they'd gathered. She asked one of the team members to pull up the recording they made on Aaron's phone of the old man at the trailer park, and had him play it back. Forward to the end, she said, where he talks about the man who visited and played catch with young Wentworth. The recording crackled through the speakers. Maybe 6 months, year and a half. Then one day he just stopped coming. Boy was maybe 13, 14 by then. After that, everything went to hell. What about the man who came by to play catch with Caleb? Tall fellow, dark hair. Dressed better than most folks around here, pressed shirts, clean trucks. Seemed to have money, at least more than the rest of us. Used to see him and the boy out there in the evenings, throwing a baseball back and forth. Boy needed that, you know. Needed someone to show him how to be a man. Ruth felt something spark in her brain, a thought catching fire and igniting. Then she looked at Aaron and Ben. We showed the old man a picture of Wade Hargrove, and he made him as Boyd Wentworth. But he didn't explicitly say That was the man who dropped by to play catch with Caleb. He just answered the question we asked, and answered it truthfully. But maybe we asked the wrong question. Aaron frowned. I don't follow. Ruth shook her head impatiently, then grabbed her jacket. Come on. The drive back to Shady Oaks Trailer Park took them through the same hill country roads they'd traveled days earlier, but everything felt different now. The late afternoon sun cast longer shadows across the scrubland, and Ruth found herself replaying the audio recording in her mind, searching for clues they might have missed. Halfway there, she slammed the heel of her palm against the steering wheel. I should have seen it sooner. I should have asked him about it. Aaron leaned over and squeezed her shoulder. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. You're doing everything you can. She smiled over at him. Thanks, partner. It's just that, well, I keep coming back to that thing he said. Aaron frowned. Who? Caleb Wentworth. When I had that moment with him at Sentinel. Aaron nodded, his face tightening. Before he shot you. Ruth nodded. Before he shot me. What about it? Aaron asked. Well, he asked me if I was a good mother. I said yes, I am. And then I asked him, are you a good son? Ruth's grip tightened on the steering wheel as she remembered that chilling moment. And he laughed and said, and this is the zinger, you're asking the wrong question. Aaron stared out the windshield thinking, then shook his head. I don't get it. What's the right question then? Ruth nodded grimly. That's what we have to figure out. It's like Jeopardy. I feel like we've got all the answers staring us right in the face, but we aren't asking the right questions. Once we do, the whole case will swing wide open like a vault door on a timer. They pulled into the familiar cracked asphalt loop of the trailer park as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon. The place looked even more desolate in the fading light. Rusted mobile homes scattered like abandoned toys, weeds growing through the pavement, broken dreams made manifest in aluminum siding and crumbling concrete blocks. But the elderly man's trailer remained a small oasis of dignity in the decay. His flower boxes caught the last rays of sunlight, petunias and marigolds creating splashes of color against the faded siding. The small vegetable garden behind its chicken wire fence showed neat rows of tomatoes and peppers, evidence of someone who still believed in nurturing life even in this forgotten place. He was exactly where they'd found him before, sitting in his aluminum lawn chair outside his front door, this time reading an old hardcover omnibus marked with a logo, the Detective Book Club. A glass of iced tea sweated on his TV tray beside him, and Ruth could hear the distant sound of a radio playing country music from inside his trailer. He looked up as they approached, his intelligent blue eyes immediately recognizing them despite the days that had passed. Rangers, he said, carefully marking his place in the book before setting it aside. Back again, I see. What can I do for you folks this time? Ruth noticed the book's cover as he set it down, a collection of mystery novels from the 1960s, the kind of classic detective stories where all the clues were laid out fairly for the reader to solve alongside the protagonist. Something about that struck her as fitting, given what they were trying to unravel. She settled into a comfortable crouch beside his chair, bringing herself to his eye level in a gesture of respect that she'd learned from years of interviewing elderly witnesses. Sir, we need to clarify something about what you told us before. You mentioned a man who used to visit the Wentworth family, who played catch with young Caleb. The old man nodded slowly, his weathered hands reaching for his iced tea. That's right. Nice fellow, seemed to genuinely care about the boy. Caleb needed that kind of attention, you know. Boy was hungry for it. That man wasn't Boyd Wentworth, Caleb's father was he. Ruth asked carefully, watching his face for any sign of confusion or uncertainty. Nope, never said he was. The old man replied without hesitation, taking a sip of his tea. That's exactly why I mentioned it in the first place. A father playing catch with his own son, that wouldn't have been worth commenting on, would it? This was different. Someone from outside, the family taking a real interest in a boy who needed guidance. Ruth felt her pulse quicken as the pieces began clicking into place. She pulled out her tablet and scrolled through the photos they'd collected during the investigation, finding the image she needed. The screen's blue glow seemed unnaturally bright in the gathering dusk. "Sir, I'm going to show you another photograph. Take your time and really look at it." She held up the tablet, displaying a professional headshot of one of the members of the murder club, the kind of corporate photo that appeared in business magazines and company annual reports. The image showed him in an expensive charcoal suit, his silver hair perfectly styled, the confident smile of someone who'd built an empire worth billions of dollars from nothing but ambition and intellect. The old man accepted the tablet with careful hands, holding it at arm's length and squinting at the screen with the same methodical concentration he'd shown before. Ruth watched his face as he studied the image, noting the way his eyes moved across the features, comparing what he saw with memories that were 15 years old. The radio inside his trailer switched to a different song, something slow and mournful about lost love and missed chances. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, and Ruth could hear the faint sound of children playing in one of the other trailers, their laughter incongruous in this place of broken dreams. Was this the man who came by to play catch with Caleb? Ruth asked quietly. The old man was silent for a long moment, his pale blue eyes moving between the photograph and some middle distance where memory lived. His weathered finger traced the edge of the tablet as he considered, the gesture of someone who understood the weight of what he was being asked to confirm. Then he tapped the screen with a gnarled finger, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "That's him all right. Put on a few pounds, aged up a bit, but it's definitely him. Same eyes, same way of carrying himself like he owned the world. Yeah, that's the fellow who used to spend time with the boy." Ruth felt something electric run through her as the final piece clicked into place. The puzzle they'd been trying to solve for days suddenly came into sharp focus, revealing a pattern of betrayal and abandonment that stretched back over 15 years. How often did he come around? Aaron asked, leaning forward with his notebook ready. Oh, regular as clockwork for maybe 8-9 months. Every weekend, sometimes during the week too. Always brought something for the boy. A new baseball glove, comic books, sometimes just candy. You could see how much it meant to Caleb, having someone pay him that kind of attention. The old man's voice grew sad. Then one day he just stopped coming. Never saw him again after that. Poor boy kept watching for his truck for weeks, but it never came back. Ruth thanked the old man, and they walked back toward the Range Rover, her mind already racing ahead to the confrontation that awaited them. The pieces of the case were finally falling into place, revealing a truth more complex and devastating than they'd imagined. As they reached the vehicle, she handed Aaron the tablet with the photograph still displayed on the screen. "We need to go talk to Travis Boone."
Chapter 27. The cabin sat in a grove of ancient live oaks 30 miles from the nearest paved road, hidden so deep in the hill country wilderness that even the GPS satellites seemed to lose their way. Caleb had chosen it for exactly that reason, complete isolation, no neighbors for miles, and enough natural cover to make aerial surveillance nearly impossible. The structure itself was modest, built from local limestone and cedar by someone who'd understood the value of blending into the landscape rather than dominating it. Inside, the single room was spartanly furnished but meticulously organized. A narrow bed against the far wall, a small kitchenette with propane appliances, a wooden table that served as both desk and dining surface. Everything had its place, everything served a purpose. The walls were lined with maps, photographs, and documents, the accumulated intelligence from years of careful planning. Caleb sat at the table, his laptop open before him, reviewing the surveillance feeds he'd hacked from traffic cameras along the major highways. The Rangers were closing in faster than he'd anticipated, their investigation more thorough and relentless than he'd given them credit for. Ruth Baker, in particular, had proven to be a formidable adversary, intelligent, persistent, and maddeningly close to understanding the true scope of what he'd been planning. The gunshot wound in his shoulder throbbed with each movement, a constant reminder of how close she'd come to ending everything before it was finished. He'd treated it as well as he could with the medical supplies in his kit, but infection was a growing concern. The edges of the wound were angry red, and he could feel heat radiating from the torn flesh. Every time he moved his left arm, fire shot down to his fingertips. He reached for his secure tablet, the one with encrypted communications that couldn't be traced through normal channels. It was time to have a conversation he'd been dreading. His fingers moved across the screen, initiating a video call to a number he knew by heart. Travis Boone's face appeared on the screen after several rings, his silver hair perfectly styled even at this late hour. He sat in what looked like a home office, expensive paintings visible on the walls behind him. The confident smile that had charmed boardrooms and congressional hearings was notably absent. "Things are getting too hot and personal," Caleb said without preamble. "Vasquez has too much security around him now. It won't be possible to get to him anymore. And this Ranger, Ruth Baker, she's one tough bitch." Boone's eyebrows rose slightly. "Too tough for you, huh?" Caleb felt a flare of anger but suppressed it, keeping his voice level. "It's time to close the file on this. Let's wrap it up." Travis stared at him through the screen, his pale eyes cold and calculating. "It ends when I say it ends. I need Vasquez gone. That was the deal from the start, remember? If you can't hack it." "What do you mean I can't hack it?" Caleb's anger broke through despite his efforts to control it. "I killed Hargrove and Stokes and Renfro. Damn near got my arm shot off doing it too. I did all your dirty work, now it's time for you to keep your end of the bargain. Give me what's due." Travis chuckled, the sound carrying no warmth whatsoever. "Like mother, like son. Your mother was always whining about what she was due too. Well, she got what she was due, didn't she?" Caleb's grip tightened on the tablet. "Don't talk about my mother, you asshole. Your mother was a tramp and Boyd knew it. That's why he turned a blind eye when I lay down with her. The money didn't hurt either." Travis's smile turned cruel. "She was turning tricks to survive anyway. Better me than a dozen other guys who'd have given her STDs, he figured. Except he couldn't take her BS either and up and left. I was the only one still came by, threw a ball around with you, tried to give her a few bucks every now and then to keep you two fed and clothed." "You paid her for sex, you motherfucker," Caleb said, gripping the sides of the tablet so hard the screen felt like it might shatter under his thumbs. The AR-15 opened up without warning, a sustained burst that chewed through the cabin's front wall like a chainsaw through balsa wood. Rounds punched through cedar logs, shattered the window in an explosion of glass, and sent Caleb diving for the floor as his world disintegrated around him. The tablet screen exploded in a shower of sparks and plastic fragments. The coffee mug on the table vaporized, ceramic shards peppering the air like shrapnel. Maps and photographs scattered from the walls as bullets tore through the mounting pins, years of careful planning reduced to confetti in seconds. Caleb rolled under the table as the barrage continued, each round finding something new to destroy. The propane tank in the kitchenette rang like a bell as a bullet creased its surface. The mirror above the sink spiderwebbed, then collapsed in a cascade of silvered glass. Wood splinters filled the air like angry hornets, stinging his face and hands as he scrambled for cover. Full audio. Close range. Professional. The thoughts flashed through his mind as he processed the attack. This wasn't random spray and pray. The shots were methodical, sweeping left to right across the cabin's interior, designed to flush him out or cut him down where he hid. Military tactics. Military weapons. Boone had finally sent a real killer. The firing stopped abruptly, leaving only the ringing in Caleb's ears and the patter of debris settling to the floor. He grabbed for the Glock 19, his wounded shoulder screaming as torn tissue stretched and bled. Blood soaked through his shirt, warm and sticky against his skin. Silent. Then the sound of boots on gravel, moving with purpose. Reloading. The shooter was repositioning for another burst, or maybe moving in for the kill. Caleb could hear equipment scraping against stone, tactical gear shifting, as the assassin found a new angle of attack. He rolled left, coming up behind what remained of the kitchenette. The propane stove was riddled with holes, its surface scored and dented by high-velocity rounds. He returned fire through the shattered window, 3 quick shots aimed at muzzle flash memory, the Glock's reports sharp and immediate in the destroyed space. Silent. No cry of pain, no sound of a body hitting the ground. The assassin had anticipated the counterattack and moved. Caleb's wounded shoulder screamed as he shifted position, blood loss making his movements sluggish. Doubt crept in like ice water in his veins. Maybe this was how it ended. Maybe Travis Boone would get the last laugh after all. No, the thought blazed through him like white-hot metal. Not until Boone pays. Not until they all pay for what they did. The next attack came from an unexpected angle, the back wall of the cabin, where the assassin had circled around to find a better firing position. The AR-15 chattered in controlled bursts, punching holes through the cedar logs in a relentless line. Caleb flattened himself against the floor as rounds passed inches above his head, filling the air with splinters and dust. He army-crawled toward the bed, using its low profile for cover while working his way to a different position. The shooter was methodical, patient, working the angles like someone who'd done this in urban combat zones. Each burst came closer, forcing Caleb into an ever-shrinking area of safety. A shadow passed the window, quick movement there and gone. The assassin was repositioning again, probably trying to get a clear shot through the front door. Caleb rolled under the bed and waited, controlling his breathing despite the fire in his lungs, feeling his heart rate settle into the steady rhythm of combat readiness. The door exploded inward in a shower of splinters as a boot caught it dead center. The assassin came through fast and low, rifle sweeping left to right, professional entry technique executed with textbook precision. But instead of finding his target cowering behind furniture, he found empty space and shadows. Caleb came up from under the bed like a striking snake, the Glock tracking toward center mass. The assassin spun with inhuman speed, bringing the rifle around in a move that spoke of thousands of hours of close-quarters combat training. Their weapons fired simultaneously, muzzle flashes strobing in the cabin's dim interior, reports overlapping into a single thunderclap of violence. Both men rolled in opposite directions, seeking cover, neither shot finding its mark. The assassin's round had passed so close to Caleb's head that he could smell the cordite. His own shot had torn through the man's gear vest, missing flesh by millimeters. They faced each other across the cabin's narrow width, two professionals who'd found their match, weapons raised, each waiting for the other to make a mistake. The assassin's eyes were dark and empty, without a trace of fear or uncertainty. A tattoo on his neck suggested Special Forces background, the kind of man who killed for flag and country before killing for money. Caleb's shoulder wound had reopened completely now, blood running down his arm in steady streams. His vision blurred at the edges, shock and blood loss taking their toll. The assassin saw it too, those dead eyes cataloging weakness with predatory focus. The assassin advanced, rifle never wavering from Caleb's chest. Professional calm radiated from every movement, the confidence of someone who'd killed more men than he could count. This was just another job, another target to be eliminated cleanly, without feeling. Caleb squeezed the trigger twice, bang bang, a double tap aimed at center mass. But the assassin was already moving, diving sideways as the rounds passed through the space he'd occupied. His return shot caught Caleb in the left bicep, spinning him around and sending his Glock skittering across the floor. Hot blood sprayed across the cabin wall. The pain was incredible, white-hot agony that made his previous wounds feel like paper cuts. Bone had been shattered, muscle shredded. His left arm hung useless at his side, fingertips already going numb. This is it, he thought as darkness crept in from the edges of his vision. This is how it ends. But then Travis Boone's face flashed through his mind, smug, arrogant, untouchable in his fortress of wealth and privilege. The man who'd played father to a desperate boy and then discarded him like trash when the game grew boring. The puppet master who thought he could solve any problem by throwing money at it. Rage exploded through Caleb like rocket fuel, burning away the pain and weakness. His hand found the knife at his belt, 8 inches of carbon steel with a grip worn smooth by years of use. In one fluid motion, he drew and threw, the blade spinning end over end across the cabin's narrow width. The assassin jerked aside, but not quite fast enough. The knife opened a gash along his ribs, eliciting a grunt of pain and surprise. First blood to Caleb, but not nearly enough to even the odds. The assassin raised the rifle for a killing shot, but Caleb was already moving. 15 years of systematic murder had taught him that survival often came down to pure aggression, the willingness to close distance when rational men would seek cover. He launched himself across the cabin like a missile, tackling the assassin around the waist and driving them both to the floor in a tangle of limbs and weapons. The rifle discharged into the ceiling, raining plaster and splinters as they rolled across the stone floor. The assassin was stronger, gym muscles layered over a soldier's conditioning, but Caleb had advantages of his own. Desperation, rage, and the intimate knowledge that losing meant not just death, but the failure of everything he'd worked toward. They separated and came up swinging, the assassin with a combat knife that had appeared from somewhere in his gear, Caleb with a smaller backup blade drawn from his boot. Steel rang against steel as they circled each other in the cabin's confined space, each man looking for an opening, a moment of weakness or overextension. The assassin's technique was textbook military, efficient, brutal, designed to end fights quickly. Caleb's style was more improvisational, adapted from years of killing in close quarters, honed by the kind of desperation that came from always being outnumbered and outgunned. The assassin lunged forward, his blade seeking Caleb's throat in a move that would have ended most fights before they began. But Caleb had been expecting it, had seen the slight telegraphing in the man's shoulders. He slipped the thrust and countered with a cut that opened the assassin's forearm to the bone. Blood sprayed across the cabin's walls, but the assassin barely flinched. Instead, he reversed his grip and drove the pommel of his knife toward Caleb's temple in a move that would have crushed his skull. Caleb twisted away, taking the impact on his wounded shoulder instead. The pain was beyond description, bone grinding against bone, torn muscles screaming in protest. He stumbled backward, his knife wavering as consciousness threatened to desert him entirely. The assassin pressed his advantage, driving forward with a series of cuts that forced Caleb back against the cabin wall. Trapped, bleeding, his left arm useless and his right growing weak from blood loss, Caleb felt the first real flutter of panic. This man was going to kill him. Was going to end everything before justice could be served, before the scales could be balanced. No, he thought, and the word became a roar inside his head. Not like this. Not when I'm so close. He feinted left, then dove right, rolling under the assassin's guard and coming up behind him. His blade found the gap between the man's body armor and his gear belt, sinking deep into muscle and organ. The assassin grunted and spun, his elbow catching Caleb across the jaw with enough force to rattle his teeth. They grappled against the wall, knives forgotten in favor of raw violence. The assassin's hands found Caleb's throat, thumbs pressing against his windpipe with the awful patience of someone who'd strangled men before. Black spots exploded across Caleb's vision as oxygen was cut off. With his last coherent thought, Caleb drove his knee upward, catching the assassin in the solar plexus. The man's grip loosened just enough for Caleb to break free, gasping and choking as air flooded back into his lungs. The assassin recovered faster, his conditioning showing as he came up with his combat knife in a reverse grip. He slashed downward, aiming for Caleb's carotid artery, a killing stroke that would end the fight in seconds. But his wounded arm betrayed him, the cut coming a fraction of a second slower than intended. Caleb caught the man's wrist, using leverage and desperation to turn the blade aside. It carved a line across his collarbone instead of opening his throat, adding another stream of blood to the growing pool on the floor. They were locked together now, both hands on the knife, muscles straining as each man fought for control of the weapon. The assassin was stronger, his training and conditioning giving him every advantage. Slowly, inevitably, the blade began to turn toward Caleb's chest. The point pricked his sternum, drawing blood as it started its final journey to his heart. This is it, Caleb thought. I'm going to die here, and Boone will never pay for what he did. But then his back hit the wall, and his shoulders brushed against the loose stone he'd positioned months ago. The hidden pressure plate was inches from his fingers, the 12-gauge shotgun mounted underneath the table aimed directly at where they struggled. With the last of his strength, Caleb drove his elbow backward, hitting the plate with bone-jarring force. The shotgun fired with a sound like the world ending, buckshot catching the assassin's center mass and lifting him off his feet. The knife flew from his suddenly nerveless fingers as he crashed into the opposite wall, his chest reduced to hamburger by the hidden weapon's devastating blast. Caleb slumped to the floor, breathing in short, painful gasps as blood continued to seep from multiple wounds. The cabin was a charnel house, walls splattered with gore, furniture overturned, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and death. But he was alive, and his enemy was not. He forced himself to his feet, swaying as waves of dizziness threatened to topple him. The assassin lay crumpled against the far wall, his dark eyes staring sightlessly at nothing. Professional to the end, but not quite professional enough. Caleb retrieved his Glock from where it had fallen, checked the magazine, and holstered it with movements that had become automatic despite his injuries. The wounds were serious but not immediately fatal. He could function for a while longer, long enough to finish what he'd started. He stumbled to the kitchenette and splashed water on his face, washing away the blood that had run from cuts and contusions. In the small mirror above the sink, he looked like death itself, pale, haggard, his eyes burning with fever and fury. But still breathing. Still dangerous. The rage was building now, consuming everything else, burning away pain and fatigue, and the growing weakness in his limbs. Travis Boone had tried to have him killed. Had hired a professional assassin to end his life like he was nothing more than a business problem to be solved. The ultimate act of arrogance from someone who thought money could solve everything. Caleb grabbed his keys from the table and lurched toward the door, leaving the assassin's corpse behind without a backward glance. Outside, his truck waited in the grove of trees, a battered Ford F-150 that looked like 1,000 other ranch vehicles but had been carefully modified for his needs. He climbed behind the wheel and gunned the engine, tires spinning in the loose dirt as he accelerated toward the narrow track that led back to civilization. The truck fishtailed wildly as he took the first curve too fast, rear wheels sliding sideways and kicking up a plume of dust that hung in the air like smoke. But he didn't slow down. If anything, he pressed harder on the accelerator, feeling the truck's suspension compress as it hit bumps and ruts at speeds that would have been suicidal for most drivers. Another curve taken so fast that dirt sprayed dozens of yards into the brush. The truck balanced on the knife's edge between control and disaster. The rage was everything now, pure, cleansing fire that burned away 15 years of careful planning and patient waiting. No more surveillance, no more strategic thinking, no more methodical elimination of targets. Just the fundamental truth that had driven him since childhood. When someone betrayed him, when someone abandoned him, they had to pay. Travis Boone was about to learn what that payment looked like.
Chapter 28. The Range Rover ate up the miles of hill country highway as Ruth and Aaron raced toward Travis Boone's ranch, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the rolling landscape. Ruth's phone buzzed with updates from the team, forensics reports, surveillance logs, background checks, the endless stream of information that fed a major investigation. "Baker," she answered, not bothering to check the caller ID as Aaron navigated around a slow-moving cattle truck. "Ranger Baker, this is Eduardo Vasquez. I need to speak with you immediately." Ruth felt her pulse quicken. In her experience, when witnesses called back unprompted, it usually meant they'd remembered something important or their conscience was finally getting the better of them. "Mr. Vasquez, I can't come over right now, but if this is regarding Travis Boone, anything further you can tell us will go a long way in helping mitigate your involvement." "It is about Boone," Vasquez said. "There's something you need to understand about our relationship with him, about why we were meeting in secret." "I'm listening." "Boone and the others are partners in a major tech deal, something too big for even Boone to leverage himself. That was how we first met, through this venture. The business has proved hugely profitable for all of us. It's where most of us made our real fortunes, not from our individual enterprises." Ruth made notes as Vasquez spoke, his words painting a picture of wealthy men bound together by more than just shared hobbies. "What kind of tech deals?" "Government contracts, defense applications, the kind of work that requires significant capital investment and security clearances. Boone brought us in as partners because he needed our combined resources to make it viable." Aaron glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Ruth could see him processing the implications. Government contracts meant oversight, auditing, the kind of scrutiny that made financial irregularities extremely dangerous. But over time, Vasquez continued, we started to suspect that Boone had been employing less than professional tactics to divert funds to himself and his other ventures, ones in which we're not partners. When we confronted him a while back, he was defiant and unrepentant. Defiant how? Ruth asked. He admitted openly that he'd siphoned the lion's share of the profits for himself. Said he deserved it since we'd never have achieved the kind of growth and gains we had if not for him bringing us the venture in the first place. Ruth felt pieces clicking together in her mind. Financial fraud among partners was a classic motive for violence, especially when the amounts involved were significant enough to destroy lives and reputations. What happened when you threatened to expose him? That's when things got really ugly, Vasquez said. When we threatened to take action to recover our fair share of the diverted funds, he in turn threatened to expose our involvement in the murder club and our obsession with the Bandanna killer. He said it could implicate us all as accessories after the fact for not reporting the crimes to the authorities. Ruth nodded grimly. The same argument she'd used on Vasquez during their interview, the legal leverage that could destroy their reputations and freedom. So you backed down? Not exactly. After that confrontation, we started to meet at Hargrove's place in secret, without Boone's knowledge, or so we thought. We came up with a plan to push Boone out of the joint venture through a hostile takeover, using our combined votes to force him off the board and out of management. The timeline was becoming clearer now. Ruth could see how the business dispute had escalated, how personal animosity had grown into something worth killing over. And that's when the murders began. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. You said it, I didn't. Ruth felt her jaw tighten with frustration. Even now, with 3 of his partners dead, Vasquez was still trying to protect himself through careful word choice and plausible deniability. Mr. Vasquez, it doesn't matter what I say. It only matters what I can prove. We all kept copies of the files and the electronic trail that we found, the evidence that proved Boone diverted our profits to himself, Vasquez said. But the Bandanna killer took each victim's electronics with him, which contained all that evidence. All of it. Except for one. Renfro, Ruth said, understanding dawning. That's why the killer came back to look for it. That's right. Renfro and Nathan Carver decided to cache their files together in a safe place for protection. Even I don't know where that is, they kept it secret from the rest of us. Ruth made a note to follow up with Nathan Carver about the hidden files. Physical evidence of financial fraud would give them concrete motive and potentially enough leverage to break the case wide open. And what about your copies of the files? I never had them, Vasquez admitted. I only found out about the extent of Boone's financial manipulations from the others. They were the ones who did the forensic accounting, who tracked down the diverted funds. Aaron caught Ruth's eye and held up 2 fingers, then pointed ahead toward a pair of limestone pillars that marked the entrance to what was clearly an expensive private estate. 2 minutes out. Mr. Vasquez, thank you for this information, Ruth said, already mentally organizing how they'd approach Boone with what they'd learned. It helps clarify several important aspects of the case. After hanging up, Ruth quickly summarized Vasquez's revelations for Aaron. The financial fraud, the partnership disputes, the hidden evidence that gave Boone motive to eliminate his business partners and destroy the proof of his crimes. Aaron nodded as he turned between the limestone pillars, following a paved drive that wound through manicured grounds toward a house that looked more like a corporate headquarters than a home. That adds up. Boone gets mad at having his financial fraud found out and decides to eliminate his partners and the evidence to protect himself. So he sicks Caleb Wentworth on them, his personal attack dog. But what's in it for Wentworth? Ruth mused, studying the approaching mansion through the windshield. The structure was all glass and steel, modern architecture, designed to impress rather than welcome. Good question, Aaron replied as they pulled into the expansive driveway of the billionaire's luxurious ranch home, its facade gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Ruth checked her weapon and adjusted her badge, feeling the familiar surge of adrenaline that came before confronting a suspect. Let's see if we can get Boone to answer it. As they approached the main house, Ruth noted the increased security presence that hadn't been visible from the road. Cameras tracked their movement from multiple angles, and she could see at least 3 armed guards positioned around the property's perimeter. 2 black SUVs with tinted windows sat in strategic locations, their occupants invisible but undoubtedly watching. Aaron pulled up to the front entrance, where a man in a dark suit and tactical vest waited beside an ornate fountain. Professional security, Ruth thought, noting the earpiece and the way his eyes never stopped moving. This wasn't the usual rent-a-cop setup wealthy people favored for show. Rangers Baker and Tate to see Mr. Boone, Ruth said, showing her credentials as they stepped out of the Range Rover. The guard spoke quietly into his radio, then nodded. He's expecting you. Please follow me. They were escorted through an impressive foyer lined with modern art and into what appeared to be a home office that could have doubled as a corporate boardroom. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the hill country, while expensive furniture and technology suggested serious money seriously spent. Travis Boone rose from behind a desk that looked like it could seat 12 for dinner, his silver hair perfectly styled despite the late hour. He wore a casual button-down shirt and khakis, the uniform of wealthy men who no longer needed to prove anything to anyone. His smile was warm and welcoming, but Ruth caught something else in his pale eyes, the hyper-vigilant alertness of prey trying to look like a predator. Rangers, he said, extending his hand. Thank you for coming. I understand you've been having quite an eventful investigation. Ruth shook his hand, noting the firm grip and the slight tremor he was trying to hide. Expecting a war, Mr. Boone. His laugh was practiced, the kind of sound that probably played well in boardrooms and congressional hearings. Just taking reasonable precautions, Ranger Baker. When you have as much as I do, there's always someone who wants to take it away from you. Anyone in particular you're worried about? Aaron asked, settling into one of the leather chairs arranged in front of Boone's desk. Well, there is this serial killer running around murdering my business associates, Boone replied, his tone light but his posture suggesting someone ready to move at the first sign of threat. Call me paranoid, but that seems like cause for concern. Ruth studied his face, reading the micro-expressions that most people missed. Fear, definitely, but also something else, the kind of arrogance that came from decades of wielding power over other people's lives. He was afraid, but he still believed his money could insulate him from consequences. Still thought his wealth made him untouchable. Mr. Boone, Ruth said, settling into her own chair but keeping her posture alert, we've learned some interesting things about your business relationship with the murder victims. Things that might explain why someone would want them dead. She watched his face carefully as she continued. One of your business partners told us about how you've been fraudulently diverting their profits to your accounts and their subsequent threat to expose you. Boone's expression didn't change, but Ruth caught the slight tightening around his eyes. Do you have any proof of these allegations? That's where it gets interesting, Ruth replied. We have reason to believe that the murdered members of your little murder club each had proof in the form of electronic files. But those files were taken when they were killed by the murderer whom we believe was the Bandanna killer. Boone stayed stony-faced. Interesting theory. Aren't you curious? Ruth asked. About what? About why a serial killer who targeted single mothers for over a decade would suddenly switch to killing rich ranchers and then steal their electronic devices. Not just their everyday laptops and iPads, mind you, but the ones they used to store valuable financial data. Boone shrugged. Who knows why psychos do what they do? Is there ever any logic to it? I mean, this guy killed, a dozen women. Strangled them to death in their own beds, using the same kind of bandana. Where's the logic in that? Actually, Mr. Boone, Ruth said, I have a theory. Would you like to hear it? Not particularly, Boone replied. I have better things to do than sit around listening to a female cop try to lecture me on things I don't care a fuck about in the first place. Aaron bristled, speaking firmly. Mind your tongue. You're speaking to a Texas Ranger. Like my partner said, I'm a ranger and I'm the lead investigator on this case, Ruth said, her voice steady. So I think you're going to have to listen to me, whether you like it or not. Boone glared at her but leaned back, folding his arms. His eyes glinted as he said, I'm all ears. Chapter 29. Caleb Wentworth was the son of Boyd Wentworth and Susanna Wentworth, Ruth began. They were dirt poor and lived in a trailer park. He was addicted to alcohol and then drugs, and he got her addicted to them too. They were barely surviving, scraping by, so he began to encourage her to sleep with other men for money. Aaron added, a nerve pulsing in his neck which betrayed how angry that made him. He pimped his own wife out. Boone shrugged. The world is a hard, cold place. People do all kinds of things to survive. Sure, Ruth said. As a foster kid, I happen to know something about that myself. What Boyd and Susanna Wentworth did was just survival. But then they came into contact with another man, someone who wasn't just trying to survive. He was what I believe was the essence of evil. Surely you don't believe in evil, Boone said. I thought you were a rational person. I am, Ruth replied. And some men cross the line between just plain dishonest criminality into pure evil. It's rare, but it happens, and it takes a certain kind of man to cross that line. Ruth paused, studying Boone's face. His expression was carefully neutral, but she caught the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his fingers drummed once against the armrest of his chair. I think Boyd and Susanna Wentworth came into contact with such a man, and it was the saddest day of their lives. Boone's pale eyes flicked to the window, then back to her face. Ruth noticed that Aaron had his hand on his holster, ready to draw, and flicked her eyes downward at him, asking him to stand easy. This man offered to pay for an arrangement with the Wentworths, she continued. He would have his way with Susanna whenever he pleased, and in return, he would give them money. Desperate and their minds addled by addiction, they agreed. Boone's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. His gaze had turned cold, calculating. Are we going to be here all day, listening to this soap opera bullshit? This went on for a while. Eventually, as will happen, she got pregnant. Ruth watched as Boone's fingers curled slightly, his knuckles whitening. He was fighting to maintain his composure, but she could see the anger building beneath the surface. It wasn't Boyd Wentworth's child. He felt so disgusted with himself for what he'd done that he couldn't bring himself to sleep with his wife ever again. It was that man's child. The evil man's. Boone made a show of checking his expensive watch, the gesture dismissive and deliberate. Is there a point to this fairy tale? Ruth continued, as if he hadn't spoken. As the boy began to grow up, the man would come around from time to time. Partly to have his way with Susanna as before, and sometimes he would spend a little time with the boy as well. Throw a baseball around, take him for ice cream, that kind of thing. Something flickered across Boone's face, not surprise, but irritation that she knew these details. His lips pressed into a thin line. Until one day he just stopped coming. Boone's eyes narrowed, and Ruth could see the contempt there, the barely controlled rage at being forced to sit and listen. His breathing had become slightly more shallow. I think what happened was that he hit the jackpot, this evil man. His ship came in. Ruth watched as Boone's hands gripped the arms of his chair. After that, he became too busy with the business of making money to look back at his past life. He went on to a new, respectable life as a rich businessman. Christ, Boone muttered under his breath, his facade cracking slightly. The mask of a civilized businessman was slipping, revealing something uglier underneath. He bought land, lots of it, and became a rancher. He grew rich, and he made his partners very rich too. He never went back to that trailer park, because he assumed that woman and her problems were behind him forever. Aaron shifted in his chair. But they weren't. Boone's eyes snapped to Aaron with undisguised hostility. Ruth saw his hands clench into fists before he forced them to relax. No, Ruth said. Years passed. Then one day, he began reading about these Bandanna murders. Young, single white mothers living in impoverished conditions, murdered in their beds while they slept, leaving behind a child or children. Boone's breathing was more audible now, controlled but tense. His pale eyes had gone flat and cold. It rang a bell. Because you see, Mr. Boone, this evil man had ended Susanna's life the exact same way. He had killed her with a navy bandana, the kind she liked to wrap her long blonde hair in. Ruth watched as a muscle in Boone's temple began to pulse. His civilized mask was disintegrating, bit by bit. Enough, Boone said, his voice tight with barely suppressed fury. He strangled her to death in her bed, while her sons slept in the same trailer, one night after she had opened her legs to him. You talked about logic a while back. I don't know the logic for that first murder. Maybe he had tired of her. Maybe he was moving on to bigger things and didn't want her to recognize him on the news or a magazine cover someday. Boone's face had gone red, veins standing out on his forehead. Ruth could see the hatred burning in his eyes, not guilt or fear, but pure resentment at being forced to listen to her words. Maybe he was afraid she'd come crawling out of the woodwork to demand her pound of flesh or blackmail him by threatening to reveal his secrets. Does evil really need a reason? Aaron leaned forward. But he made a mistake. Boone's glare shifted to Aaron, his lips curling in disgust. Shut the fuck up. He did, Ruth agreed, watching as Boone's composure finally began to fracture completely. He didn't realize that her teenage son was awake, pretending to be asleep, and saw the whole thing. Saw the man he looked up to as a father figure, the man who played catch with him, kill his mother. Boone was silent now, his breathing harsh and audible. Ruth could see the rage radiating from him like heat. Saw it and did nothing about it, Ruth continued. That messed up Caleb Wentworth's mind. Maybe he'd had enough of his mama's addiction and occasional prostitution, and bad behavior too. Maybe the evil man had put some of his evil thoughts into the boy's head. After all, he was his biological father. I don't have to listen to this shit, Boone snarled, but he made no move to leave. Caleb went on to become the Bandanna Killer, imitating his father's MO, and killing at least 11 women over 13 years. 11 that we know of, that is. Boone's hands were shaking slightly now, whether from rage or something else, Ruth couldn't tell. Maybe he knew that you and your perverted friends of the murder club were watching him surreptitiously all along. Maybe he only found out at the end. It doesn't matter. Ruth leaned forward, watching his face carefully. What matters is that Caleb eventually tracked you down and met with you, and you somehow talked him into doing even more evil, but this time for you. Boone's eyes were blazing with hatred now, his civilized mask completely gone. You can't prove any of this fiction. Shut up and listen, Aaron said sharply. Ruth's voice remained steady despite the palpable hostility radiating from Boone. You got your biological son, Caleb, to murder your business partners and steal the proof they had of your financial fraud. You must have promised him something in exchange for all that, Travis Boone. What was that? Travis shook his head, his face twisted with rage and contempt. I think I've heard enough, Ranger Baker. It's time for you to leave now. Travis shook his head, grinning with a dark glint in his eyes. I think I've heard enough, Ranger Baker. It's time for you to leave now. He was about to say something else, when suddenly they heard shots ring out and walkie-talkies start crackling, the sounds of men running and shouting. Chapter 30. The gunfire erupted in sharp, staccato bursts that echoed off the limestone walls of the main house. Ruth was on her feet instantly, her hand finding her Glock as Aaron reached for his radio, calling for backup from their position inside Boone's office. All units, shots fired at the Boone residence, multiple casualties probable, request immediate backup and ambulance. Aaron spoke rapidly into his radio as they moved toward the office door. Static crackled back, interference, or worse, the same jamming they'd encountered at other crime scenes. They reached the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the compound, just as another burst of automatic fire lit up the gathering dusk. Ruth could see muzzle flashes strobing near the main gate, and in their brief illumination, a figure moving with deadly purpose through the security perimeter. No lucha libre mask this time. Just a lean man in dark clothing, methodically eliminating Boone's hired protection with the kind of ruthless efficiency that spoke of years perfecting the art of killing. She watched him duck behind a black SUV as two guards converged on his position, then emerge on their flank to cut them down with precise, 3-round bursts. Jesus, Aaron breathed beside her. He's going through them like they're not even there. Ruth studied the scene, her investigator's mind cataloging details even as adrenaline flooded her system. Caleb moved like water, flowing from cover to cover, never staying in one position long enough for the remaining guards to get a fix on him. His weapon handling was textbook professional, controlled fire, rapid reloads, constant movement. This wasn't the desperate fury of an amateur. This was systematic extermination. I need to get out there, Ruth said, checking her magazine and spare rounds. See if I can get a clean shot. Aaron grabbed her arm. No way. You've gone up against this guy twice already and almost got killed. I'm not letting you risk your life a third time. Ruth looked at his hand on her arm, then up at his face, seeing the fear there, not for himself but for her. The same fear she'd seen when he'd found her unconscious on the Sentinel building floor, blood running from her head wound. She understood his protective instincts, even appreciated them, but this wasn't the time for them. She grinned at him. Then it's a good thing I don't need your permission, sweetie. She was moving before he could respond, slipping out of the office and toward the rear of the house. Behind her, she heard Aaron curse in 3 languages, but within seconds she could hear his boots following, and she knew he'd have her back even if he disagreed with her tactics. The back door opened onto a covered patio that looked out over manicured grounds stretching toward a cluster of outbuildings, horse stables, equipment sheds, and what looked like a guest house. The smell of cordite hung heavy in the evening air, mixing with the earthier scents of horses and hay that drifted from the stables. Ruth moved across the patio, using concrete planters and outdoor furniture for cover as she worked her way toward the sounds of combat. Another burst of gunfire echoed from the front of the house, followed by a man's scream that cut off abruptly. The professional security team Boone had hired was being systematically eliminated, and there wasn't much time before Caleb would turn his attention to his primary target. She reached the edge of the patio and crouched behind a limestone retaining wall, scanning the grounds for movement. The emergency lighting cast harsh shadows across the landscape, creating a maze of concealment and deception. Somewhere out there, a killer was hunting, and she was about to become part of that hunt. A shape moved between the stables, quick, deliberate, heading toward the main house. Ruth raised her Glock, trying to get a clear shot, but one of the remaining guards stumbled into her line of fire, blood streaming from a shoulder wound. She held her fire, unwilling to risk hitting an innocent man, and watched Caleb disappear behind a hay storage building. "Damn," she whispered, then keyed her radio. "Aaron, I'm moving toward the stables." He's using them for cover, working his way closer to the house. "Copy that," Aaron's voice crackled back. "I've got eyes on the front entrance. No movement there yet, but he's got to know we're here by now." Ruth left the cover of the retaining wall and sprinted across 20 yards of open ground, her boots silent on the manicured grass. The stables loomed ahead, their dark bulk offering both concealment and danger. If Caleb was using them as cover, she could be walking into an ambush. She reached the nearest building and pressed herself against the wall, listening. Inside, she could hear horses moving restlessly, their hooves scraping against stall floors, their nervous whinnies suggesting they could smell the violence in the air. The scent of hay and horse sweat was overwhelming here, masking any human odors that might give away Caleb's position. Ruth moved along the wall, checking corners, using the same tactical principles she'd learned in ranger training. The building was longer than she'd expected, with multiple entrances and what looked like a feed storage area at the far end. Perfect territory for a game of cat and mouse, if you were the kind of person who enjoyed that sort of thing. She wasn't. A soft scraping sound from inside the stable made her freeze. Someone was moving in there, trying to be quiet but not quite succeeding. Ruth found a window and peered through the dusty glass, seeing rows of horse stalls stretching into the shadows. Emergency lighting from outside provided just enough illumination to make out shapes and movement, but not enough for positive identification. There, a shadow moving between the stalls, tall and lean, carrying what looked like an assault rifle. Ruth watched as the figure paused, checking angles, searching for threats. Even in silhouette, she could see the professional way he held the weapon, the controlled movements that spoke of extensive training. She had him. Ruth moved to the stable's main entrance, a sliding door that stood partially open. Through the gap, she could see the interior clearly, concrete walkway down the center, stalls on both sides, the shadow figure now about halfway down the row. She raised her Glock, centering the sights on what she could see of his torso. "Federal agent," she shouted. "Drop your weapon." The figure spun toward her voice, and for a split second she saw his face clearly, younger than she'd expected, with the kind of dead eyes that came from killing too many people for too many years. Then he was moving, diving sideways into one of the stalls as his rifle came up to return fire. Ruth threw herself behind the door frame as bullets chewed through the wood where she'd been standing. Splinters stung her face, and the horses were screaming now, their terror adding to the chaos. She could hear hooves pounding against stall doors, the animals desperate to escape the violence invading their sanctuary. She waited for the firing to stop, then rolled around the door frame and squeezed off 3 quick shots toward where she'd last seen movement. The reports were deafening in the enclosed space, and she couldn't tell if she'd hit anything. A horse reared in one of the stalls, its hooves striking wood, adding percussion to the symphony of violence. Silence fell, broken only by the animal's distress and the ringing in her ears. Ruth strained to hear footsteps, breathing, anything that would tell her where Caleb had gone. But the stable had gone quiet except for the horses, and she realized with growing certainty that she was alone in here. She moved carefully down the center walkway, checking each stall, her weapon ready. The horses shied away from her, their eyes rolling white with fear, but there was no sign of her quarry. At the far end of the building, she found another door standing open, leading out toward the equipment sheds and the hay storage building she'd seen earlier. He was leading her on a chase, drawing her away from the main house. The realization hit her like ice water. While she was playing hunter and prey in the stables, Caleb was maneuvering her exactly where he wanted her, far enough from the house that she couldn't interfere with his real objective. Ruth broke into a run, heading for the door, but she already knew she was too late. As she emerged from the stable, she could see the lights of the main house in the distance, and she was much farther away than she'd realized. The cat and mouse game through the buildings had taken her on a circuitous route that put her at least a quarter mile from where Boone was hiding. "Shit," she breathed, then keyed her radio frantically. "Aaron, he's going for Boone. I'm too far out, he played me, led me away from the house." "Where are you?" Aaron's voice came back immediately. "Coming back from the stables, south of the main house. I can see the lights, but I'm at least 3-4 minutes out." "Okay, I'm on the east side. I can see a way in through the kitchen door." "Going in now." Ruth felt her heart clench with fear, not for herself, but for Aaron walking into that house where Caleb was hunting. "Take care," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I'll be right behind you in a minute." She started running across the open ground between the outbuildings and the main house, acutely aware of how exposed she was out here. The manicured lawn stretched ahead of her like a pudding green, offering no cover, no concealment, just 40 yards of open space that felt like a mile under the security lighting. But she also knew that she wasn't Caleb's target. Boone was. That knowledge gave her the courage to move across the exposed ground, even though every instinct screamed at her to find cover. Caleb had spent 15 years planning his revenge against the man who'd abandoned him and killed his mother. He wouldn't waste time on a Texas Ranger when his real prey was so close. Still, 40 yards had never felt so long. Each step seemed to take forever, her boots sinking slightly into the soft grass, her breathing harsh in the relative quiet. She could hear sirens in the distance, backup finally arriving, but they were still too far away to help. It was just her and Aaron against a killer who'd already proven he could outfight professional security teams. The house grew larger as she approached, its limestone facade warm under the security lighting. She could see the office where they'd been interrogating Boone, the floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting her approach like mirrors. Somewhere inside that house, Aaron was hunting a killer, and she was running out of time to help him. Ruth reached the patio and pressed herself against the back wall of the house, finally back where this had all started. The familiar weight of her weapon in her hand was reassuring, But she knew from experience that Caleb Wentworth was more dangerous than any suspect she'd ever faced. He'd already killed at least 14 people, and he wasn't going to let anyone stand between him and his final target. She moved toward the back door and re-entered the house. Chapter 31. Ruth moved through the back door into the house, her weapon drawn and ready. The familiar scents of expensive leather and wood polish were now tainted with something else: fear, sweat, the metallic tang of violence that seemed to permeate the air itself. Emergency lighting cast everything in harsh shadows, and she could hear the distant sounds of Aaron moving through the eastern wing. She made her way carefully through the hallway, checking corners, listening for any sound that might indicate where Caleb had gone. The house felt different now, not the fortress of wealth and privilege she'd entered an hour ago, but something more vulnerable, its security stripped away to reveal the mortal man hiding inside. A sound from Boone's office made her freeze, voices, low and intense, carrying the weight of years of buried secrets finally coming to light. Ruth moved toward the sound, her boots silent on the expensive hardwood, her finger resting on the trigger guard. The door to Boone's office stood ajar, and through the gap she could see two figures facing each other across the massive desk. Travis Boone sat in his leather chair, but his confident businessman's demeanor had completely evaporated. His face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead despite the air conditioning, his expensive shirt wrinkled and dark with perspiration. His hands trembled as they gripped the armrests of his chair, knuckles white with the effort of maintaining even a semblance of composure. Caleb Wentworth stood before him, holding an AR-15 with casual expertise. The same weapon he'd taken from the assassin Boone had sent to kill him. Without the lucha libre mask, Ruth could see his face clearly for the first time. He was younger than she'd expected, maybe early 30s, with sharp cheekbones and dark hair that might have been handsome in other circumstances. But his eyes held no warmth, no humanity, just the flat, empty stare of someone who'd killed so many times that death had become routine. Yet as Ruth watched, she could see cracks in that facade. The slight tremor in his voice, the way his jaw clenched and unclenched, the rapid blinking that suggested he was fighting back emotions that threatened to overwhelm his careful control. "You sent someone to kill me," Caleb said, his voice carrying the flat affect of someone who'd moved beyond ordinary human emotion. "Your own son." Boone flinched as if the word son had been a physical blow. "It wasn't supposed to happen like that," he replied, his voice cracking with fear and something that might have been regret. "The situation got out of hand. You were supposed to stop after Renfro, but you kept pushing, kept demanding." "I kept demanding what you promised me," Caleb interrupted, the rifle never wavering from its target. His voice began to rise, years of suppressed anger bleeding through. "What you swore you'd do if I proved my loyalty. If I showed you I was worthy to be your son." Ruth positioned herself where she could see clearly through the doorway while remaining hidden behind the wall. Her weapon was trained on Caleb, finger resting alongside the trigger guard, but something made her hesitate. This wasn't the time for intervention, not yet. This was a reckoning 31 years in the making, and she found herself caught between duty and something deeper, more primal. "The birth certificate," Boone said, understanding dawning in his voice like a man finally seeing the shape of his own destruction. "You still want me to make it public?" To acknowledge what you've always known," Caleb said, his composure beginning to crack like ice under pressure. "That I'm your biological son. That you paid handsomely to have my real birth certificate altered, replacing your name with Boyd Wentworth's. That you've been lying about it for 31 fucking years." The profanity hit the air like a gunshot, raw and desperate. Ruth could see Caleb's chest rising and falling rapidly now, his breathing becoming shallow and quick. Whatever control he'd maintained was slipping away, revealing something wounded and desperate underneath. Boone's face had gone ashen, the color of old paper. "Caleb, listen to me. We can work this out. I have money, resources, connections that reach into the highest levels of government and business. I can give you anything you want. Wealth beyond imagination, power that most men only dream of, a new identity, a fresh start anywhere in the world. Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, anywhere you want to go." "Money." Caleb's laugh was broken, hysterical, the sound of sanity fracturing under the weight of too much pain carried for too long. "You think this is about money? You think I killed all those people for financial gain?" Ruth watched the transformation happening before her eyes. The cold, professional killer was dissolving, replaced by something raw and human and heartbreaking. She could see the boy he'd once been, abandoned, desperate for love, willing to do anything to earn his father's approval. "Then what?" Boone asked desperately, leaning forward in his chair, his voice taking on the wheedling tone of a man accustomed to buying his way out of any problem. "What do you want from me?" "Name it." "Anything. I'll give you half my fortune, access to my accounts, partnerships in my businesses. You could be rich beyond your wildest dreams." "You don't understand," Caleb whispered, tears beginning to stream down his face, the rifle trembling in his hands. "You've never understood. You never listened. You never saw me." Ruth felt her throat tighten as she watched this damaged man fall apart. She thought about Ava, about the fierce love she felt for her daughter, about the lengths she'd go to protect her, to be there for her. What kind of monster looked at his own child and saw only a tool to be used? "I don't want your money," Caleb continued, his voice breaking completely now. "I don't want your power or your connections or your fucking business empire. I never wanted any of that bullshit. Fame, fortune, women, none of it means anything to me. Do you know what I wanted? Do you have any idea?" Boone stared at him, clearly baffled by the question. Here was a man who'd built a billion-dollar empire, who could buy senators and judges, who commanded respect and fear across 3 states. And he genuinely couldn't comprehend what his son might want from him. "I wanted a dad," Caleb said, the words torn from somewhere deep in his soul. "Not a businessman, not a partner, not a source of money or power or influence. I wanted someone to play catch with me in the backyard. Someone to take me to movies on Saturday afternoons and laugh when I spilled popcorn. Someone to buy me snow cones at the county fair and ruffle my hair and tell me I was a good kid." His voice was rising now, 31 years of pain and abandonment pouring out in a torrent of grief and rage. "I wanted someone to help me with my homework and teach me how to throw a curveball and be proud of me when I got good grades. I wanted a dad who would show up to school plays and baseball games and science fairs. A dad who would hug me when I was scared and tell me everything would be okay. A dad who would love me just because I was his son, not because I could do something for him." Ruth felt tears stinging her own eyes. She thought about all the foster homes, all the temporary families who'd never quite felt like home, all the nights she'd lied awake wondering what was wrong with her that nobody wanted to keep her. She understood Caleb's pain in a way that cut straight to her bones. "I just wanted a dad," Caleb repeated, his voice breaking completely. "A dad? Is that too much to ask for? Is loving your own child such an impossible thing?" The silence that followed was deafening. Boone stared at his son, really looked at him for perhaps the first time in 31 years, and Ruth could see the moment when comprehension finally dawned. not just understanding of what Caleb wanted, but the crushing realization of what his abandonment had created. He hadn't just fathered Caleb Wentworth. He'd fathered the Bandanna killer. "Caleb," Boone said softly, his voice carrying what might have been genuine remorse for the first time in their conversation. "Son, Don't call me that," Caleb snarled, the rifle snapping up to aim directly at Boone's head. "You don't get to call me son. You lost that right when you walked away from a 14-year-old boy who needed you. You lost it when you let me disappear into the foster system like I never existed. You lost it when you hired someone to kill me rather than face what you'd done." But there was something else in Caleb's voice now, something beyond rage. Ruth could hear it clearly, the desperate hope of a child who still, after everything, wanted his father to love him. Even now, even here, some part of him was waiting for Boone to say the words he'd never heard. Boone seemed to sense it too. He leaned forward, his businessman's instincts kicking in, trying to find an angle that might save his life. "You're right," he said, his voice taking on the easy sincerity of someone who'd lied professionally for decades. "I was wrong. I should have been there for you. I should have acknowledged you as my son from the beginning. But it's not too late, Caleb. We can still have that relationship. Father and son, working together, building something meaningful." Ruth watched Caleb's face transform with hope, genuine, heartbreaking hope that maybe, finally, his father was going to choose him. For just a moment, the killer disappeared, replaced by the boy who'd waited by the window for a man who never came home. "You mean it?" Caleb whispered, lowering the rifle slightly. "Of course I mean it," Boone said, and Ruth could hear the lie in his voice even if Caleb couldn't. This was just another negotiation to him, another problem to be solved with the right combination of words and promises. "You're my boy. My son. We can make up for lost time." But then Caleb's face changed again, the hope dying as quickly as it had been born. He'd heard something in his father's voice, seen something in his eyes that told him the truth. This was just another manipulation, another lie, another way for Travis Boone to get what he wanted without giving anything real in return. "You're lying," Caleb said flatly. "Even now, even with a gun pointed at your head, you're lying to me. You can't help yourself, can you? Everything is a transaction to you. Everything is a deal to be made." The rifle came back up, steady now, aimed with the precision of someone who'd killed many times before. "You want to know the truth about what I did?" Caleb asked, his voice eerily calm now that the hope had died. "I didn't kill those people for money or power or revenge. I killed them to prove to you that I was worthy of being your son. Every murder was a gift I laid at your feet, hoping you'd finally see me, finally acknowledge me, finally love me." Ruth felt sick to her stomach. The twisted logic of it was heartbreaking. A damaged child trying to win his father's love through the only skill he'd ever mastered. "But you never did you?" Caleb continued. "Even when I eliminated all your enemies, even when I solved all your problems, even when I gave you everything you wanted, it still wasn't enough. I still wasn't enough. I never was enough for you." As Ruth watched this broken man confront his father, she felt her own moral certainty crumbling. She was a Texas Ranger, sworn to uphold the law, to protect the innocent and bring criminals to justice. But what was justice here? If she arrested Boone, his money and influence would get him out within hours. His lawyers would claim he was the victim, that he'd been manipulated and coerced. He'd walk free while Caleb faced the death penalty for crimes that Boone had orchestrated. She thought about Maddie, the boy she'd tried to protect in the foster home. She thought about Ava, safe and loved at home. She thought about all the children who'd never had anyone to fight for them, to love them, to see them as worthy of protection. Travis Boone hadn't just abandoned his son. He'd created a monster, and then used that monster to kill anyone who threatened his empire. He was responsible for 14 deaths, maybe more, and he'd never face consequences because the system was designed to protect men like him. Ruth's finger moved to the trigger guard, but she still couldn't bring herself to act. She wasn't judge, jury, and executioner. She was just a woman and a mother, and an orphan who understood what it meant to need a family, to want someone to choose you, to love you unconditionally. And she understood that Travis Boone was pure evil. "This is for my mother," Caleb said, dropping the rifle and pulling a navy bandana from his pocket with movements that spoke of long practice. "And this is for the boy who waited 15 years for his daddy to come home." Boone tried to stand, to run, his chair spinning as he scrambled backward. But Caleb was already behind him, moving with the fluid grace of a predator. The bandana wrapped around Boone's throat like a lover's caress, then tightened with inexorable force. "Please," Boone gasped, his hands clawing at the fabric. "Please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I failed you. Please, son, please." "Too late," Caleb whispered, his voice gentle now, almost tender. 31 years too late. Ruth had a clear shot. Caleb's back was to her, his attention focused entirely on the man he was killing. One squeeze of the trigger, and it would all be over. But her finger remained frozen, paralyzed by the knowledge that some crimes deserved punishment even if the law couldn't deliver it. She watched as the life left Boone's eyes, his face turning purple, then blue, his struggles gradually weakening until his body went slack. Caleb held the bandana tight for another 30 seconds, making sure, then stepped back and let his father's corpse slump forward onto the mahogany desk. "It's over," Caleb said quietly, speaking to the dead man. "It's finally over, Daddy." That last word, spoken with such heartbreaking tenderness, nearly broke Ruth's heart completely. Even in death, even after everything, Caleb still loved the man who destroyed him. That's when Aaron burst through the office door, his weapon drawn and ready. He took in the scene instantly, Boone's body draped across the desk, Caleb standing over him like a vengeful angel, Ruth positioned in the doorway with her gun trained on the killer. "Federal agents," Aaron shouted. "Drop your weapon." Caleb spun toward the new threat, his hands automatically reaching for the AR-15 he'd abandoned on the floor. His face was streaked with tears, but his eyes had gone dead again, the brief moment of vulnerability disappearing behind the mask of the professional killer. Aaron's shot came first, the round catching Caleb in the shoulder and spinning him around. Blood sprayed across the expensive wallpaper as Caleb stumbled, but he managed to grab the rifle, spraying wild automatic fire across the office as he dove toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Aaron threw himself behind Boone's desk as glass exploded outward in a shower of razor shards. Caleb rolled through the opening, landing hard on the patio outside, then scrambled to his feet and disappeared into the darkness beyond the security lighting. "Aaron!" Ruth called out, rushing to her partner's side. "Are you hit?" "I'm fine," Aaron replied, checking himself for wounds, his hands coming away clean. "But he's getting away." They ran to the shattered window and looked out into the night. In the distance, they could see Caleb limping toward the garage where Boone's collection of vehicles was housed. Emergency lights illuminated a black Range Rover Sport, its engine already running, probably left that way by the security team in case they needed to evacuate their employer. "Shit," Ruth muttered, then sprinted toward the front of the house. Aaron followed, and they reached the circular driveway just in time to see Caleb accelerating away in the stolen vehicle, its tires spraying gravel as he took the turn toward the main road with reckless speed. Their own Range Rover sat where they'd left it, but Caleb's battered pickup truck was parked directly behind it, blocking their exit. There was no time to move it, no time to call for backup, no time to coordinate with the units that were still miles away. Ruth spotted another vehicle in Boone's collection, a black Ford Raptor with oversized tires and a supercharged engine, the kind of machine built for high-speed pursuits across rough terrain. The keys dangled from the ignition, probably left there by Boone's security team for quick access. "Come on," Ruth shouted, jumping behind the wheel of the powerful truck. The leather seat was still warm from whoever had been driving it last. Aaron managed to get in just as she gunned the engine, the Raptor's V8 roaring to life with 800 horsepower of barely contained violence. They shot out of the driveway in a spray of gravel and dust, the Raptor's suspension absorbing the impact as Ruth took the turn at speed. The truck's massive engine howled as she pushed it hard, racing through the darkness after a killer who'd finally gotten what he'd always wanted, and discovered it wasn't enough to fill the hole in his soul. Ahead of them, Caleb's taillights were already disappearing around a curve, but the chase was far from over. Chapter 32. The Raptor's engine roared to life beneath Ruth's hands as she gunned it down the winding driveway, gravel spraying like buckshot from the oversized tires. The stolen Range Rover's taillights were already disappearing around the first bend, twin red eyes in the darkness that marked her quarry's desperate flight. In the distance, carried on the hill country wind, came the mournful wail of a train whistle, long, low, and haunting in the darkness. The sound drifted across miles of open pasture from somewhere beyond the estate's boundaries, a freight train making its nightly journey across Texas with a cargo of American commerce. Ruth barely registered it, her attention focused entirely on the red dots of light ahead. "He's heading for the back roads," Aaron said, bracing himself against the dashboard as Ruth took a hairpin turn at a speed that would have been suicidal in any normal vehicle. The Raptor's advanced traction control kept them glued to the pavement, but the centrifugal force pressed them hard against their seats. "Good," Ruth replied grimly, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "That means he can't get to the highway. We can corner him in the woods." The train whistle sounded again, closer now but still distant, echoing off the limestone bluffs that surrounded the valley. Through gaps in the trees, Ruth caught a glimpse of the locomotive's headlight cutting through the darkness like a fallen star, but her focus remained locked on the chase ahead. Caleb's stolen Range Rover disappeared around another curve, its brake lights flashing crimson as he took the turn too fast. The luxury SUV's tires squealed against asphalt, rubber smoke rising in the Raptor's headlights as Ruth followed. The Ford's supercharged V8 howled as she pushed it beyond its design limits, the speedometer climbing past 60, then 70, the engine note rising to a primal scream that competed with the wind rushing through the cab. They crested a hill, and suddenly the paved road ended, giving way to a dirt track that plunged down through dense woods toward the valley below. The transition was violent, smooth asphalt to rutted earth in the span of a tire's width. Caleb's vehicle was already committed to the descent, his headlights weaving between massive oak and cedar trees as gravity and desperation combined to turn his escape into a barely controlled fall. "Jesus Christ," Aaron breathed, watching the Range Rover careen down the steep slope, its tail end sliding sideways as Caleb fought to maintain control. Dust billowed up from his tires like smoke from a battlefield. "He's going to kill himself." "Not if I catch him first," Ruth muttered through clenched teeth, then sent the raptor over the edge and into hell. The descent was a nightmare of physics and terrain. The dirt track had been carved by decades of hill country flash floods, creating a natural obstacle course of exposed limestone, fallen logs, and washouts that could swallow a vehicle whole. Ruth wrestled with the steering wheel as the truck bucked and lurched over ground that would have destroyed a normal car, the Raptor's specialized suspension and skid plates barely keeping them intact. A massive tree branch scraped along the roof with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, filling the cab with the smell of torn metal and shredded paint. Ruth swerved around a boulder the size of a compact car, the truck's tires clawing for purchase on loose limestone scree that scattered like marbles under their weight. Ahead, Caleb's Range Rover was having a worse time. Built for boardroom parking lots rather than extreme off-road punishment, the stolen vehicle was bottoming out on rocks and scraping its undercarriage on fallen branches. Ruth could see sparks flying where metal met stone, could hear the screech of aluminum being torn away by unforgiving Texas bedrock. With every impact, every scrape, she was gaining ground. The track curved sharply to the right around a massive limestone outcropping, and Caleb took the turn at a speed that defied sanity. The Range Rover's rear end broke loose, sliding sideways in a cloud of dust and flying gravel. For a heart-stopping moment, it looked like he might lose control completely. The expensive SUV balanced on the knife's edge between recovery and disaster. But somehow he pulled it out, straightening the wheel and gunning the engine to regain momentum. The Range Rover shot forward like a released bowstring, its tires finding miraculous traction on a patch of exposed bedrock that gleamed like polished marble in the headlights. Ruth followed, the Raptor's more aggressive tires and lower center of gravity giving her better control through the turn. She was close enough now to see the bullet hole spiderwebbing Caleb's rear window, close enough to smell the acrid smoke pouring from his overheated engine. The Range Rover's cooling system was failing, steam billowing from under its crumpled hood, where branches had torn away protective panels. Another hairpin turn, this one to the left around a cluster of ancient live oaks, whose massive trunks created a natural slalom course. Caleb's vehicle clipped one of them, the impact sending bark and plastic flying as his passenger mirror disintegrated. The Range Rover lurched but kept moving, leaving a streak of white paint on thousand-year-old wood. Ruth took the turn cleaner, her hands steady despite the adrenaline flooding her system. The Raptor's suspension compressed and extended like a living thing, absorbing punishment that would have shattered a lesser machine. She was gaining with every turn, every obstacle, every moment that Caleb's luxury SUV proved inadequate for the demands being placed on it. The trees began to thin as they approached the bottom of the hill, and Ruth could see open fields beyond the tree line, rolling pastures that stretched for miles across this part of Texas. Somewhere out there, the freight train was making its way toward whatever crossing lay ahead, its whistle now a constant presence in the night air, growing steadily louder with each passing second. Two figures materialized from the darkness ahead, hikers who'd been walking the trail, probably enjoying a romantic evening under the stars. They dove aside as Caleb's Range Rover burst from the woods like a meteor, missing them by inches as it slid sideways onto the grass. The man grabbed the woman and rolled them both into a drainage ditch, his body shielding hers from the spray of mud and gravel. Ruth emerged from the trees seconds later, the Raptor's headlights sweeping across the pastoral landscape as she followed Caleb's tire tracks. She caught a glimpse of the hikers picking themselves up from the ditch, the man helping the woman to her feet while they both shook their fists and shouted curses that were lost in the roar of engines. "They're okay," Aaron said, looking back through the rear window. "Pissed off and muddy, but okay. They have every right to be angry." Ruth barely heard him. Her attention was locked on the open field ahead, where Caleb's Range Rover was finding new life on the relatively smooth terrain. The luxury SUV surged forward across the pasture, its damaged systems finally getting a break from the constant punishment of the mountain descent. But the Raptor was built for exactly this kind of running. Ruth mashed the accelerator to the floor, feeling 800 horses unleash their fury through the drivetrain. The truck leaped forward like a predator scenting blood, its massive tires finding perfect purchase on the firm grassland. The chase across the fields was pure primal speed. Both vehicles raced through the darkness at velocities that turned the landscape into a blur, their headlights carving tunnels of light through the night air. The Range Rover hit hidden gullies and stock tanks, going airborne for heart-stopping seconds before slamming back down with impacts that shattered glass and bent metal. But somehow it kept running, kept moving, Caleb's determination overriding every rational consideration of safety or sanity. Ruth matched his pace, the Raptor's superior suspension absorbing the punishment as she gained ground with every passing second. 30 yards behind, then 20, then 15. She could see Caleb's silhouette in the driver's seat, his wounded shoulder probably screaming with every jolt and impact, his face a mask of concentration and desperation in the rearview mirror's reflection. The train whistle screamed again, much closer now, its warning call echoing across the open fields. Through the Range Rover's shattered rear window, Ruth could see the locomotive's headlight in the distance, a blazing star cutting across the landscape as the freight train approached whatever crossing lay ahead. That's when she saw it. County Road 47 cut across the fields like a ribbon of asphalt, intersecting the main freight line at a simple rural crossing marked only by reflective signs and flashing lights. No barriers, no gates, no attendant, just the standard American approach to railroad safety that trusted drivers to make the right choice. The freight train was perhaps half a mile from the crossing, its headlight now clearly visible as it approached from the east. Ruth could see the engineer's cab, could make out the dark bulk of containers stacked too high behind the locomotive. The train was at least a mile long, probably carrying everything from automobiles to electronics to grain, the commercial lifeblood of America rolling across Texas at 40 miles per hour. Caleb saw it too. Ruth watched in growing horror as the Range Rover changed course, swinging toward the crossing with desperate purpose. He was going to try to beat the train across, to use its massive bulk as a barrier between himself and pursuit. It was insane, suicidal, the kind of split-second decision that could only be made by someone who had nothing left to lose. No, she breathed, her foot instinctively easing off the accelerator. Don't do it, you crazy bastard. But Caleb was committed now, his vehicle aimed like an arrow at the crossing. The Range Rover's engine screamed in protest as he pushed it beyond its breaking point, steam and smoke pouring from under the hood where the cooling system had finally given up completely. The luxury SUV was dying, but it had enough life left for one final sprint. The locomotive's horn joined its whistle in a deafening chorus of warning, the engineer laying on everything he had to alert the suicidal driver ahead. Emergency lights strobed from the engine's cab as every safety protocol screamed danger. Ruth could see sparks flying from the train's wheels as the engineer applied emergency brakes, but a mile-long freight train couldn't stop on a dime. Physics and momentum were inexorable forces that no amount of desperation could overcome. Ruth calculated distances and speeds with the grim exactness of someone who'd investigated too many traffic fatalities. The Range Rover was perhaps 100 yards from the tracks. The train was maybe 300 yards out, but closing fast at 40 miles per hour. It was going to be close. impossibly, terrifyingly close. Caleb's Range Rover flew across a hidden depression in the field, all four wheels leaving the ground for a moment that seemed to last forever. The vehicle slammed back down with an impact that sent a visible shockwave through its frame, but somehow kept moving, kept racing toward its appointment with destiny. Then it happened. A limestone outcropping, hidden in the tall grass and invisible until the last second, caught the Range Rover's front bumper. The impact wasn't massive, just a scrape, really, a momentary check in the vehicle's forward momentum. But at these speeds, with margins measured in fractions of seconds, it was everything. The Range Rover lurched, its nose dipping as the damaged suspension compressed. For a heartbeat, maybe two, the luxury SUV lost precious velocity as its computer systems fought to regain control. Ruth saw it in that crystalline moment of clarity that comes when disaster becomes inevitable. The window had closed. The gap that might have allowed safe passage was gone, consumed by that tiny delay, that fractional loss of speed. Mathematical certainty replaced hope as physics took control of the situation. And she knew that Caleb knew it too. She could see it in the way his shoulders tensed, in the slight hesitation before he mashed the accelerator to the floor one final time. He understood what was coming, understood that his desperate gamble had failed. But something deeper than logic, deeper than self-preservation, drove him forward anyway. The Range Rover reached the tracks just as the locomotive's massive bulk filled the crossing, two objects occupying the same space at the same time with all the inevitability of a Greek tragedy. The impact was beyond description. Metal met metal with a sound like the world ending, the Range Rover crumpling like aluminum foil against the train's inexorable mass. The collision sent a shockwave through the ground that Ruth felt through the Raptor's frame, a deep thrumming that spoke of forces beyond human comprehension. The luxury SUV folded in on itself like an accordion, its sophisticated safety systems utterly overwhelmed by the physics of a head-on collision with a locomotive. Then came the explosion. The Range Rover's fuel tank ruptured on impact, igniting in a fireball that erupted skyward like a newborn sun. The blast was deafening, a thunderclap that rolled across the open fields and echoed off distant hills. Ruth and Aaron threw their hands up instinctively, shielding their faces as the shockwave hit the Raptor like a physical blow, rocking the heavy truck on its suspension. The heat came next, a wall of superheated air that turned the night into day and made the metal of their truck too hot to touch. Ruth could feel it through the windshield, could smell her own hair singeing as the inferno painted everything in brilliant orange and red. The explosion climbed hundreds of feet into the air, a mushroom cloud of fire and smoke that blotted out the stars. Then the debris began to fall. Twisted chunks of the Range Rover rained down like metal hail, pieces of bumper and fender, and shattered glass crashing into the field around them with wet thuds and metallic clangs. A section of roof panel slammed into the Raptor's hood with a sound like a gunshot, leaving a dent the size of a dinner plate. The passenger door, or what was left of it, cartwheeled through the air and buried itself nose-first in the grass 20 yards away. Aaron ducked as something heavy crashed into the roof above his head, the impact so violent it spiderwebbed the rear window. Ruth hunched forward over the steering wheel as more debris hammered down around them, seat springs and engine parts and unidentifiable chunks of what had once been a luxury vehicle, all transformed into deadly projectiles by the physics of destruction. A tire, still burning, bounced across the field in front of them, trailing fire like a comet before rolling to a stop against a fence post. The smell of burning rubber and gasoline and worse things filled the air, acrid smoke that made Ruth's eyes water and her throat burn. The explosion's roar gradually faded, replaced by the crackle of flames and the hiss of superheated metal cooling in the night air. The locomotive sat wreathed in smoke and fire, its front end blackened but intact, a monument to American engineering's ability to survive the unsurvivable. Ruth and Aaron sat in stunned silence, hands still raised defensively, staring through the Raptor's cracked windshield at the hellscape that had consumed Caleb Wentworth. The crossing was an inferno, burning gasoline spread across the tracks like napalm, turning the intersection into a scene from the end of the world. Chapter 33. The smell of barbecue smoke drifted across the backyard of their Los Perdidos home, mixing with the late afternoon breeze that carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle from the fence line. Ruth stood at the kitchen window, watching Aaron flip burgers on the grill while Jake and Marcus tossed a football in the grass beyond, their laughter bright in the golden hour light of late summer. Aaron appeared at the back door, spatula in hand, his face flushed from the heat of the grill. "Burgers are almost ready," he announced. "How long until the potato salad is finished?" 10 minutes, Ruth replied, stirring the mixture in the large bowl she'd borrowed from Mrs. Henderson. The recipe had been Jim's mother's, passed down through 3 generations of Texas women who understood that the secret to good potato salad was patience and the right ratio of mayonnaise to mustard. Aaron moved behind her, his arms circling her waist as he peered over her shoulder at her work. "Smells perfect," he murmured against her ear, his breath warm on her neck. "Everything about this day is perfect." Ruth leaned back against his chest, feeling the solid comfort of his body, the steady rhythm of his breathing. Such casual intimacy had become as natural as breathing, as essential as air. "The boys seem happy," she observed, watching Jake demonstrate some elaborate football move to Marcus, who attempted to replicate it with less success but equal enthusiasm. "They love it here," Aaron said. "Marcus told me yesterday that he never wants to leave Los Perdidos. Says this is the best place we've ever lived." "And Jake." "Jake's already making plans for his senior year. Wants to run for student council, maybe try out for the baseball team." Aaron's voice carried pure pride. "He's really coming into his own here." They gathered around the picnic table Aaron had built in the spring, the wood still smelling faintly of cedar even after months of use. The burgers were perfect, charred on the outside, juicy within, topped with thick slices of tomato from Ruth's garden and lettuce, so fresh it still carried droplets of water from the hose. Ruth looked around the table at her family, because that's what they were now, officially or not. Aaron's steady presence at her right hand, his boys flanking him with their easy grins and boundless energy. Ava across from her, animatedly signing about something that had happened at summer camp, her hands moving in graceful arcs as she described her latest adventures. "What?" Ava asked, noticing Ruth stare. "Do I have ketchup on my face?" "No, baby," Ruth said softly. "I was just thinking about how happy I am." "Me too," Marcus said around a mouthful of burger. "Can we play football after dinner? Before it gets too dark." Jake nodded enthusiastically. "I want to show you that play I learned at practice. Coach says I might actually make varsity this year if I keep working on it." As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, they enjoyed their meal on the back patio, the evening breeze adding the perfect touch to their end-of-summer barbecue. Ruth leaned back in her chair, watching Aaron help Marcus with seconds while Jake regaled them with stories from football practice. The colored streamers swayed gently in the evening breeze, and she could smell the last honeysuckle blooms of the season mixed with the lingering aroma of barbecue. "This is perfect," she said, reaching across the table to squeeze Aaron's hand. All of us together like this. It really is, Aaron agreed, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he smiled at her. I love our family dinners. As full darkness fell, the lanterns became the primary source of light, creating an intimate glow around their table. Ava had been right, it did feel magical, like dining in a fairy tale. During dessert, homemade peach cobbler that Aaron had insisted on making from scratch, Ava disappeared into the house and returned with a board game box tucked under her arm. She set it on the table and signed, "Can we play?" All of us together. What did you pick? Ruth asked, reading the box as Ava turned it around. Yahtzee. Perfect choice. I call first roll, Marcus said immediately, reaching for the dice cup. No way, Jake protested. Youngest goes first. That's Ava. Actually, Aaron said with a grin, I think we should let the person who made dessert go first. They cleared the dessert plates, and soon they were deep in competitive dice rolling. The scorecards spread across the table, while the last light of the long summer day faded around them. As the dice rolled and the good-natured competition began, Ruth pulled Ava close, breathing in the scent of her daughter's hair, feeling the solid warmth of her young body. Around them, the night air was filled with the sound of laughter, playful groans when someone missed a Yahtzee by one die, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. Mom, Ava signed quietly during Jake's turn, her hands moving small and private between them. Yes, baby. Ruth signed back. Ava's face lit up as she signed, I love our family. All of us together like this. Ruth's heart swelled with pure joy. I love our family too, sweetheart. More than I ever thought possible. Ava relaxed against her, contentment radiating from her small frame. She signed, Can we do this every week? Have family game night under the lights. Absolutely, Ruth signed back, watching Aaron celebrate rolling a large straight while Marcus shook the dice cup with exaggerated concentration. This is definitely becoming a tradition. The game went on for another hour, with victories and defeats met with equal amounts of laughter and playful groaning from the boys, while Ava celebrated her successful rolls with animated signing, and Ruth found herself surprisingly competitive about getting a full house. When Jake finally achieved the elusive Yahtzee on his last turn and pumped his fist in triumph, they decided to call it a night. Ruth and Aaron worked together to gather the game pieces and clear the table, an easy dance of domestic cooperation that felt as natural as breathing. The boys helped fold up the chairs, while Ava carefully wound up the paper streamers to save for their next outdoor dinner. Back on the porch, with everything tidied and the grill covered for the night, they stood together in the soft glow spilling from the house, reluctant to end the perfect evening by going inside. The paper streamers still fluttered gently in the trees, and fireflies continued their ancient dance in the darkness beyond. Best end-of-summer dinner ever, Marcus declared, sprawling in one of the porch chairs with the boneless exhaustion of a teenager who'd spent the day in constant motion. I'm definitely sleeping in tomorrow, Jake said, settling beside his brother. Coach Martinez is going to kill us at practice on Monday if we're not rested. Ava curled up in the porch swing, patting the space beside her until Ruth joined her. The swing creaked gently as they settled into its rhythm, Aaron leaning against the porch railing where he could see them all. You know what I was thinking about during the game? Aaron said, his voice soft in the darkness. What? Ruth asked. How lucky we got with this weather. Perfect temperature for eating outside. And no mosquitoes for once, Marcus added. Usually they're swarming by now. Ava yawned and leaned her head against Ruth's shoulder, her eyes heavy with contentment. As the night deepened around them, filled with the summer sounds of cicadas and distant music from other neighborhoods, Ruth felt completely content. Aaron reached over and took her free hand, intertwining their fingers while Ava dozed against her shoulder, and the boys shared quiet conversation about their plans for the rest of summer vacation. "I love you," Aaron said quietly just for her. "I love you too," she whispered back. The swing creaked gently in the Texas night, carrying them peacefully into the soft darkness of a perfect summer evening. This concludes the audiobook recording of Murder Ranch by Sam Barron, narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.